fucking news today, guys. Stay fucking tuned. Let me just get this set up. We'll get right into this. This shit is crazy. It just keeps going on, dude. It's already a new year. 5 days into the new year, and we got so much shit already going on. Anti-gravitational drones. Crazy type shit. Actually, for YouTube, we gotta wait like, what, 10 minutes before we really get into it. Oh, the AI bots to get out of here. But we'll get into it, don't worry. Just know that there's shit you gotta see. Pinnacly hanging in the point of the U.S. Major news coming to you live, uncut. Yeah, this shit's going live on YouTube. That's right, guys. We're live on YouTube as well, along with Twitch. PowerXL Official, Twitch, and YouTube. You kick the new off. Kicking it off. And keep kicking off. See what else I got to pass the time before we get into the breaking news. You can't jump right into like crazy content, or they'll most likely block it, but I know the workaround. Don't worry, guys. Don't
reform the guild. This has been a pretty popular video. A lot of people have been wanting me to watch this. Narc, who's been one of the most outspoken and the
not gonna watch all this. We're just gonna watch like 10 minutes of it. Just to see what's going on with Ash's creation.
Apparently the copium's run out.
That is going down.
So I make this video with quite a heavy heart, and it's not one that I thought I'd ever make. It seems my time covering Ashes of Creation has come to an end, and from this point onwards, I will be distancing myself from the alpha, its community, and the developers. I'm sure there are many questions as to why I'm doing this, so today I'm going to explain why and set expectations for this channel's future. Now, this all started about a year ago, when Intrepid Studios announced that they would be stopping their 250 pack sales temporarily in order to generate a huge amount of FOMO, or fear of missing out, as they continued to show live streams of the game's so-called development. I knew back then that miscommunication or straight up lies were being utilized in order to hide the truth. I've seen it before. What's he gonna do?
It's never good.
What's he gonna do? Is he gonna stop selling Alpha 2 keys and then reintroduce Alpha 2 keys again 2 months before the Alpha 2? Is that what he's gonna do next? Holy shit, just like he did with Alpha 1. Do you guys remember that? Lo and behold, just as I knew it would...
I don't think that's a problem. Is that a problem? Yes, why is it a problem? So if he stops selling something and then he starts selling it, I don't think that's not enough.
The pack sales came back not only in the form of a much lower price, but it also came in the form of 3 phases, delivering a very underdeveloped alpha release that had been promised to us these last 4 years under the price of $250. Leading into this, I had very little interaction with Stephen J. Sharif because I have no interest in actually talking to the man. This is why I didn't do interviews or accept any behind-the-scenes information, because I simply do not care. My priority is making entertaining videos for you, and I didn't feel like doing an interview or having information really helped me in that regard. I loved seeing the game be developed from a normal person's point of view, and I take pride in the fact that I am just a normal guy looking in on this game's development. I think it gives a very relatable and unique perspective that no other content creator really has. My priority is making entertaining videos in a way that I find funny, poking at the state of the game and how much of a potential scam it could be. This has been a very...
I think this happens with a lot of people who get really invested into something, is that once they get really invested into it, and then the thing that they're really invested to doesn't live up to the expectations that they have set for it, they then kind of like turn on it. I think it happens, I've seen this happen a lot with streamers. It's a very common phenomenon that happens where people get like really emotionally invested into like a stream or into like a person or into a movie or a show or something, and then the show diverges from what they want it to be, and then it causes them to basically just like totally get angry, right? And I think that like, especially with Narc, like he got very emotionally invested into Ashes of Creation, and I think in doing so, he created unrealistic expectations for the game.
Successful format because it plays on the irony of a project that is charging $250 but has full control over the narrative, despite how ridiculous everything seems, showing amazing showcases that completely blew our minds. More on this later. This is YouTube. I work for myself. I'm
not sure necessarily if it's like them controlling the narrative if he's making this video, right? I mean, they're obviously not controlling the narrative if he can make this video. So, and of course they're going to talk about the positives, but I know NDAs. Well, they did. The problem is not Narc being emotionally invested, but Steven straight up lying to the community. Okay, we'll get to that then.
No way paid or obligated to praise the game disingenuously. Ashes of Creation offers a referral program, and in my opinion, by using the referral program, it kind of invalidates your opinions of the game and systems due to the real money incentive that is offered through this scheme, be it
I think this is a
pyramid
invalid
scheme
point, because you could make this same point for YouTube. I think that if you want to use this point, that making content and promoting the game is popular, and then you have a channel based around the game, you could look at it the same way.
a pyramid, Ponzi, or multi-level marketing scheme, it doesn't matter. What matters is that the content creators using it are receiving real-life benefits by utilizing it. They profit off your $250, so of course they are going to bend the truth to incentivize you to buy in, which leads me into the current state of things. Personally, I don't think Phase 1 was in an acceptable state to test the game. It was
I think that also his logic with that is accurate and it tracks. If you have a vested interest in something, then you would be more likely to expand on it and explain it in a way that's positive.
Oh, yeah, you completely bullshit.
Yeah, that's accurate. It's a bias. It is. He's right, but I think you could also extend that bias to making YouTube videos as well. So it's very hard to say that anybody with one of these creator codes is biased. I don't think that that's fair, because you could apply that to YouTube as well.
To us as a networking test. Yet, now that the Phase 2 has launched, no networking strides have been made, and their so-called dynamic gridding still isn't implemented, despite being told on multiple occasions it's coming. Initially, we were told it already exists.
Right now, dynamic gridding is in place. Right now, what we are doing is we are optimizing, fixing performance around that, and the current goal, which is on target, is that dynamic gridding will be online by the start of Alpha 2.
Then we found out that it's coming in late Phase 1, then we're told that it's coming at the launch of Phase 2, yet here we are in Phase 2, and all they've done is delete 5 of their servers and claim they've doubled their server workers. They now claim that they have 6K players per server, yet I find it hard to believe that there are even 6,000 players logged in at all, because the whole 1.2 thousand kilometers squared, or 18 biomes, are supposed to host 8 to 10,000 players. So how can just one biome have 6,000? Unfortunately, Unfortunately, the state of the networking makes the combat, arguably Ashes of Creation's main strength, completely unplayable, and thus causes the test to feel tedious and boring. But it's just an alpha.
Am I crazy for thinking that that actually makes it make sense? Because if everybody is consolidated into one zone and then it creates lag with the combat, then wouldn't that make sense that it was actually designed for having everybody in all of the other zones? So basically the assertion is that there's no way that there's that many people in the area, because if there was, how does that make sense? Because the game is intended for 8 to 12,000 to be in all zones, and it's only in one zone. But it would logically track that the combat would be dysfunctional because there would be too many people in one zone, because it's intended for more people to be in more zones. I also think that it's still a problem that the combat is dysfunctional. It would lag. Yeah, it would lag.
Right? I get that, guys. Trust me, I've been covering this game for 4 years. I'm well aware that it is an alpha. The state of the game is not what I'm concerned about. It is the seemingly deceptive communication that's going on between Intrepid and their testers. This lack of communication isn't just shared by me, but it's shared by everyone in my community and the majority of the other content creators, all of which straight up quit making consistent content, which leads me into the main point. Phase 2 is simply an unsuitable testing environment. Steven Sharif claims that this is a true alpha, yet they present the game in a way that is to be played like it's a launched product. We have to grind for 50 hours to even test anything, which doesn't make sense, and is...
This is a good point. If you want people to test the endgame, you should give them pre-made characters for endgame. I think that he's making a good point with this. And this is what Blizzard does. This is what a lot of developers do if they want people to test the end game. But I think that they're probably not testing that right now, and that's really the reason. It's like, yeah, they're probably give higher experience rates or anything like that. And so, and I can see why they didn't do that also, but you have to keep in mind that if you have a system where people start at level 1 and you're trying to calibrate the experience gains and everything, you're going to have people that are only going to be playing the low levels primarily, right? And that's just what's going to happen.
Why testers are dropping like flies, because we already did this and tested it all in phase 1. So why did they wipe us
paid
and
$200
add no
to
additional
test
systems
this
for us to
game.
test? To me, the vassal system or level 4 nodes would be one of the main reasons to wipe the servers, yet the vassal system or level 4 nodes weren't even introduced this phase.
I think it's fair.
They even...
It's fair for him to be demoralized for the server getting wiped and not wanting to re-level. I know I felt that way with like WoW betas, where like I leveled to maybe the max level in the alpha, and then the beta comes out and I don't want to level to max level again because I just already did it. Or like I felt that way with like I think it was Wrath of the Lich King, the beta. I was like, okay, I'm gonna log on to this for like 1 day, and like I don't want to level to 80 because I'm just gonna wait for the game to come out. So they literally let people test the game for free after paying $500 for it instead of hiring people and paying them. Let me just finish. Let's focus on things like one at a time. You re-leveled in New World a few times. Fuck you. You're right. But
Fuck you,
the
you're
last
right.
time I got paid for it. Okay.
claim that they're not going to wipe at all. They are instead just going to introduce new servers. So what's going to happen to those old servers? They claimed prior to Phase 2's launch that at the launch of this phase, the desert was going to receive an expansion.
I am just going to be talking about what's going to land.
I do think that like there's an issue, and it seems very obvious that Steven generally talks about things and he shoots from the hip, and he just kind of discusses things as like casual conversation. And I think whenever you discuss things as casual conversation, you have people that are like hanging on to your every word, and they're waiting for you to say something that they agree with or disagree with. And what ends up happening is that you might say something that you might want to be true, but ends up not being true for whatever reason. And like you see a lot of like, because Steven is a salesman, I think he's a very good salesman, but there's a problem always with like dissonance. And this happens, by the way, this happens with like every video game. Like in a lot of games, there are things that are promised originally that end up not happening. Like this isn't something that's exclusive to Ashes of Creation. It happens a lot with World of Warcraft, particularly, and also it happened with New World as well. So, in No Man's Sky, yeah, right, and I think that's another example. And so, like, I think that's why the Sean guy from Hello Games got so much hate early on in No Man's Sky. Exactly, yeah. And so, and I think that's fair to criticize the communication and the way that it's communicated. But just because something's communicated in a bad way doesn't necessarily mean that it was intended to be like misleading. So we'll listen to the rest of it.
And on December 20th, we're going to go through what systems are going to land. Come December 20th, let's talk a little bit about what we have coming up for December 20th, right? The desert as well. The desert is probably going to receive a little bit more love than the tropics will, given that its assets are obviously a bit more developed than the tropics location.
This prompted people to finally expect some remnants of the desert showcase that was shown in 2022. Yet what we received was this, an empty wasteland that could be generated in Unreal Engine 5 in seconds, with the Winstead and Mirrorleth nodes being copy-pasted onto them, slightly rotated. The state of the desert has obviously sent a lot of people into a confused frenzy, with Reddit...
That's fair. That's completely fair. Of course people are going to think that. Yeah, of course.
Posts popping up expressing this concern. This isn't just isolated to me, guys. This is what everyone in the community feels.
Yeah.
However, these posts are now being locked by Steven Sharif himself, and people are being banned by Steven Sharif himself for simply stating their concerns. There was a beautifully written post about this, talking about how the project is not the open development that we were promised, and it's Steven's reply to this thread that made me reconsider covering this game. He states that the Desert Showcase in 2022 was not real, and in fact just a showcase using assets that exist, and actually it's pretty normal for developers to do this. This is simply not true.
No, it is true. It's called a vertical slice. So he showed a vertical slice of the desert of what it was supposed to be. There's even a term for it. Yeah, no, that is true. So both things I think are true. I think it's fair for players to feel like they were misled because they didn't understand the context of that. And the only frame of reference that they would have was that vertical slice. And they weren't really informed that it wouldn't be the same. And then it's also fair to say that Steven is right in saying that it's a normal thing that many video games do. Like, both things are true.
Developers that do this receive a lot of negative backlash, selling promises and pre-orders on a showcase that doesn't accurately represent the game. But in this case, it's not even a downscale of what was shown, it's just a straight-up lie. Back in 2022, when the Desert Showcase was being shown, they made it absolutely clear that this was the current state of the desert biome, boasting about their innovative tools to help them develop the world fast, and in no way, shape, or form alluded to this being just a concept.
You know, these are some of the foliage that environment's been creating
Yo,
as
look at
part
that.
of what's capable of creating an interesting desert biome, because many times in the games that probably we've played, the least interesting biome type tends to be a desert. And it's been always fun, as I've experienced in the MMOs I've played, is like, you know, how do they spruce up a desert? And one of the interesting things you're going to see in Alpha 2 is how the desert also adheres to seasons and has weather and has giant dust storms and clouds within which there are interesting creatures that might not normally be present unless for that particular weather. That's going to be very interesting as well. You saw a little bit of the sand tornado capabilities with the dust devil kicking up both in the weather presentation as well as a little bit in the desert reveal. And you also saw some ambient effects that live across the top of those dunes, where you're seeing winds of sand getting blown across in the distance. And you know, here's the key.
If you look at this here, I mean, are there because if you look in the background here, it's clear that it's a fucking desert in the background, right? Massive desert in the background, exactly what he's showing in this image. It's an oasis. Yeah, so like what my question is, like, are there oases in this desert? Is it all like this? Like, I don't know. You got to find it. Yeah, it doesn't. Not yet. No. Okay.
No, here's the key point. Graphics don't make a game fun. Systems make games fun, but graphics make those systems far more enjoyable.
This, in fact, extends to all showcases in the last 4.
So I do think that it's really, and this is one of the things, like, so just so you guys can get like kind of my bird's eye view of this, I really support Ashes of Creation, and I like Steven a lot, and I don't think that he's a scammer at all. But I do think that there's a communication problem, and if there are this many people who are unhappy with the way that the game has been communicated thus far, you need to sit down and look at why are they unhappy that they've been communicated with this way? What are those frustrations? And I think it's an example of a case of like the customer is always right, where if people feel like they're being misled, even if you technically didn't mislead them or you explained it in a way that made sense to you, if a lot of people get the impression that it's one way, but it's actually something else, they're going to feel like they're being misled. And I think that's a huge problem. So it's a matter of just being able to understand where these people are coming from. And I do think that there is a degree of like every time that a game comes out, there's like the hype phase and then like the complaining phase. Sure. Stop sucking up, Mr. Payroll. You realize that I don't have a creator code, right? Do you know that? Like I just, because I'm not sure, you know, I don't have an Ashes of Creation referral code. Like, I just want you to know that. I don't think it's a scam. I think it's poor communication. Yeah. I think so too. And so anyway, I think that's what's happened. And it's not about being misleading. It's Steam says this is the current state. It's Steven saying this is the current state of the game. Well, it's pre-made assets that are not in fact in the game. Well, what I'm saying is that if you listen to the language that he used, he didn't actually say that. The way you diverge is so different from other heated topics. Well, yeah, because I understand this better. Like I know the most about this. So I can get, so okay, so then I'm not on the payroll. So what am I not? And also this isn't a heated topic. It's a fucking video game, number one. Like what are we even talking about? You're gonna call me a fucking scammer or like like get the fuck out of here. Like how's it diverging? Yeah, it's just somebody you're mad. Like yeah, I'm defending a scammer. Get the fuck out of here. It's so annoying. Yeah, it's I don't know why people are doing this. I think you're being considerably forgiving here than you typically would be. If this was Ubisoft or Blizzard doing the same thing, you'd be completely slamming them for it. You're absolutely right. I would be. And I think also it's fair to be frustrated about this, and it's okay. And I'll be honest, I have different standards based off of the size of the developer and also what the developer's past is. So, like, for example, Ubisoft has a history of scamming people. You know, like Blizzard has a history of not scamming people, but like misleading them or making garbage. And so like Steven's never made a game before, and I don't think that there's that same history of behavior. And so all of that goes into it. Also, it's a smaller studio. They're not as established, and you have somebody speaking matter of fact. Like this is my perspective, and maybe this perspective is wrong, and I think it's an opinion fundamentally. But my perspective is that I would rather somebody shoot from the hip and have honest communication with misfires than someone not have any communication at all. Because I think that what happens is that when people have like kind of just like off the cuff conversations with the community and they're talking about things, they will say things that are like kind of just like they didn't mean to say that, right? Or like, oops, I didn't mean to say that, but it's like kind of true, kind of not true. And it can mislead people. And I would rather have a person speak with freedom rather than watch every single word that they say like Blizzard does. And Blizzard had this approach with Warcraft for a really long time, where every single type of communication that they would have would be extremely measured, and it created a very inauthentic feel for the game. And I think it was fundamentally harmful. Like PoE, yeah, like Chris says things about PoE, or like, you know, Jonathan says things about PoE. Oh, sometimes it doesn't necessarily like happen the way people wanted it to. Like with Arch Nemesis is probably the best example I can think of off the top of my head, or Lake of Kalandra or something. Well, I think actually the problems were like in the same league, and so it'd be crazy to judge small studios on the same standard as AAA. Yeah, exactly. He seems to speak in futures in the same way that Elon does. Yeah, well, a lot of people that are like salesmen or that like do business like talk like that. And I think it's a matter of managing expectations, because and there's a counterpoint to this that I'll talk about as well, is that when people feel like they were misled, they were misled. And if enough people feel like they're being misled, you need to sit back and ask yourself, how am I communicating in a way that's causing people to come to the same conclusion? That doesn't necessarily mean that you're doing it wrong. It doesn't mean that you're a bad person. It doesn't mean you're a scammer. But it's very obvious that there's a degree of dissonance here that exists.
Years, and everything shown was not real. The story arcs that showed the world dynamically changing around the Tower of Carfin and Oakenbane Keep, it was not real. The beautiful environment.
Basically trying to do not get to the this is it.
Cybertruck suspect competed on the history. I saw this History Channel TV show. Look at this. This was the guy that blew himself up in the Cybertruck.
He's on fucking the History Channel, dude.
Show that pits teams of elite soldiers from around the world against each other.
No way.
From the U.S.
That's Matt.
Special Forces.
It's like Littesberger, I think.
As the Green Berets.
Matthew Livelsberger and his partner Tim Kennedy, both Green Berets, appeared on the Ultimate Soldier Challenge 12 years ago on the History Channel.
Man.
The other guys are still setting up. The Americans take their first shot at the sniper.
Holy
on the top
shit,
of the
look at
tower.
this. This is
They not only
crazy.
won,
Hard to believe.
It wasn't even close.
Wait, what?
Sniper on the top of the tower.
They not only won, it wasn't even close.
Who won?
Not only won, it wasn't even close.
That's right. That's right. So we're just better. Yeah. No,
Just that
I
much better. Not even close.
That's right. See that? See that right there? See? That's right. Yeah.
You know, for television, they always try to make it a little bit more competitive,
Uh-huh.
but we swept the whole entire show.
When he appeared on the show, Livelsberger used a shortened version of his name, Matt Berg. So it took Tim Kennedy a while to put 2 and 2 together.
It took about 12 hours of me seeing some photos as more photos started coming out of you know, who he was.
Oh shit, this is an interview with the guy. I just realized.
And then I saw
like
a
after
Matt
the
Berg
fact.
with a older photo of him, and I was like, oh no. Dude, I know that guy.
This is the
And
guy
then
that
it
he
just,
competed
like, tore
with.
my heart out because he was a really great Green Beret.
And what was he like?
He was charming. He was talented. He was personable. He was kind. He was all the things that you would expect from a Green Beret.
At one point during the show, Livelsberger had to stop taping in the 90-plus degree heat. He was suffering from heat exhaustion.
I'm about to throw up, man. I got heat exhaustion, man. I need to take this off right now.
Tim Kennedy says he hadn't heard from Livelsberger for a few years.
It just categorically.
I mean, I feel like, yeah, I don't think that has anything to do with it. Yeah, it's fucking hot.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, wasn't this guy in Afghanistan or some shit? Like, yeah, I could easily assume that, like, yeah, he probably knows what that is.
Does not make sense. From everything that I have heard, he was universally valued by his team, by his peers. I don't understand. It doesn't make sense, and it is just horrifically heartbreaking.
Holy shit, man. So this guy was on a History Channel, and he totally blew the fuck out of the competition.
You know, for television, they always try to make it a little bit more competitive, but we swept the whole entire show.
When he
Man, oh man, there it is. Yep. That wasn't him in the Cybertruck? Well, I don't know about that. I mean, is there any news that announced that? Let me see. Cybertruck explosion. Is there anything new about this? I don't think that there is, man. Let's see. Mystery deepens. What is this? That we literally just watched this. Let's see. Notes is a wake-up call. I'll see if I can find this. There's maybe one more. Tragic case of suicide. Yeah. Okay, here we go.
Investigation into the suspect behind the Cybertruck explosion outside President-elect Trump's Las Vegas hotel. The FBI searching for answers. ABC's Mullenweg has the latest.
Tucker Carlson knows the truth.
This morning,
of course
new
he does.
details behind this Cybertruck explosion outside of the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas. Authorities say notes were found on a cell phone, recovered from the scene.
Damn.
Why did I personally do it now? I need to cleanse my mind of the brothers I've lost and relieve myself of the burden of the lives I took.
Yeah, we saw that part before.
37-year-old Matthew Livelsberger, a highly decorated Green Beret, died by suicide while detonating explosives. Master Sergeant Livelsberger was on approved leave from his base in Germany, a senior U.S. official telling ABC News there had been no red flags. Authorities releasing these new surveillance images showing him...
So he's 30, he's 37, so that means he probably enlisted at like what, basically like 18.
Yeah.
So that's why he was at 19 years. So this dude was 1 year away from retirement. At 17, damn. Damn.
A Tesla charging station as he made his way from Colorado to New Mexico, Arizona, and Nevada. That Cybertruck rented via the app Turo. Livelsberger pulling into the hotel valet at 7:35 a.m. Wednesday before pulling out, returning an hour later. And then, just 17 seconds later, the explosion. 7 bystanders suffering minor injuries. Sources say Livelsberger was divorced and had recently remarried. His wife reportedly telling authorities he'd been out of the house in Colorado Springs since Christmas, following a dispute over alleged infidelity. And while investigators say they found...
No, I'm not going to say it.
On those notes, railing against the condition of the United States, they say the soldier held no animosity towards President-elect Trump.
The Army indicates that he likely...
There's no way he did. If he's trying to get that information to like that Pete Hesselsberg guy, I think, like who's going to be like the incoming like Secretary of Defense, no fucking shot. Yeah, super unlikely. Read his manifesto.
From PTSD,
really?
And we are also aware that there were potential other family issues or personal grievances in his own life that may have been contributing factors.
For Good Morning America, Mullenweg, ABC News, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Yeah, I might have missed something, but if he regretted the lives he took, why did he load the car with explosives and detonate it outside the building? I don't know. Yeah, did you watch the documentary of Sean Ryan? I have not. Yeah, ain't no way, bro. A lot simpler ways. Yeah, I have no idea. So so the first Trump assassin and 2 on New Year's Eve. Well, the other guy was just driving over people in New Orleans. I feel like that's totally different situation, right? Completely different situation. Still makes no sense. Yeah, I would say so too. And so he's trying to send a message. I don't know, man. Like, I feel like a lot of people believe that it's something that's like super, it's like super specific and like he was like really lucid minded. I don't know, man. I don't think that people can just say that and you can assume that. According to manifesto, he wanted people to pay attention and people only pay attention when shit like this happens. Yeah, no, I think so, but it's like, I mean, that's true and it's not true, right?
True.
We also have an update now on the deadly Cybertruck explosion outside the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas. Authorities say the soldier who died left a note saying it was a stunt to serve as a wake-up call for the country's ills. Investigators say Green Beret Matthew Livelsberger wrote in a note that he needed to cleanse his mind of the lives lost of people he knew and the lives he took. He also apparently had no ill will toward President-elect Donald Trump. Officials say Livelsberger shot and killed himself before the explosion, and it appears to be a tragic case of suicide involving a combat veteran who was struggling with PTSD
Yeah,
and
I just,
other
it's a
issues.
fake note.
The
A
flash
lot
of
of
the
people are
gun
saying
going
the
off
note
here.
was fake. Yeah, like people are saying that like basically the FBI planted it there to invalidate what he was actually trying to achieve, which was to basically like expose like government lies. Now, why would it be fake? Well, the reason why it would be fake is that there was an email that he leaked that was effectively like kind of giving people the inclination that he had a bunch of like crazy shit going on. Shoemaker lied. So you think that the guy lied? I don't know, man. I know a lot of people think that, but I just like I'm not sure. I'll watch one more. See if there's any more
Major new
information about
developments
it.
in the investigation into the man behind the Cybertruck explosion in Las Vegas on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Investigators finding letters on the phone of driver Matthew Livelsberger detailing his plans for the attack. An Eyewitness News reporter Tim Caputo is
Okay,
here now with
I'll watch
more
this video
on the
after.
former Army Green Beret's motive. Tim.
No, man.
David, he wrote it all down in his own words. The active duty Army soldier railed against America, saying we have a culture of weakness, we fight wars with no clear objective, and we obsess over things like diversity. And despite choosing to blow up a Tesla outside a Trump hotel, he supported the president-elect and Elon Musk.
What did he say originally?
America, saying we have a culture of weakness, we fight wars with no clear objective, and we obsess over things like diversity. And
right. Yeah, true.
True. Big true.
By choosing to blow up a Tesla outside a Trump hotel, he supported the president-elect and Elon Musk, but says his actions were meant to be a wake-up call.
Despite being badly damaged in the explosion and the fire, the charged cell phones belonging to Matthew Livelsberger gave investigators a clear picture of the 37-year-old's motive. In a series of notes on the phones, the U.S. Army Green Beret outlined political and personal grievances. Las Vegas police read some of the ramblings where he called the U.S. terminally ill and headed towards collapse.
This was not a terrorist attack. It was a wake-up call. Americans only pay attention to spectacles of violence. What better way to get my point across than a stunt with fireworks and explosives? Why did I personally do it now? I need to cleanse my mind of the brothers I've lost and relieve myself of the burden of the lives I took.
Police also released several videos of Livelsberger on his route from Colorado to Nevada. He was only in Las Vegas about an hour New Year's Day morning when he parked in front of the Trump International Hotel, and within seconds, he shot and killed himself in the truck and set off the explosion, which injured
seconds. But like, hold on.
Is more public and more
explosion, which injured
second. So he said killed himself within seconds and exploded.
Although this incident is more public and more sensational than usual,
You'll see the fire of the gun go off, right?
Of suicide involving a heavily
If he shot
decorated
himself.
combat veteran who is struggling with PTSD and other issues.
Even though
I think that's probably true. And I don't think these are mutually exclusive. So like, I think this guy might have known things that were like confidential and they made him like stressed out and he wanted them to be exposed. But I think he probably also had PTSD. Like it was probably like, I'm saying like one of them does not exclude the other.
Livelsberger and the suspect in the New Orleans terror attack were both stationed at the same Army base and both served in Afghanistan. The FBI now confirms it's all just a coincidence and firmly believes Livelsberger acted alone.
We've identified no telephonic or email communication between the subjects, no information that suggests that they knew
So
each other.
if you didn't identify any of that information, then what about the if you couldn't identify any communication, then how could you have identified that the communication that was delivered to a podcast was authentic? Am I crazy? That's confusing to me.
Other, that they ever served in the same unit, that they were ever assigned at the same place at the same time and had interaction.
Maybe just because the details were cross-referenced.
They can't identify it. There's just nothing to identify it.
Oh God, it could have been a viewer. Oh no. Wow. What is it with these guys, like this guy and Luigi? You guys need to stop blowing yourselves up and start running for office. Stop doing this shit. We'll vote for you. Stop fucking blowing yourself up.
Democrats need to be forced out of Washington by any means possible, even non-peacefully. As the feds dig deeper into the Bronze Star recipient's phone, they're uncovering the true feelings of this decorated soldier who apparently had shown no red flags.
Fucking
according to one
fireproof
senior U.S. Army official.
IDs.
There is one cell phone that we are getting into, and I can tell you that we are barely scratching the surface.
In addition to those notes, authorities say they are aware of an email that was sent to podcast hosts the day before the blast, New Year's Eve, where Livelsberger talks about the drone sightings out in the Northeast and claims the FBI had been following him. Investigators do confirm they're aware of this email. They can't say with 100% certainty that he wrote it, but at this point, they do believe he did. David.
Incredible information, Tim. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Mark Brown. Get more.
I don't know, man. I really don't know. It's like, how are ID cards identifiable? So you guys ever started a fire? I actually don't think it's as crazy as you might imagine. You ever try to burn a fucking book? That shit's hard to do. It's so hard to do because like you'll have like the top pages get burnt and then it'll insulate the middle pages. Like even if you burn letters, like my dad and I, like we'll burn shit up pretty regularly. And so like we've had to burn up like, you know, a stack of papers and like you got to open it up. And so it burns like dog shit. Yeah, exactly. It's so annoying to burn this. So like basically you have like this massive incineration that happens and it incinerates all the surface area. And then you immediately are going to have fucking sprinklers come on. You're going to have the fire department come in. You're going to have all this stuff done and just use a shredder. No, that's we just burn it up. That's just what we do. And so anyway, because it suffocates, it lack of oxygen. Exactly. And so like really, yeah, missing the point? No, I'm not. I'm not missing the point at all. So he had a wallet, right? And so a wallet, what's a wallet like? Let's see, I get a sheet of paper, right? And so you get a wallet and you do this to the wallet. I guarantee you, if I take this and I light this fucking book on fire, it will take at least 30 minutes. If not, it will not happen. Then for these pages in the middle to be burnt beyond recognition. You have no idea how many how many things I've lit on fire. Like we used to do this every single year. Every single fucking year. We would go over to my house and we would open up the grill and everybody would bring their school papers over to my house and we would light everything on fire. I know this because we did it. We did it constantly. And so that's it. Burn the school books? Yeah, we did a few of them. Fuck them. Fuck them. That's it. And so, yeah, I hope this ages well. No, I'm being honest. Like, and anybody who's lit fires and tried to light shit like this on fire, can y'all confirm that I'm not crazy here? Like, leave no trace. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's really, yeah. No, exactly. You're right, yeah. So anybody, like, go try it. If you don't believe me, go take a stack of papers, fucking fold them over a couple times, light it on fire. Come back in 10 minutes, see what happens. That's it. It's not crazy. Yeah. Yeah, no, that makes sense. So, but I think that you guys bring up some good points. Now, how did they get the cell phone information? Because I would have assumed that the cell phone would be damaged from the heat. Like, not even from the fire damage, but from the heat, it would have damaged the internal system of the cell phone, the battery, right? I don't get that. I don't understand that. But there also could be a case where they could have, like, he could have had it saved on a cloud, or it could have been saved on, like, a server somewhere, and they were able to access it remotely, right? Like, yeah, cloud backup or something like that, memory card. Well, I would have thought it would have damaged the memory card. Personally, I would have assumed that it would damage the memory card, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, dude.
So yeah,
you can't have this shit get that hot.
Storage, yeah, definitely, and especially
I'm
Apple
sure
stuff
he didn't
was
have
mostly on the
auto
cloud already.
storage.
Yeah, definitely. The type of phone might not use the actual HDD. Yeah, I'm not sure, but either way, that's what my viewpoint on it is. I think it's really, really weird, extremely fucking weird. And I don't know what's real and what's not. This video says that the guys that I watched yesterday are lying. So let's watch this and see what he says. This is from a guy named Ryan.
Check the
Macbeth.
video
And
out
as
we
you can
did
see from the
yesterday.
thumbnail,
Because we went over this video, and this is a big boy. So it's a must watch. It's fucking insane.
you can see liars, and then the arrow is pointing down to this guy, and then it's also pointing down to this guy, which means that they were both lying. So that must be true. Well, I mean, you think he would have gone through this much effort of making this thumbnail if it wasn't true? Come on.
Why was the Sam Shoemate appearance on Sean Ryan regarding the Cybertruck explosion in Las Vegas and Master Sergeant Matthew Leibelsberger most likely an hour of lies? This is probably going to get shared a lot.
Important to listen to that word. 2 words, qualifiers, most likely. That means that he does not have definitive proof.
Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ryan Macbeth.
And I don't want to. I want to make sure that we don't have the bias of the first information that you get, you assume is true. It is very possible that this guy is telling the truth, but I think it's important to listen to those words and to be skeptical of both sides. So I just want to make sure that we're doing. I'm doing my best, right? Might not be great, but I'm doing my best. SFC Ryan Macbeth. He's a rep paladin.
Current software developer. I also work on drone software and ISR software, along with contracting where I found bad guys, and you get the idea. So I'm really good at finding people. I know a little bit about this intel stuff. I'm actually somewhat familiar with Sam Shoemate. I figured out who he was last year after he put out some Russian propaganda and faked some emails regarding helicopter pilots at Fort Novosel not getting the flight hours they needed to maintain proficiency because of the war in Ukraine. He initially did this under an alt account called Terminal CWO, which is how he kind of came to my attention. But in a nutshell, it seems like Sam Shoemate either didn't want to take the COVID vaccine or he's still sore about that. So
if somebody is critical of Ukraine and they're critical of the military-industrial complex, which it seems like this guy is, I don't think that that necessarily means that he's sharing Russian propaganda. I feel like we've made a couple of logical leaps here, haven't we? Now, maybe this guy is only paraphrasing what happened, and he actually has more information that he's just not sharing. But I'm not convinced by that. Still playing for the enemy? I don't agree with that. I think that people can criticize the American involvement with the war you can criticize the war in Ukraine and America's involvement with it without being a Russian asset. I feel like if you think that that's not true, you're basically playing the part that people played in like the 2000s for advocating for the war in the Middle East. I remember. How many of you guys remember?
Yeah.
Now, I'm not agreeing with that. Like, I by the way, I support Ukraine. I do. I completely support Ukraine. But I also support people not supporting Ukraine. Because that's their right. And it doesn't mean that they're Russian agents.
He kind of left the military and turned his life into kind of like a conspiracy theory crusade to undermine my beloved army, either for clicks, clout, or revenge.
I think it makes sense. So the guy gets kicked out of the army because he won't take the COVID vaccine and it radicalizes him against the army. Okay, sure. I could easily see that.
I'm not going to begrudge a guy for not wanting to take the COVID vaccine. I get it. But when you start making up emails undermining the readiness of my beloved army and supporting pro-Russian narratives, then I'm going to get involved. And you don't want me involved.
Oh boy.
I like this guy.
Really?
Good. All right. All right, bro.
You don't want me involved.
Let's go. Let's fucking go. All right.
Yeah. The fucking pancake
Sean
Punisher.
Ryan podcast. One of, if not the biggest, one of the biggest
Damn,
podcasts.
bro. This guy's huge. I had no idea. Why is every podcast...
Bald dude.
About
in America. and he claimed he got an email from this particular gentleman who blew up the Cybertruck. And as of me writing this at 7 a.m. on January 4th, 2025, this Sean Ryan video is seen about 2 million times on YouTube.
That's a lot
alone.
Wow.
Now, Sam Shoemate claims that Matthew Levelsberger wrote him an email, which he then reads on screen.
Yeah.
And here's the funny part about this email. You see these squiggly lines? These are spell check indicators. This means that whatever was on screen was in draft and in edit mode. Now, Sam Shoemaker has made up emails before, so to take a screen...
So, okay. I think the strongest argument that I don't agree with this.
Such bullshit.
Because he could have just transcribed it over. Because it could
I
have
know.
been sent in
He
a
could have
different
forwarded
format
it.
and it was transcribed over. I feel like the fact that there's editing errors, that's not enough for me. And the reason why I think that is actually because the FBI also confirmed this. So if you're being defensive because this guy's calling out the credibility of the government, then wouldn't you also be calling out the credibility of the government because they said that this email is most likely real? I mean,
He's
I'm
against the
just saying,
government.
Like, I don't know. Like,
That's crazy. The government legitified it, and now he's saying the government's not right.
What are these errors? Like, where are the errors actually? And also Gravitic. So somebody linked me and I don't know if I can see this or not. Let me go back and look at it. And
WH White House.
well,
What the fuck?
ISR, this is clearly an acronym. And park it over the WH, this is also clearly an acronym. It's White House.
Spell it.
So I don't think actually, wait a minute. I think that I'm misunderstanding. I made a mistake. He's not referring to whether or not these are misspelled. It's about whether or not this was edited and written by Sam Shoemate. Yeah, that I made a mistake. And
Yeah,
so
that's what he's
yeah,
asking.
separate issue. It's the red lines themselves and not necessarily what they're under. I don't see this as being enough. I don't, because it's very realistic that he could have just copy pasted it over to a Word document or something like that. I think that he brings up a good point with this, but I don't think there's enough in order to like. There's not enough. It proves nothing. Yeah, this is a good point, but it's not enough. Keep watching. Okay,
whatever was on screen was in draft and in edit mode. Now, Sam Shoemaker has made up emails before, so to take a screenshot of something that's in edit mode, well, let's just say in the intelligence community, this is what we call a clue.
It is a clue, but it is not proof.
So then the Las Vegas police released this manifesto. And you can read it for free at ryanbeth.substack.com.
Sure.
This manifesto is more of a rant about greed and processed food and Ukraine. But the style of the manifesto that was released by the Las Vegas police is totally different from the email that Sam claims to have received. So what can you take away from all this? Well, I can tell you this. When you are one of America's top podcasters, it would behoove you to tell the truth. You kind of have an obligation.
I think that he brings up a good point with this, and if the writing styles are different, then I think that's a relevant point. But when you're dealing with a person who has a unstable mental state, I think that could also make sense too. So it's very hard to say. I don't know. I think also like the way that this guy is communicating and the way that he's dressed and looks, I think is probably doing more to damage his credibility than what he's actually saying. And I wish people would focus more on what he's saying rather than how he's saying it or what's saying it. That's just
obligation to at least try to.
No
get the
one
story
likes
right.
him.
I mean, it's sloppy.
He's coming off.
Writing style's a pretty big indicator, to be honest. It is.
He's
but
coming
this
off
writing
as
style
sloppy
hasn't
himself.
been evaluated, like in anything more than like, oh, these don't look the same.
Snotty
like, for example, that's how they
remarks
caught the
about it.
Unabomber, right? Is that the brother was able to identify the writing style?
And it's sad that she clicks over truth. But here we are. And look, you know, Sam Shoemate has a history of playing fast and loose with the truth, whether it's fabricating emails or promoting Russian narratives that we can trust and undermine American institutions. And he has a right to do it, dude. I mean, even lying is protected speech. But guess
I just don't see how you can look at the FBI and use them as a reference of truth that you then reinforce on your website. But at the same time, you say that what the FBI said about the email that was disseminated, that they explicitly referred to, and they said that it's probably real.
Yeah.
Like, so you see what I'm saying?
They already
like, he's
came out
saying
and
two
said it's
different things
probably
at the same
real.
time.
Talking, I know.
Bub, I got free speech too.
FBI says it
And
appears
with my
legit.
free speech,
Well, yeah,
I'm
of
calling
course.
Sam Shoemate a liar.
Okay.
And I'm calling Sean Ryan an enabler of disinformation. You know, this is a self-funded channel. If you want to support the channel, go grab one of my Behoove stickers from Bunker Branding. And thank you guys for watching.
Okay.
It's me, Captain Bannon of the documentary Team
I've
Yankee.
seen a little bit more of his stuff on Twitter, and so I'm going to look at some more of his posts on Twitter too,
When I'm
because
not
people
kicking
link it to
commie
me.
butts, I'm wearing T-shirts from Ryan
Yeah.
Macbeth, available at Bunker Branding.
I'll link you guys the video.
HIMARS, landmines, Patriot, and even my favorite,
Yeah, there it
the
is.
TOW missile.
He seems like
This
a
guy's a fucking jerk.
Take a hike, commie.
Here's the thing.
So come on down
Is if the guy is a dick, that doesn't make him wrong. And if he communicates in a clear and a good way, it doesn't make him right. So, and I understand that a lot of people are, you know, they're kind of getting weird about it because of just like the way the guy communicates and like the way he acts. But I'm trying to listen to this and take it for what it is. Let me go ahead and just take a look at this guy's account and see what else he said. And so PD did release a manifesto, and I believe people are confusing the Samosaur Ryan email with this, which you can read here. Notice that the styles are different. One more thing, the email shown on Sean Ryan has squiggles under it, gravitic and slight. It indicates the picture was taken in an editor, since spell check would not be able to read, would not be able to be a read feature in an email. This is another
He's your
one.
typical garden variety.
Okay.
Sean Ryan and this guy Sam Shoemate
are lying to you. This guy, Sam Shoemate, runs this conspiracy theory account called Terminal CWO. I actually caught him last year spreading fake emails
that claimed U.S. pilots weren't getting enough flight hours because all the money was being sent to Ukraine. He's your typical garden variety conspiracy theorist. He was kicked out of the Army because he didn't want to take the COVID vaccine, and I can kind of understand that. But dude, don't go around spreading conspiracy theories because you have an axe to grind.
So now this guy has a new fake email, and Sean Ryan led him on his show to talk about how the Cybertruck bomber is actually still alive, and he knows gravitic propulsion systems
are actually being used by China in drones on the East Coast. This guy is...
He suggested that he could be alive because they weren't able to identify the body at the time that they recorded the episode. I don't think that he said he confirmed that he was still alive.
Wackadoodle, and Sean Ryan let him just talk.
So regarding Sam Shoemate, I basically have a bunch of JSON data on the guy.
And I told him if he lied again, what would happen, but I guess he chose not to listen. So now we're going to do it the hard way, which is actually kind of the way I prefer. So keep in mind, when you listen to this guy, he already has a history of just making up emails out of thin air.
He did it with this story, which he posted on Instagram last year.
And Sean Ryan, shame on you. Shame on you for not vetting these sources.
Okay, so I don't know whether this
So he
is
let
true
one
or not.
bad
What does
source
this mean?
through, and
Because,
now
like, so these are the points of reference that he has. So hell for service members, all Americans, time to wake up. We're being lied to by weak and feckless. So this is the actual manifesto. I actually never read this, so we'll read the manifesto. So either way, before I go through this, I will say that I think that Ryan brings up a couple of good points with like the writing style and the squigglies.
Sean Ryan and this guy Sam,
and they're definitely it's definitely worth considering. Yeah, it is. It's worth considering. And he's not completely wrong. And if this person has been known to have made up bullshit in the past, and it's verifiable bullshit, then I think that it's fair to approach this information with a degree of uncertainty. But I do think that the FBI coming out, like, it's crazy that within 24 hours of this event happening, the FBI is already saying that this email probably came from the guy. Now, that could also mean that it could be disinformation, and they want people to believe that, and I think the conspiracy theories would probably go with that angle. However, I don't know. The email's fake, by the way. We don't know if the email's fake. I don't think that he like, the evidence that he provides, I don't think there's enough there for me to think that it's fake. You trust the FBI? I don't trust anybody. But when I hear multiple groups that are seemingly not aligned in terms of goals, so this is a person, if I think about it logically, right? Do I trust the FBI more than I trust a random guy? Maybe a little bit, right? I'm not sure. Gotta judge motive? Yeah. And so, like, this is the way that I think about it. If people with opposing motives come together on a topic, I more likely than not would assume it to be true. And again, it's not really a guarantee. It's never a guarantee, but it's a degree of certainty, right? And so if this person has positioned themselves as adversarial against the United States and especially the military, the fact that they would be verifying and, like, corroborating the email would not serve their best interest, because this is a person who is actively against them. Do you see what I'm saying? That's the point that doesn't make sense to me, and that's the reason why I kind of believe that it happened. They didn't corroborate the email? They did, actually. So, and if you listen to the FBI speaking about it, they referred to two separate things. They referred to a manifesto, and they referred to an email. I watched it yesterday. Why FBI would support Sam Schuh? Yeah, I don't think that they're supporting him. I think they're just saying it's true. Did they not corroborate the manifesto? They did too. And they said that they found a bunch of other information as well. But you're automatically believing a show that's known to lie and some unknown guy who's apparently a grifter. The FBI has not done the one that you're talking about. I guess maybe I can show the video, and that way we can all be on the same page. Okay, here we go. Let's listen to it right now.
Good afternoon. My name is Spencer Evans. I serve as the special agent in charge of the FBI's Las Vegas division. I'd like to express gratitude for everyone that's here today, and especially the partnerships that Sheriff Corrin just highlighted. It's been seamless collaboration between the FBI, ATF, Army, CID, Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
Sorry, I don't have a timestamp.
If you walked into one of the command posts and someone's not wearing a uniform, you wouldn't be able to tell who works for which agency. And it's been outstanding collaboration. We do have significant updates that we're sharing with you,
think I
from
sent
an
the email?
investigative standpoint, but just want to reiterate, as
It
Sheriff
was a
Corrin,
question that was actually asked by a reporter.
we believe to be quick names B&B similarities in that both vehicles were rented through the same service, that they were both subjects served in the military, that they both stated footage that shows that he is alone outside a family member that was able to be, although it appears to be a tragic case of suicide involving a heavily decorated combat veteran. I mentioned a tip that was unverified that the FBI had received. Sheriff McMahon will talk about this. It's now floating around there on podcasts. This is a tip that the FBI received after the bombing occurred that seemed to describe some of the personal grievances that the subject may have held. We still have not conclusively determined that that's from the subject, but feel confident based on evidence that we're uncovering on his devices that that was in fact from Leivelsberger. I want to reiterate that prior to this incident, the FBI did not have any information on this subject. He was not on our radar. He didn't have criminal history. There was nothing that we would have been looking into him for up until.
He said it was unverified. Let me listen
Talk
to
about
it
this. It's now floating around there on podcasts. This is a tip that the FBI received after the bombing occurred that seemed to describe some of the personal grievances that the subject may have held. We still have not conclusively determined that that's from the subject, but feel confident.
Feel confident.
They're full of shit. It was a sentence before. Yeah, because I don't remember hearing this exactly.
It's again what Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department footage has also shown. The FBI, as the sheriff indicated, facilitated obtaining DNA from a family member that was able to be conclusively matched to confirm the subject's identity. As Sheriff Corrin mentioned, although this incident is more public and more sensational than usual, it ultimately appears to be a tragic case of suicide involving a heavily decorated combat veteran who is struggling with PTSD and other issues. Yesterday, I wanted to highlight, I mentioned a tip that was unverified that the FBI had received. Sheriff McMahon will talk about this. It's now, floating around there on podcasts. This is a tip that the FBI received after the bombing occurred that seemed to describe some of the personal grievances that the subject may have held. We still have not conclusively determined that that's from the subject, but feel confident based on evidence that we're uncovering on his devices that was in fact from Leivelsberger. I want to reiterate that on this subject, he was not on our radar. He didn't have criminal history. Last thing I just wanted to highlight briefly, only person that was deceased that were on the greater community.
You found it on Twitter yesterday? No, I don't think I did. It was a different video. It was a different video. Here it is.
Online. We have strong evidence to suggest that... Spencer? Yeah, so in terms of the so-called manifesto that's circulating online, we have strong evidence to suggest that it was the subject that wrote it, but we haven't lead us to believe it was in fact him who sent it.
Man, that's crazy. Okay, so I was wrong. He was referring to the manifesto and not the tip, because he separates the two later on. So the manifesto is not the email? Yes. Well, they separate the two things. And so they did. And the FBI agent separated the two things. Now, maybe I'm crazy. It's not conclusive, but they have strong evidence. Yes, but they're referring to the manifesto and not to the email. It's so weird because, like, I thought for sure that they said that. Listen to the whole statement. It really sounds like they confirmed both the same way. Strong evidence, but no conclusion yet. I'll listen to a little bit more of it. Man. So this was a post that was on Twitter.
I don't know if you want...
Yeah, this is on. So yeah, it's this one here. So this is the clip that I looked at yesterday. This is a guy who's summarizing the statements made. We'll listen to it again.
Could you describe his state of mind in these final days, given everything that you read from his notes app and the manifesto that you see that you referenced going around in the podcast? Have you guys been able to
manifesto on the podcast,
or is it still up in the air that it could have been?
So the question is, how would I describe his state of mind in the manifesto that was described on the podcast? Have we been able to determine whether that was from him or not? And I'll answer the first part. Is I'm not comfortable giving you state of mind just yet. I certainly am leaning a particular way. But again, I'd like to be factual to you. I think when you read the documents that we're going to give you a link to at the end of this press conference, that you can go in and make some of your own assumptions about what that is. But I will tell you that part of my hesitation on that is I know that we have a lot more documents and number of things for us to uncover. And so I want to be able to provide to you only the factual information when I have it. And so I'm not going to opine on what I believe his state of mind was at that particular time, but certainly you can see some troubling aspects in his personal life as well. And I don't know if you want to address the second part, Spencer.
Yeah. So in terms of the so-called manifesto that's circulating online, we have strong evidence to suggest that it was the subject that wrote it, but we haven't conclusively proven that yet. And that evidence relates to other evidence that we're finding that we're able to compare that lead us to believe it was in fact him who...
No, I was wrong.
Believe that it was in fact him.
Yeah. No, I was wrong. Ryan could be right. Yeah. So the reason why I was wrong is because the person who wrote this tweet is a fucking idiot. and they misunderstood what the person in the FBI wrote or said, and I read the tweet and I didn't listen to it. If I read this, the FBI says they have strong evidence that the email shared on Sean Ryan's show was sent by Liffensberger. That's not what they said. They said it was the manifesto that is being shared, because there are two documents. There's the manifesto and there's the tip. And so the tip is the one that was sent that was about the drones and the gravitic proportion and everything like that. That is what they said was not verified. And they did not have strong evidence for it. And they said explicitly that the manifesto, which is something that they put out there, was verified. They said podcast, yes, but here's the difference. The manifesto was also shown on the podcast. They discussed the manifesto on the podcast. Two things were discussed on the podcast. I'm wrong? What? No, I'm not. Wait, am I crazy here? They confirmed the emails. No, they didn't. I don't want to be wrong, because that means I'm wrong. But I think that I am. Watch new one. Learn how to communicate. Get the fuck out of here. Watch the video again. I've watched it 3 times. This is so confusing. No, it's not. It's not even confusing. Like, what the fuck is going on? I'm going to make a chart, okay? Holy shit. Okay, let me think. What's the best way to do this? Venn diagram. Okay, all right. So inside of the Venn diagram, you have the 2 circles are the 2 statements. Okay, so you have the manifesto, and then you also have the tip, email about gravitic propulsion. Okay? So there are 2 things, okay? The manifesto and the tip were both on the podcast. Okay? They were both on the podcast. The tip was not confirmed, or no strong evidence. Manifesto, strong evidence. It's very simple. Wrong. The manifesto came later. Guys, he literally fucking confirmed it. He literally fucking said it. How is this even a conversation? I can't even fucking believe this. Listen. Listen again.
Good afternoon. That are being conducted around the globe as we try to paint a comprehensive that the 2 events are connected in any way. In similar fashion, we have not identified any connection between this subject and any other terrorist organ. The subject's associates found that the subject held no animosity, discovered and been reported. Investigative steps have discovered, and information from the Army indicates that he likely suffered from PTSD life that may have been contributing factor that the subject considered, planned, and thoughtfully point. The FBI has been able to confirm some of this through the utilization of video footage. Las Vegas, we have video footage that shows so shown. The FBI, as the sheriff indicated, facilitated obtaining DNA from a family member. As sheriff usual, it ultimately appears to be a tragic case of suicide involving a heavily decorated combat veteran who is struggling with PTSD and other issues. Yesterday, I wanted to highlight, I mentioned a tip that was unverified that the FBI had received. Sheriff McMahon will talk about this. It's now, floating around there on podcasts. This is a tip the FBI received after the bombing occurred that seemed to describe some of the personal grievances that the subject may have held. We still have not conclusively determined that that's from the subject.
Or not conclusively. but they think it's likely.
But feel confident based on evidence that we're uncovering on his devices that was
Confident.
in fact from Leivelsberger. I want to
They're confident it was from him. Unverified, but confident.
reiterate that, prior to this incident, the FBI did not have any information on this subject. He was not on our radar. He didn't have criminal history. There was nothing that we would have been looking into him for up until this point. Last thing I just wanted to highlight briefly is it's not lost on us. We understand that there were victims while the subject.
They're using doublespeak? No, they're not. How many of you guys who are not retarded can understand immediately what I'm saying with this chart here, and you immediately understand what's going on? We get it, right? Okay. Yeah. We get it. Now, people want it to be true so bad. There's nobody who wants it to be true more than me, because then I was wrong. Why would I want to be wrong on a video? That's the last thing I want to do. But I'm just simply not. I don't even know how to introduce this video.
Crazy.
So, Sam Hyde is traditionally a funny Joker guy, edgy comedy. Some people think he's like a white supremacist. Other people just think it's a joke. Very, very controversial figure. And he literally put on a suit. He's putting on his serious pants. A lot of people want me to watch this. I've been told that it's stream appropriate because everything else that's like bad has been like bleeped out and cut out.
Glad I caught you.
Oh.
Glad I got you there.
Message for Elon. Oh.
Musk. By the way, please don't watch this if you're not Elon Musk, okay?
Okay.
This is a one-off video that we're doing. This is private.
Yeah.
Personal. I put this in his email. I don't know how you got this. Unless you're on the Asmongold Discord server.
What?
What the fuck?
In which case, you know my every move, okay? Me
Do you guys talk about this a lot on Disc? Is this true? You guys, I had no idea. Oh, wow. Holy shit.
and Asmongold have been planning this for a while.
Wait,
Me and
what?
Asmongold Discord server.
Wait, what?
In which case, you know my every move, okay? Me and Asmongold have been planning this for a while now. Moist criticals involved.
I didn't know that. I did this? All right, there you go, guys.
And yeah, I guess if you're on the Moist Critical Discord server, you would have access to this file. So kudos to you, hacker. I don't think Elon's going to watch this. And listen, I know as a comedian,
he will watch this. I can almost guarantee you that he will see this.
And first and foremost, I don't expect people to take me seriously. But
yeah, he probably
it is a
already
fact
has. Yeah,
that shit posting and public opinion are now intermingled permanently, and it's not going anywhere. And that's just the way it is. I get all my news from memes, basically. That's how I get my news. Is that how you get your news?
I do too. You can't trust any news. So the only way you can get news is through people who don't care about news, because they're the ones that don't have an incentive to misrepresent it.
News? How would you even get the news if you weren't looking at memes? You'd watch a show? That's even more fucking retarded. We turn that off. It's a smart thermostat, so it's going to take 15 minutes to figure out how that fucking thing works. It's very intuitive.
We
I
have
don't
the
know
same thing
why
happen
the Nest
with the podcast.
thermostat is taking you so long to learn and intuit. Okay, a toddler could figure this out. A toddler on an iPad could figure out how to use the Nest thermostat. That's Chris Lynch, by the way, Elon. Do not hire him, okay? He's leaving this job very soon. See, he's white. He's too lazy. Chris, you're so lazy and white. Well, yeah. You guys should have studied
Damn, they started it off
harder
real
as
quick.
kids.
Okay.
I swear to God, Vivek would have figured this out by now. I want to believe that Elon is one of the great men of our age and that he has what it takes to become a 21st century Andrew Carnegie. I think it's important to have...
It's obvious that, Elon is extremely influential. I mean, I think people like to downplay it. He's like one of the richest people, if not the richest person in the world, of like all time. And if he's not number one, he's in the top 5. Extremely influential. Yeah, I mean, let's be real, right?
Great men to look up to. Trump, Joe Rogan, oh, there it goes.
Yeah.
Elon, Tucker. And it's not necessarily important that our great men are perfect, but there are symbols of what we could be. I think if Ron Paul took steroids, he would be my number one. That would be my number one guy. You agree? Yeah.
I still have a Ron Paul campaign poster, or a campaign sign from 2008.
I would like to offer you an escape.
Yeah.
An exit from this hole you've been digging.
Mm-hmm.
You are a beloved figure. Anytime you do anything remotely based, people lose it. Oh my God, he's based. Yo! He just said that woke liberals aren't cool. He's based. What does he say? Yeah, anytime you post an AI kitten in a MAGA hat, people lose their, he's based!
I do think this is true, where like so many people, they're looking to like get validated for what their opinions are. So anytime that any person with any sort of influence says something that validates them, they lose their fucking minds.
Based, man.
Yeah.
For the guy who's the free speech guy, and not only that, but the reasoning from first principles guy, the logical fallacy guy, the Reddit guy, good faith argue with everybody, whatever. All that shit. Blanket banning groypers, taking away blue checks, changing the algorithm.
People might not know, groypers are people that are fans generally of Nick Fuentes and are part of the America First movement. A lot of people think they're racist. A good amount of them are. Maybe not every single one, but that's what it is. Yeah, in case people don't know.
Of the site?
They are. I don't want to, guys, I don't want to argue and fight with people about this. I'm just explaining who they are so everybody knows. If you like them, great. If you don't, that's nice. But that's what it is.
100 people ratioed you because there's fucking 50,000 posts.
Yeah.
They're all organic, by the way. This is not some Russian bot farm. It's not some nefarious behind the scenes. Let's mess with Elon. We're going to fuck with him. That's not what
I don't think that it's really, it's not surprising that a bunch of people from a country feel like the country isn't prioritizing their needs and then they're getting mad and freaking out over it. I mean, there's examples of like Chinese people doing this to like foreign people. There's examples of Japanese doing this, examples everywhere around the world of people doing this. Of course, it's going to happen in the U.S. as well. Yeah, it's only natural. Yeah, of course.
What it is. It's you tapped into a critical, moist critical. You tapped into a moist critical, and we're back to moist critical. Mainline concern for the American people. And you treated it in a way that was glib and dismissive. You just became a Republican 3 months ago. You're talking about removing a big portion of regular people, root and stem. No. People fucking love you. They will forgive you. Nobody is trying to get you to become turbo base pilled, full Pat Buchanan immigration policy. People
they are, but yeah.
Understand that you are a San Francisco, tech, California, international immigrant. Well, if you want to be a regular tech guy, that's fine. You can do that. You can be Larry Ellison. You can go play on the boat. nobody's going to give a fuck. Realize what you're fighting for. If you're going to be the tech king, if you've courted the MAGA base, you wanted these people on your side. They're ready to be on your side, but you have to fight not for Ben Shapiro's idea of the country of America, the notion of America as this collection of ideas. That's not what it is. It's Americans. That's who you have to fight for. If you're in America, doing business in America, you want to be the man in America, you have to fight for the American people. You're not fighting for a paragraph. You're not fighting for a set of ideas, man. It's the American people who need your help. That's fundamentally what...
He's right. He's completely right about this. Yep, absolutely.
Why I think people are pissed off here. And it's an easy fix. Just don't call them retards. Elon, have you met Chris? He's on Asmongold. He's streaming all the time. He's playing these games and stuff. He's amazing what the kid does with video games. I can't believe it. People didn't suddenly have a flare-up of India hate. I've been
what did I do to deserve that? Yeah. He's on
Dude.
now. Who's Chris?
The Indian hate websites for a while.
All right,
It's
let me go
actually
back.
set to my with video games. I can't believe it. People didn't suddenly have a flare-up of India hate. I've been monitoring the Indian hate web.
I think that there are a lot of people that don't like Indians and they think that India is gross and they don't like the country. I think there's a huge amount of people that are like that. But that's the same with people with any country. I mean, there's no country in the world that there aren't a bunch of negative stereotypes that people would talk about. It's just how it is.
For a while, it's actually set to my homepage. I've been checking these websites out. I watch what these people do. There were very few overt Indian haters spewing their nonsensical filth everywhere 72 hours ago. What happened? Okay, 72 hours ago.
I'm not sure if I would agree with that. I think that there's been a massive uptick in Indian negativity, and I think it's been happening in the last 6 months to a year or so. Am I crazy? Because I feel like it's been happening a lot. Now, this dialed it up to 11. Definitely that's true. But, like, I remember Mudahar talked about it, and then after Apu, well, I'm not sure about that. For the past year, yeah, I think there's been a lot of it. Yeah, Barry Stanton, remember him? Oh, there it is. It bled over from Canada. I don't, yeah, apparently, right? But that's it. It's because of crypto culture. There's tons of memes about Indian employees. Yeah, right? Well, like, either way, like, I've seen so many photos of, like, people saying, oh, open up Google Maps. Anywhere you go on Google Maps in India, you can see a picture of, like, you can see garbage in it, right? Like, this has been going on for longer than 3 days. It's been going on for a while. And this is coming from somebody, I'd like to go to India, right? Like, I think India is cool, right? I mean, but sure, of course people are going to have bad things to say. They're going to have bad things to say about anywhere. It's true, though. You should try it.
Most people in the MAGA base looked at Vivek Ramaswamy with some notion of admiration or, hey, that guy says cool stuff every once in a while. Hey, you know what? I think I like
people
that
like
guy.
him. Yeah.
Now, he's got to be deported. Sucks, man. And he's not being deported because of the color of his skin. He's being deported for the content of his character. And I think that there is a lot of authentic, genuine racial anxiety that exists inside of, like, the Trump base. And I feel like it's almost like it's like an elephant in the room that nobody's willing to address. But I do think that it exists. And I think that if Vivek was the same type of person and he was just your generic everyday white guy, I think he probably would have gotten better poll numbers. So I do think it's a factor. I absolutely do. But it's not the only factor. Vivek's American. I agree with you. I'm not arguing for racism. I'm arguing that people are racist. Like, that's the point that I'm making. It's two separate things. You don't need to convince me of this. We're discussing a type of thinking. I'm not arguing a point of view. Truly was a mask-off moment where we saw that Vivek Ramaswamy really is just a fucking nerd who needs to go back.
Here's the thing. I actually think Vivek was right about everything he said. I think he was totally right. But the difference is that when you criticize a culture that people perceive you not being a part of, everybody gets super defensive. That's like why, for example, it's okay to make racial jokes about the group that you're a part of. But when people make racial jokes about a group that they're not part of, it's seen as problematic. It's kind of like a implicit understanding. Who would say anything about culture?
Is different. I think it's everybody spurgs out. I'm spurging out right now. I'm going to spurg out later, okay? On Chris, Lynch. And also, Indians do cool stuff every once in a while. They got the chest slapping wrestling. You guys watch that? Action movies. He's shooting a bullet out of the air with a gun. He's flipping over the tuk-tuk. Indian clubs, shoulder rehab, exercise, fantastic. The hate. It's irrational hate.
Are these Bollywood movies? I feel like they basically just take anime and they just have real people do it. I mean, it's like if people were in... it's crazy. It's basically... Bollywood's like anime. Yeah, it's anime with real people.
It's just racism. It's just a nonsensical racism. The hate and racism and anti-Indian sentiment, it's there to the extent that Indians are being used to replace white people.
He's right.
That's it.
Yep.
We have to stop playing pretend.
That's exactly it.
Not talking about exceptional Indians here. And that's why this is sort of spreading like wildfire, people sharing these H-1B lists of what the jobs are. You are not in Calcutta scouting for the next Indian Einstein. You're not. We have to make it to outer space and invent new computers. Let's get to India and get the next Nikola Tesla. That's not what's happening. We're talking about people at fucking gas stations. You bring them over, you put them in a fucking gas station, and then we'll go around all the gas stations in the USA and find the next genius. Well, what if he's not in India? What if he's working at a gas station in North Carolina? He might be there.
I've seen this before too. So like what he's referring to is there were a lot of people that like after the H-1B visa like controversy happened, a lot of people started linking like pictures of people that either had the visas or people that were like looking to have the positions filled by people with the visas. And a lot of the positions were just like average American jobs, and they weren't like, you know, high-end systems data analysis at like Meta. So that's what he's talking about.
Why don't we bring everybody here and then we can look for everybody?
Yeah.
That's actually a fucking genius idea. We bring fucking everybody here and then, like a needle in a haystack, we find the one man who can invent electrical computer. That sounds fucking retarded, and it's not true. You have to at least say that the H-1B program is being scammed. If you don't admit that, then as far as like any type of discussion that goes anywhere is concerned, it's over.
He's right. He's completely right. You can't tell people that you have a program that's for exceptional people, and then people find job listings for being a cashier. You just can't do like that. Whether you agree with it or not, it's just not going to sell. Like it or not, he's saying what people won't because of fear of cancellation. Yeah, I mean, I've said this myself. I mean, I try to be the same, right? And so, yeah, maybe being a cashier is exceptional. Sure, right? And I'm sure there are exceptional cashiers, but there's a lot of them here. The idea is that these visas are there as a means to solve job vacancies that could not be solved otherwise.
It's over. This is a direct quote from Moist Critical himself. I'm speaking on his behalf. He was too busy streaming Marvel Rivals to talk to you. So I'm here on his behalf, giving you opinions that he approves.
So what did Charlie say?
Nobody's expecting you to go full Steve Bannon here. You're a tech bro. We get it. Immigrant. But if you are on Team America, and by Team America, I don't mean
World Police,
Ben Shapiro's collection of ideas. America's not a collection.
I do think that Ben Shapiro brand of conservatism is dying out. I do think so.
Of ideas. America is a people. Americans. If you are Team America, then the most prominent talking points need to be the immediate.
Yeah, he's completely right. The people that are here, and this is the reason why I think Trump won with a lot of minorities too, is that Trump prioritized people in America. And like, even if you're like a third generation immigrant or like second generation immigrant, you are a U.S. citizen and you want your best interest being advocated for over somebody else who's not in the country. Like, in my opinion, I think that because we pay taxes, the government has like a moral or ethical obligation to work in our best interest. I don't think that it's a moral or ethical thing to do to like take by threat of force taxes from people and then use that money to benefit people that are not part of that group. Just on a super, super fundamental level. And I think that's why Trump won with a lot of those groups. It's because he, like, those groups feel like he is advocating for them directly. And like, it's really not that big of a surprise though, right? People want somebody who's going to advocate for their best interests. Like, how do we need, is this really profound to say? It's not, it's common sense.
Deportation of illegals, and need to be the immediate deportation of illegals and the end of the abuse of the American worker by programs like this H-1B, the gamification of stuff like this that's set up to benefit people who aren't us. Nobody wants to.
Exactly. Yeah, if you want people in America to like you, you have to work in Americans' best interest. Yeah. Like, basically, and this is the issue, is that if you make an argument and you say that, for example, the economics of the GDP going up means the economy is good. This is a theoretical, abstract idea. But when a person can't get a job on an individual personal level, Maslow's hierarchy of needs says that they're going to care about that a whole lot more. And the fact is that you can't use these abstractions of like a big fucking economy and, oh, this is going to be better for the economy in the long term. Why would these people care about the economy in the long term if they can't afford food today? There's no reason. Don't fuck my money? Yeah, exactly. And so, like, that's all they're going to care about. So the idea that, like, oh, well, the economy is getting bigger or better, it's not really relevant. So many Americans don't do that themselves, and their existence is a burden to the country and society. You're right. You're absolutely right. A lot of Americans are useless, fat, retarded morons that would be better if they were converted into food. That's definitely true. But their family might not be. And their parents might not have been. And their grandparents might not have been. And all of those people paid into the system, paid their taxes for that system to look out for the best interest of this person who would be better suited being Soylent Green. That's it.
To solve the Japanese birth rate problem by turning.
I feel like I made both sides really mad with that, right? Didn't I? I think that's like pretty much the worst way for me to have said this, right? Hopefully.
Japan into India. That's preposterous. That only would work in a computer simulation.
What is this here? Sorry.
Nobody wants to solve the Japanese birth rate problem by turning Japan into India. That's preposterous.
I've actually heard a lot of people discussing things like that immigration would be the solution. Same with Korea.
That only would work in a computer simulation where you can just change the code and make a Japanese person. I've tried it. It can't be done.
He can't be Japanese.
Okay, where Asmongold is right now, down in the basement. I have tried over 150 times to turn an Indian into a Japanese man. And the only thing I was able to accomplish was boiling them. All right?
You should have just gone to a chat room.
If you think Elon, or Asmongold if you're watching this,
What the fuck? How am I one of these people that's Jesus?
If you think you can turn an Indian person into a Japanese person by boiling them, not going to happen, okay?
Unlikely.
Go down to my basement and talk to the 150 Indians that I already tried that on. Doesn't work.
Okay.
Nobody wants to solve the American...
The average sample size for an experiment done on people would be actually 1,000, so he's only 10% of the way there. That's generally the accepted
problem. What's going to happen? We're going to run out of people. Oh, the stock prices are going to go down. Oh, that's a problem for the All In podcast to figure out. It's David Sachs.
Yeah, nobody cares about stock prices. They're too abstract.
Sachs of what? Sachs of gold? Just start calling yourself David Sachs of gold. What's the other guy? Jason Sachs? Asmongold? Asmongold.
Okay.
David Sachs should change his name to Asmongold. The branding is already set up for you.
You gotta steal my fucking name.
Himself. You can replace his body and become the top.
Wait, what?
Gold. David Sachs should change his name to Asmongold. The branding is already set up for you. Asmongold wants to himself. You can replace his body and become the top streamer in America. I shouldn't say Asmongold wants to himself. I love Asmongold. That guy's classic. He's ultimate. He's the best streamer.
For sure. For sure.
I think he's good.
Yeah.
I've never watched him.
Oh my fucking God. Oh my wow.
No, his name's Asmongold.
Maybe
Only people who want
reacts.
to fix the American birth rate problem by turning America into India are fuckers. People are not interchangeable economic units. If they're not more than that, then that's just an extension of antinatalism. That's just nihilism. That's just people don't matter. Neil deGrasse Tyson, the universe doesn't care. Shit. The universe cares. That's why we're here. It's understandable.
Well, I think that it's the abstractions and like large numbers of like billions of dollars and like revenue or something like that for a company. They're relevant to people who are running companies, but most people aren't running companies. So you can't make an argument to an average person that the reason why you need to do this and potentially put yourself in a disadvantageous position is so my number will go up. Because they don't care about your number, they care about their number. And even if you try to make the argument their number is your number, it's too abstract, and it's also generally not true. I think that a lot of people nowadays feel like, okay, yeah, like every single time that we have a recession recovery, 90-something% of the recovery amount goes to the top 1% of people. So, you know, there's not this sense of camaraderie there anymore. It doesn't exist. Sorry, but a lot of your generation thinks this country will run on fumes forever after throwing out all of our conservative values. I think that labeling values as being conservative or liberal is generally not a good way of looking at it. And I try not to do that a whole lot. I mean, obviously, like we talk about it in that context sometimes because that's the way a lot of people discuss it. But that's not really the best way to look at things. That's my opinion.
Why a computer guy, why an engineer would think that or would want to think that, because it would make solving problems so much easier. We have hardwired group preferences. We have genetic memory. We have
own group preference. I think that is the term in psychology that he's referring to. If you want to look up any sort of variable for that. Like an example of this is that my understanding is that, let me see if I can just find this real quick. I was going to say something incredibly sexist, and I just wanted to make sure that I was right. Women's in-group biases, women are almost 5 times more likely to have a bias towards other women than men are to other men. That's just simply one example of it. And we know this.
Culture. This is not learned
I was complaining to my mom about my girlfriend, and she starts agreeing with my fucking girlfriend. What the fuck?
It's so
It's like
deeply
5 years ago.
embedded in us that it carries on for thousands of years. Thinking of people as interchangeable
She's probably right. Yes, she was.
units, while it would be useful in a simulation or in an economic theorem, it strips them of their humanity. And by the way, it's one of the first steps towards any authoritarian dictatorship type system. It's one of the first steps towards Marxism. Is thinking of people as just labor. It's a very gross, anti-human thing to think.
This is what I was saying before. This is just basically another shade of the same thing that I was saying about how when you take a group of people and you stereotype them, and then you take that stereotype and you distill it down to an individual, you're dehumanizing them fundamentally. I think that he brings up a good point, is that when you're discussing like economies of scale, this is dehumanizing to individual people who bear a negative reaction to that economy shift.
To appeal to the Redditor in you, that's middle brain shit. Stupid people at the bottom of the spectrum know that everybody is special. Everybody's special. Everybody's different. And
everybody is special, but some people are more special than others.
Own thing. Retards know this. Geniuses understand that everybody is a unique product by and for their zeitgeist, or Zeitgeist if you want to go with the moist critical pronunciation.
Does he say it like that?
Everybody is uniquely a product of their time and location and has their place in space and time. The smart people know this, the stupid people know this. It's people in the middle with 110 IQ, which is the worst IQ to have, who think that people can just be pushed around and moved around and changed.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not gonna, He's actually, yes, this is so accurate. He's spitting? He is, yeah.
They can't. No hate towards Hispanics, okay? But that's why the room that I'm sitting in is covered in dust, is because the general contractor I hired used Hispanic labor. I didn't know. They laid down masonry cement. When I said I wanted polished concrete floors, masonry cement, you can't polish it. They left board marks and footprints in it. And I had to pay another crew of black people, okay, shout out to Greg, to come in here with jackhammers.
Black people, shout out to Greg. Oh, God.
And get this shit dumpstered out.
W. Greg, yeah.
I went and hired my own blacks. I went in the ghetto and hired them by hand. That's how you need to hire blacks for SpaceX. And what you get is you get lower quality construction. You get lower wages for the blue collar workers.
Well, it logically makes sense though, right? If it's a person who is primarily focused on making the job, finishing a job and doing a job with the cheapest amount of money spent, they are probably also going to enlist illegal immigrants to help. And in the process of enlisting illegal immigrants to help, this probably is an indicator of their general attention to detail and how much they care about doing a good job. It's basically like them not giving a shit about the quality of their employees is also probably indicative of them not giving a shit of the quality of their work. It just logically makes sense.
Who are here and fighting. You realize that people are fucking up against the wall, fighting to make ends meet? Do you understand that the American people are on the ropes right now? Your people are.
Well, this not, you look, nearly half Americans say they live paycheck to paycheck. It's bad. Oh, it's real bad. Nearly 80% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. 76%, 66%. It seems like these numbers just keep going up. Nearly half, yeah. And a lot of these people are younger. With no savings, yeah. Now, I bet a lot of the Luigi fans are part of that 66, 72, or 80%. I wonder why.
Not the world, okay? It's the American people. That's where this shit is popping off. That's where you came to do business. The American people are your problem now.
Yeah.
To the extent that you want people to pay attention to your opinion. And by people, I mean actual people, not Patrick Bet-David, not Ian Armstrong, Scott Adams, not these fucking faggots that'll walk around sucking your ass because you have money and because you made an electric car.
Well, Scott Adams has had a lot, like, he's the Dilbert guy, and yeah, he's had a lot of opinions.
But to the extent that you want that, you have to protect the American people.
Yeah.
You're all about being pro-natalism and increasing the birth rate. Why is the average dude going to want to have kids when he can barely afford to live by himself and eat Domino's? Hey,
Based. Fucking based.
Well, that's a good way to say it, isn't it? Yeah, in this economy. No, he's right. He's absolutely right about that. Let me think of some like parallels for this. I think that the really bad thing about that is that it encourages unconscientious reproduction. So it's literally, this is the plot of Idiocracy, is that people who are conscientious about their finances and that are shrewd and they like planning ahead, they might not have a kid, right? Or whatever. Maybe they have 1 or 2 kids. But somebody who's just, you know, I got 7 kids, they got 5 baby mamas, it is what it is. Well, those people, they reproduce like crazy. And guess what? They're going to have a lot of bad situations.
Yeah.
Yeah, just getting it, yeah. Pop them out, 18 kids, yep.
why isn't China importing infinity Indians right
18
now?
baby dads,
such
too.
a huge economic advantage. Why isn't China doing it? We need to do a naval blockade of China to make sure they don't get any of these amazing Indians.
That's what I thought. Okay. This was a joke. Yeah, that was a joke. You can't do that.
Every Indian that makes his way into China is a threat because China will use their genius to get one over on us. That's the biggest threat this country's facing, right? I think we need to go nuclear.
I think that there actually are cultural differences between different groups of people, and those cultural differences produce different types of people with different types of interests and strengths on average. Like,
everybody's
no
good at something.
I'm just being honest, right? I mean, it does. And so, like, I think that there are elements of, like, Chinese or American culture,
called your niche,
like Indian culture, anything. Some are good, some are bad.
I think we need to say, if China imports enough Indians, it's like diamonds. It's like nanotechnology. Indians are like nanotechnology. We have to be willing to use nuclear weapons to keep China from getting these precious Indians. That's step one.
Fuck.
Sounds retarded, right? Because it is. It's retarded. It's subtarded.
When you explain it like that, yeah.
By the way, Moist Critical coined that term, subtard. Competing with China in
what does subtard mean? Is this like
like
you can't
sub-retarded.
People don't want you to say retard, so you just come up with another word that's like it?
Retarded subscriber.
More than worse. So they're not retarded. They're like sub, like underneath.
Oh yeah, they're below.
Sense. GDP, making a number go up.
Yeah.
Having software companies that are valued more highly. Competing with China in what sense? And at what cost? If the cost is making America look like Calcutta, that's not worth it. That's not a price that we're willing to pay. People keep posting these aerial drone display.
I think that he's right about that.
Videos of drones shaped like a dragon. And correct me if I'm wrong, that's something that a bright high schooler could do on a smaller scale, is it not? Making.
Yeah, it probably is.
Yeah.
Yeah, you probably figure this out if you're like 16. It looks cool.
Drones move around in 3D space. How is that an impressive problem to anybody except boneheads who are mystified by drones in the first place? Look at this.
Mystified by drones, literally.
This aerial drone display.
Wow.
It's a ballet of killer drones. How can we compete with that? That's what drones do. They move around in coordinate space. Who gives a fuck? It's the low-hanging fruit of robotics that mystifies people.
Well, yeah, because they can't perceive the high-hanging fruit, obviously. This is what I was saying before. You know, you have Occam's razor. I look at it, I say it's retard's razor. The dumbest answer is the correct answer. Think of the stupidest reason possible for why something is happening. That's why it's happening.
Maybe I'm wrong. Didn't we have more impressive shit in the 80s?
Yeah.
Isn't this more impressive?
One. Cover.
What's this?
With no pilot to compromise performance, even more unusual craft.
Is this more like fake science stuff?
This is real.
Why do we
I think
need
that's
to
the moon
compete with them?
landing.
Can't we just kick their spies
No.
out and tell them to fuck off? When do I
It's
get
a
some Chinese
miniature
pussy? Am I
vehicle
not a big
drone.
enough media figure that the CCP, is it the CCP, Chinese Communist Party?
Yeah.
Why aren't they sending these hot spies to fuck with me? Suck my dick for blackmail. When's that gonna happen? China, I'm waiting, okay?
There were people on poll that were, when Kaisi was visiting, because she's from China, they were actually theory crafting about that. I read some of the threads and I showed them to her. They were so fucking funny.
I have 300,000 YouTube subscribers.
Compromise?
Or
Yes.
250,000, probably. 200,000? How much on Hide Wars? If you have over 100,000 Twitter followers, you should demand that a hot Chinese spy comes and sucks your dick. Okay? You can take a video.
Okay.
Whatever. Why is that? Am I not popular enough to get this fucking mingling? To get Bing Bing over here? Ah! A Tesla Model X and Bing Bing over here sucking me. That's my price, China. Send them over. Do we need to build giant cities that nobody lives in to compete? Do we need to turn our country into a surveillance state fucking nightmare to compete? Do we need to essentially have slave labor to compete? What type of competition are you talking about? And at what cost? Competing with China is competing with literal slave labor, and that's impossible to compete with. It's not
true.
No.
worth competing with. And nobody who has a real sense of what matters in life thinks anything about competing with China. We've been hearing this for 30 fucking years. As long as China has been an industrial nation, there have been headlines, The Economist. I remember this in the dentist office when I was a kid. China's looming on the horizon. We have to accept a lower quality of life immediately to compete with China. That's the thrust of every article. You, the American worker, you have to take less pay and accept more bullshit because there's a big boogeyman looming on the horizon. It's China for 30 years.
I think that's a good point. Yeah. You don't need to compete with China. Their population's collapsing. I have no idea. Yeah, I have no idea. I need to compete with something that's going to ruin itself. I don't know. I mean, I think that like you do have to compete with other countries. I mean, obviously you have to an extent, but if the level of competition ends up, you know, basically disenfranchising and fucking people over, then yeah, it's probably not worth it. And I think that also like people have agreed with that. That's why they outsource stuff, and that's why they do things overseas.
Years. Before that, it was Japan. It's constant. It's to keep wages suppressed. It's to make you shut up. Elon doubles down in this tweet, offering a false dichotomy. Either we have to have more legal immigration, or you, the person disagreeing with it, you want America to fail for your own personal gain. What personal gain are you talking about?
Well, of course, people are going to care more about their own personal status than the country as a whole in an abstract sense. Yeah, of course. I mean, that makes every single person is going to think like that. And they might not say it outright, but at the end of the day, that's what they're going to vote on, and that's what they're going to do. Not patriots? Well, I think that really the idea of being a patriot is a two-way street. A lot of people aren't going to be trying to maintain the existence of an entity that is actively working against them. And again, if you think it's not, that's fine, but this is the way these people feel, and so that's just it.
You want America to fail for your own personal gain. Elon, what are you talking about? How does anybody personally gain from this? The only gain happening is in stock prices of tech companies. That's the gain. That's where the gain is. Cui bono. That's who stands to benefit from this arrangement. This tweet, it's not first principles thinking. It's not in good faith dialogue. This is a dishonest mischaracterization. Nobody's calling you.
I don't think it's a dishonest mischaracterization. I think that it's just a misunderstanding of the way that people think. Because he's right, and you can make a very strong argument that stock prices do affect individuals, and you can use that to talk about 401ks or people's investments, and I think that you can make a strong argument that way. But the problem is that that argument, it's kind of like what I was saying before about like a lot of philosophy is what investment? Well, like if you have a job, for example, like, and again, oh, I don't have a job, sure. But there are a lot of people with a job who do have 401ks, right? It's too speculative. It's too
people have stocks.
No, see, you're not listening. You need to listen. Just listen. And before you come up with your opinion, listen to what I'm saying. There are a lot of things that are true factually and true in a greater sense, but that truth does not matter to an individual. Because when the individual experiences something that's negative, the only thing they're going to think about is their own personal circumstances. So you can't take an abstraction argument, distill it down to an individual person, and then say you should care because of your 401k. People don't give a fuck about their 401k if they can't afford $400 in groceries.
Yeah, literally.
How true is it that America lacks STEM talents? I think that it's both true and not true.
A liar. People say things in the heat of the moment that are dishonest, though. This is a dishonest mischaracterization of the tens of thousands of people who are blowing up your website. This is not an own on Elon. This is not dunking on Elon. I know that you can bring the ban hammer down, and I know that you are going to be tempted to do so, that you already have with the Groypers, which, by the way, you have to undo that, man. You blanket banned people, not for saying not for posting swastikas, but for stating their opinion on this H-1B issue.
Yeah, you can't ban people. Like, if the policy is that don't break the law and don't dox people, that's basically what the rules are. And then you ban people for things that aren't doxing and aren't breaking the law, then you're not following the rules. And if you're not following the rules, then nobody can predict what's going to happen. Free speech absolutist? Well, I think that it was a mistake for him to have said that. Nobody is a free speech absolutist. Almost nobody, at least. Almost everyone immediately has examples and forms of speech or, what's the word for it? Like expression that they think should be against the law. I am? Well, no, you're not. I mean, like, for example, like child sexual abuse material. Do you want that? That's free expression, right? That's a person expressing themselves. Do you want them expressing themselves that way? I don't. Okay. So let's just stop. Well, yeah, fraud. Yeah, exactly. That's against the law.
That's the point. You guys are fucking idiotic.
Of the trust that the people you wanted to like you placed in you when you said that you're for free speech. It's straight George W. Bush. You're either with us or you're with the terrorists.
There it is.
That's what this is. You're either agreeing with me or you're fucking an enemy.
Yeah.
You're an enemy. It's not an argument. It's not a well-reasoned.
Yeah, people should not be getting banned for disagreeing with us, even if they disagree in a stupid way. Why do you got so many retards in your chat now? I think actually I don't. I think actually the majority of people in the chat are smart. There's a handful of clowns. Of course there's a handful of clowns. But in a general sense, we got a lot of smart people in chat. People that are thoughtful, intelligent, and add a lot to the stream. But you're always going to have some goof boys that are going to be sprinkled in there. There's 34,000 people watching the show. Big surprise, there's some of them that are idiots.
Position. It's just my way or the highway.
Yeah.
Is that what free speech is? Is that who you are? You can just
Well,
be a
that's what
celeb.
free speech was on Twitter before Elon. It was. It's like you either have this opinion or you get banned.
You can be like Ellen DeGeneres. You can be like The Rock. And you can get Ozempic, you can get breast implants, start going on The View, whatever you want for popularity. You can do that, of course. But to the extent that you have popularity,
Sounds
if you
exciting.
keep digging this hole, it will be misplaced, and it'll be there because you're rich. What does winning actually mean? Healthy, functioning societies, they need more than gadgets. They need more than Marvel, more than goy slop. They need a shared ideology, heritage, history, beliefs and values, religion, or they collapse and they crumble. That's Babel, that's Rome, that's every empire that's been crushed because there wasn't social cohesion. Basic bitch libertarian principles aren't enough. Maybe they're enough to get VC funding, maybe they're enough to create an interesting exercise of some sort, but they're not enough to hold people together. And again, we're back to
Yeah, I think he's right about that. And I think religion even is an extension of that. Yeah, I do. I think it's an extension of that. It's very hypocritical of Reddit to allow politics on their website, but not on your subreddit. Okay. But yeah, definitely.
idea of people as a collection of economic units. That's what
Is it a Nazi dog? It's a Nazi dog whistle to say that there's a shared culture cohesion is good. I mean, I feel like I don't think that's a Nazi dog whistle. I don't. Yeah. I mean, it's just not. I mean, that's not it.
Foundation of Marxism, that reality is just math, and thus the justification for a lot of Marxism is also.
I think that this is a huge issue, like outside of like Marxism or anything. Like a huge issue is that a lot of people that have, I would say, above average intelligence can't understand the way that an average person or a below average intelligence person thinks. And so they can't reason out and understand what this person values. So they keep trying to appeal to them in ways that are not immediate, not direct, and not first order principles. These are not things that you immediately are being affected by. And I think for a lot of people, religion, community, and these kinds of things do really matter a lot. And you can say that they shouldn't matter, but even if you're right, according to them, you're still wrong. And that's the issue, is that the strongest argument isn't an argument. And a lot of people are persuaded by things that transcend logic. And this has been something that I have unfortunately learned a lot in my life. Is that like, I've always assumed that, well, if you just explain the truth to people, then they'll just listen to you. I've made a lot of mistakes in my life over that. You just tell people the truth. Just be honest. Just explain it to them. No, that's not how it works. Not if they're too dumb to understand the truth. Well, or that the truth doesn't matter to them. That's another really big component, is that a lot of people are selfish. And you think about it, right? Logically, people have evolved, and the ones that weren't selfish probably got filtered out a few million years ago. So there's a whole, the book that invented memes, the word memes, is called The Selfish Gene. It's like a whole type of study inside of psychology. It's a huge component.
So what leads Silicon Valley libertarian type people to attempt to quantify the unquantifiable. Yeah. Mount Rushmore, the space program, the interstate system, motion pictures, electricity. Yeah. These are all things that are not quantifiable. So they're quantifiable in the sense that you can look back and you can say that they cost X amount of dollars, or that a certain amount of...
A good example of this, I don't know if anybody watched any of the, like the old movies, it's the Kingdom of Heaven. At the end of it, it's like, what's Jerusalem worth? And then Saladin is like nothing, and then he goes everything. That's exactly what Sam is talking about. That's exactly what he means. Yep.
and steel
Best
was
part of the
used in
movie?
their
Yeah,
construction.
such a great line.
But these
So
dream
good.
projects are unquantifiable
Amazing
things. There's
movie.
no slider
Old
in the
movie from
program
2005.
where you can crank up the number of Indians to 200 million and bring the American dream to fruition faster. Okay? There's
It's a lot of
no
Indians.
data entry point where you can bump up the Indians and get Chrysler buildings popping up everywhere, more Art Deco construction. We do not need more bloated code bases, more tech gadgets, more poorly run hotels, more work ethic, okay? What we need is we need leaders willing to fight for the American people, not for corporations, not for the idea of America, but for the American people. That is the only
That's why they sabotage Bernie.
thing that we need on the brink of collapse, on the eve of our crumbling. It needs to be something higher, a higher ideal.
Who is this guy? Well, he's a comedian. Yeah, he's a comedian. He makes funny videos a lot. And yeah, Sam Hyde. That's Moist Critical. It's the ghost of Kiev.
Than tech company market caps.
Yeah.
If it's just that, then it's just noise. It's just not reality. Reality is the hundreds of thousands of kids who are graduating with massive college debt, hundreds of job applications. They're being looked over for people who are not us. That's not a meritocracy. That's not some idealistic, high-minded thing. It's just money. Apple and Google might win, but America will be worse. The soil that all this winning flourishes out of is salted. And that means that the next Apple, the next
Somebody
Google...
says he's so wrong. I think that a lot, and this is what I was saying before, a lot of the people that focus on analytics and they focus on, like, well, statistically, I think that a lot of people are really missing the big point that he's talking about, is that those things are not relevant to people when they can't pay their bills.
Literally.
These are not important. And I think
Yeah,
this
'cause
is
at the end of
probably
the
one of the
day,
biggest issues that the internet
people can't
has,
get by.
is that it's very hard for people to discuss values because nobody is willing to be empathetic and accept that other people's values that are different than their own have merit in their own right. And I think that this is the problem, is that you have a lot of people, again, who are, you know, I would say above average intelligence in a lot of cases, that just simply can't understand why these abstract concepts are not compelling to an average person. But they're not. And I think that that gets proven every 4 years or every 2 years. But people never figure it out. And also, most people are average. That's why they're called average.
will be Chinese. Potentially the next SpaceX will be Chinese. Wouldn't that be strange? Wouldn't that be interesting if China makes it to Mars first?
Oh.
It would be great for humanity. Why don't we do it? Let's do it. China makes it to Mars before America. Does that sound like fun? It's just humans. They're just interchangeable economic units. Why wouldn't we want that? I think we do it. It sounds good to me. How do we define winning?
I think a really good example of this is actually a point that Neil deGrasse Tyson brought up, is that one of the big reasons for people to go to the moon and to focus on space exploration is to inspire the next generation of people that want to go to Mars and explore more of space. And I do think that it creates that outcome.
I just
Tyson's
won.
an asshole? Okay, well, he was right about that.
That was Asmongold that I spit on. I killed him. I'm not dissing Asmongold. I'm just playing around. I spit on...
What, I have water on me? It's going to kill me? Is this it? This is another shower joke? Is that it?
Moist Critical. I'll spit on his face.
Is that it?
Fucking guy. No, we love Moist. We have a deal with Moist right now. It's for nicotine pouches. These are Moist's nicotine pouches. I call them Moist. Did you know Moist is a Yiddish word? I didn't know Moist Critical is actually Jewish. Did you know that? Crazy fact. Winning, winning, winning. Is winning...
That's what I said, bro. People are saying I'm Jewish because Asmongold. Really, really funny. really funny.
Making it so that tech companies have even higher valuations. Is that winning? It's the valuation of Netflix. I figured it out. That's why we're not winning, is because Netflix stock isn't high enough. That's the only way to win.
You have to add more commercials.
Kill my neighbors and burn them alive and blow up my car, but it's okay because Netflix is worth $3 trillion.
That's a lot.
I want to cut my cock off and scramble my brain with fucking fluoride. I'm gonna win because Netflix is worth $3 trillion.
Yeah.
I can't believe the dollars are this high. I can't believe we're winning this much. The dollars are this high.
I think a good personal example of this is the amount of people that were trying to assure average citizens that, oh, well, the economy has made a big recovery. And then somebody goes to the grocery store and they see, I don't know, like a box of cookies is like $6. And they're like, no, it hasn't. You're lying.
We have
bacon
such
is
good
$30.
drones and spying technology. We're winning. That's the most retarded thing I've ever heard. At least leftoid medicine vaccine brain niggas. Bleep that out, please. I said people. At least people whose blood has been replaced with vaccines and are so far on the left they salute Mickey Mouse. They and are so far on the left they salute Mickey Mouse.
Yeah. So fucking true. Fucking base.
Oh God. Wow.
Hell, Mickey.
They think that they're helping people.
Yeah.
If winning is just drones doing an aerial display while a robot jerks me off to sample my DNA, then everything is lost. Yeah, I killed a homeless person today, Chris. Did you know that? It was free speech. I said, you fucking dirty ass bum ruining my street. I'll kill you. And then I used a speech gun to shoot a speech bullet into his speech head.
Oh, God.
I ripped an NFL cheerleader team. The guys, too. I used free speech on them. Do they have male cheerleaders in the NFL?
I don't think so.
National Flag League. Look it up, please. Does the NFL have male cheerleaders? That is awesome if that's true. A third of the league is male cheerleaders. America is the greatest country on earth.
Wow.
Here's your male cheerleaders.
Is that a real
everybody on fentanyl, everybody working at
I feel like you do have, mascots are male cheerleaders in a way. Like, if you think about it, they kind of are.
Angelo's, everybody working at the mall, they're all retards.
Kind of.
Everybody who's had their lives destroyed by Big Pharma, by the grist mill of inflation and taxation, everybody that's been betrayed by their leadership in this country, are they all retards? Is everybody who's got...
Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of them actually are. But if there's so many of them that they're the majority, then if you're looking to win an election, you need to appeal to retards. That's the truth. That's it. Yeah. I mean, yeah, question resolved. Yeah, no, I think the truth is, yeah, I think a lot of people are really dumb. I do. And I feel like in so many cases, this proves itself to be the fact. Like maybe just ignorance of the truth? No. I think that a lot of people are actually just stupid.
Yeah, I feel
straight
like
up.
that's big true.
Like I really think that. Like, and it's half the people are dumber. Yeah, half the people are dumber than average. Doing the math, that checks out.
This is a lot of people who has $400 in their bank account and is getting hit with overdraft fees and has the landlord from hell. Are they
It's
all
not just the overdraft fees, it's the low balance fees as well. that you have to pay money each month to have the money in the bank. You have to pay to give the bank your money because you don't have enough money for the bank to make money off of your money.
Tards, you work at a sub sandwich shop. You
Fuck, really?
couldn't
Yeah.
invent PayPal. If you really believe that these people are all retards, then you have no place in the discourse going on about the future of this country. You are just a computer guy. And I don't think you really believe that. I hope to God that you don't. But if that's really what you believe, then you're not a leader. I could say fuck you. I could say take a step back and fuck your own.
Well, no, I think it is true. It's just that you can't. Like, basically, my viewpoint is that just because people are stupid doesn't mean that they're not entitled to human decency. So, like, it's the same as, like, I don't really feel bad for people that get scammed, but I don't want people to get scammed. Like, I don't feel empathy or sympathy for them, but I feel like a responsibility to help them. Does that make sense?
Face. But I'll say this. If you really believe that the American people are retards, which they are, we got male cheerleaders
we
in
all
the NFL.
know this.
But if you really
Everybody
do
knows
not have
this.
in your heart grace and respect for the Homer Simpson vinyl siding economy shit
You got to keep in mind, Homer Simpson was a manager of a nuclear fucking power plant. He not that stupid.
driving retards who make your dream possible. If you have a heart, if you are a human being, then that will sting harder.
And you got to keep in mind also, like, The Simpsons caricatured Homer Simpson after, like, maybe 10 seasons or, like, 8 seasons. But early Simpsons, Homer wasn't, like, the brightest, you know, tool in the box, but he was an intelligent, hardworking, good guy.
Possible. If
got
you
worse,
have
he
a
did.
heart, if you are a human being, then that will sting harder than telling you to go fuck yourself. You can do the go fuck yourself all day. I tell myself to go fuck myself. You can say that all day. Fuck you. Fuck you. I say that in the mirror when I wake up and when I put makeup on. Who gives a fuck? If you believe these people are retards and you don't have any goodwill towards them, then you're not a leader. You're just a nerd. And there's plenty of those. There's plenty of nerds who got lucky. I bought Bitcoin, Magic the Gathering online exchange.
Oh!
I got lucky. There's no shortage of nerds who got lucky. There's this disturbing idea from the BoomerCon right that America is just a collection of ideas, and you bring everybody in the world, the teeming masses who are desperate for a half-gallon of milk, you bring them here and all of a sudden they're hit like lightning with this idea that makes them able to make this country stronger. This country's never been weaker, and it's never been more open to foreigners who aren't us. These two things.
I don't know. I think it used to be way more open, right? Because, like, you just have people coming over on boats and shit. But, like, I don't really know how true that actually was. So it's hard really for me to say, like, you know, gangs in New York, etc. And so, like, yeah, I'm not sure about that. There's nobody here? Yeah.
They're not unrelated. They're directly related. Would Ben Shapiro say the same thing about Israel? Israel's just a collection of ideas. Would Vivek say the same thing about India? India is just a collection of ideas, really good ideas. That's why they're doing so good. Grope women on the train. That's not a glib remark, by the way. I make a lot of jokes about Indians in my stand-up act. I had an Indian woman come up to me after a show. I thought she was going to chew me out and beat my ass, ear-beating Indian style, for the jokes that I made. She said to me, "Thank you for saying that. I went there with my 13-year-old sister, and they pulled her pants down on the train."
Jesus Christ.
Don't go to India.
Is that an Indian idea? When we bring them over, does that idea suddenly vanish and they get the neural net download of American ideas? Is that how it works? The people who are mad at you right now don't view America as a collection of ideas. It's not an economic zone. I hate how there's this argument against Americans asking them what they built. If you're so great, what did you build? What did you build? Nothing significant that gets built gets built on an individualistic scale. The greatest things that humans have built, cathedrals, which if you disagree with this, it's just, you're wrong. I mean, computers are pretty up there, but cathedrals are a good example of this. Cathedrals are built over hundreds of years.
Yeah.
They're built not just by the army of stone masons who
They're
built
also built by the aliens, just like the pyramids are. Yep. I'll be right back. Give me a sec.
them, but by the towns who pay for it. They are the cream sitting on top of the cake. The cake is the soil. The cake is the vinyl siding dumbasses who are your customers, who are the people who pay for this shit by putting their retirement accounts in Vanguard mutual funds. They're the people who you owe a debt to, a debt for being able to do the stuff that you do. These H-1B tech workers that are coming in,
nobody does something like this on their own. That's always true. Yeah, and like you have to, like, usually the government even helps people, etc.
so many of them are
This
just
has 6.5 million views on
apps
X
that other
already.
people
God damn.
built. They're maintaining code bases for stuff that was built years ago.
Yeah.
What are they making? Social media apps that collect all your data. They're making to-do apps, dating apps. Who fucking cares, man?
Well, dating
what
apps.
What did they build? Mobile phone games? It's just stuff that feeds more into consumerism. It's not actually
Anime
making
girls.
life better for anybody. The sentiment that Americans aren't good enough, that's one of the darker things that has happened here. I know Vivek Ramaswamy does believe it to be the case, and for him, this Twitter bomb was it was a mask-off moment in a way that I hope it wasn't for you. But that sentiment and the Twitter deboosting, algorithm change, blanket ban, all that stuff, those are the darker things in the sense of not good for humanity, not good for the future. Running Twitter the same way your enemies did before you bought it from them.
I think that if you want to talk about banning people, it's very hard to say whether people got banned or not. I don't know. But because, like, the reason why is that some people were putting forward information that somebody got banned, but then it had the indicator that they had closed the account themselves. Because, like, there's two notifications. There's, like, this account has been removed and this account no longer exists. But you could easily say that they just gave it the other notification, so it seems like they didn't. So, like, I don't think that's really convincing to anybody, right? That already believes the other way, but took their blue checks away. Yeah, I don't think that I don't think that you should lose your verification status, because if verification status, and this was a big problem that Twitter had, is that basically Twitter had this big issue with advertising, which I guess they don't have to worry about that anymore. But at least not for a while. So they had this issue that because people that were verified ended up being kind of like it was like almost like Twitter gave them a seal of approval, or they're like, yeah, we know who you are who you are. And it became like kind of this is a person who represents Twitter's values. It became a really big problem when people got verified and then they said bad stuff. And I thought that Elon made a very good decision by taking verification and just making it a subscription rather than this weird form of like, yeah, like this like nobility of social media. How fucking cringe. How extremely fucking cringe. Yeah, no, just let people pay for it and that's it. Like an endorsement. Yeah, exactly.
Is that what you wanted when you bought this thing? Is that the let it sink in moment?
Yeah.
Is that what you envisioned for the global meeting grounds? And we're not talking about just making the 10% of people on the left and the 10% of people on the right mad. The middle is the Overton window. You're just talking about satisfying the Overton window.
Yeah.
This is censorship. You're engaging in censorship pretty much right off the rip here. You just bought Twitter. You just got in with Trump. You just became a Republican. You just courted the MAGA base. That's a pretty big betrayal of the role that you have stepped in to fill.
I think that most people that are aligned with Twitter in terms of like values, like their value aligned with Twitter, I think that they would disagree with banning people even if they were saying things that were really bad. I think that there's like a handful of things that I would say that there is an overwhelming consensus that you should ban and like delete this and censor this stuff. Like, for example, illegal activities, any illegal activities, like whether it's, you know, CP, whether it's anything else that's like really bad, like threats of violence, and doxing. I feel like those, and anime. Well, I mean, I feel like those are the two actual real ones that people, pretty much everybody agrees these are bad. Everything else, no.
Whether or not it's even true, okay? I couldn't work at SpaceX. I don't have a delusion about that. It doesn't matter because you are in charge of American companies. You are an American leader. So what matters is that that's the sentiment people are walking away with after your tweet storm. It's not helped by these Patrick Bet-David, wolf in sheep's clothing, cocksucker podcaster guys who are just up your ass because they have money. The extent to which you deserve to be a king, more importantly, or equally importantly, how posterity will look upon your works is directly related to your attitude, your benevolence towards the American people.
This is one thing that a lot of people that are, I think, like, this is probably an issue that I have too, personally, is that I don't really care a lot about how people see me. And so I'm an asshole. And because I'm an asshole, I alienate a lot of people and I make people not like me just because of the way that I communicate and the way that I act. And it is a negative. It absolutely is a negative in some cases. Now, I mean, at the end of the day, like, I can't do anything else really besides that, right? Because I'm a dickhead. But at the same time, people care a lot about that, and they would rather have somebody who, you know, treated them right, do something bad to them in a lot of cases, as long as it's not something super bad, than somebody who condescends to them and treats them like shit, help them out a little bit. And I've noticed this a lot. It's that, like, and in sales, I think this is anybody who's done sales or has been involved in sales can probably attest to some variation of this, is that the most important thing in sales is your personal relationship with the person that you're selling to. That is the most important thing, and people want to do business with people that they like. If you're real and not fake, yeah, exactly. Sadly, yes. Well, again, like, you always have people that are, you know, lamenting the fact that people are people. But, you know, true, you're right, but that's just the way it is.
Cybertruck's cool, but if America crumbles, it's because we've taken on too many outsiders who don't give a shit about the country. Then the Cybertruck will be a footnote in a Wikipedia. Yeah. It'll be the DeLorean. It'll be something interesting. People look back, oh, that was kind of cool. You know why they won't be driving it? Because they'll be driving a Neo, and China will be the first to Mars.
No.
This isn't fixed by moving the goalposts of what an American is. It would be a lot easier if an American was just an Indian with an Ivy League degree. It would make this whole problem go away instantly if that worked. If you could just wave your hand and say that an American is a Guatemalan who was born here, that's an American. We wouldn't have to have this painful conversation. It would be so easy if you could do that, if it were a computer simulation. That's Marvel movie shit. An American is whoever Doctor Strange brings through the portal to beat Thanos. The new Spider-Man is an American. It's a lesbian from Sri Lanka who just came here to start up a cupcake business. But she listens to Cold Wave. And she just came here to start up her hair dye business.
Oh.
She's an American. She's here for the American dream. That's not reality. That's math. That's Marxism. That's computer programmer.
I don't think that it's binary. I think that, yeah, obviously, if you replaced all of the people in America with people that aren't in America, would it still be America? The answer is no. But I do think that there are a lot of people that embody American ideals that come over to the country and are a positive for the country. It's a matter of degree more than it's a matter of reality.
Americans,
because I think that it's very obvious that, like, we all know people probably, if not personally, then you know people, like, you know, just in media. These are people who are not Americans by birth, maybe, or, you know, their family wasn't, or maybe their parents weren't, but they come to America and they have a, you know, a lot of people come to America because they like those ideals and they want to be a part of that. And I think that's important to have, right? It doesn't mean to just import every single person. No, of course not. But to have some of that is not a bad thing. What are American ideals? I would say American ideals are, let me think, extreme individuality and extreme individualism. I think that's probably the core of most American ideals. Yeah, and like from that, like that, if that's the tree, there's like branches that are, you know, like representative government, branches that are like, you know, liberty and freedom and freedom of speech and owning a gun. But that the tree there is individualism. I think that's the main thing. Self-determination, self-preservation. Yeah, sure.
Simulation, bullshit. We all know what an American is. And all these paragraph-long definitions and high-minded ideas, it's just propaganda. We know what an American is. And if you're not here to help the American people, then your usefulness to us is over with. The right wing, Republicans, conservatives, etc., they are trolls and memers and shit posters, and they have acerbic ideas.
It's crazy how every single other politician has like a professional photo of themselves as their picture, and then Donald Trump looks like fucking Braveheart with war paint on, and it's the American flag, and it's some AI generated image, and he's the president. Okay.
Also the most forgiving people. They're the most forgiving people. Anytime anybody does anything remotely based, they are absorbed by the right. Anna Kasparian.
This is what happens with me, is that like I have a lot of, and you guys can probably see this, because like I disagree with Sam on a few, like a few elements here. I have a lot of left-wing ideas, right? I mean, I wouldn't really even consider myself right-wing, but a lot of people do, because again, I think that there's a lot of people in the right wing that are not really used to having allies.
Talking about not feeling safe in her neighborhood. That's based, man. Anna Kasparian was red-pilled this whole time. I can't believe it. Damn. People, broadly speaking, do not expect you to be full-on 1950s racist Hank Hill.
Anna Kasparian, she was one of the co-hosts of the Young Turks for like over 10 years. And so she, I think, had like she had an experience where she felt unsafe or was made unsafe in a public place. And then she complained about it, and then people got mad at her for complaining about it, I think. And then that kind of radicalized her. I think that's basically what it was. I could be wrong, but like that's what I remember it as. So that's sexually assaulted? Yeah, no, I didn't want to get like graphic, but yeah, basically.
Get him out, guy. Get him out of here! That's not what they're looking for, okay? They're fine with the Silicon Valley tech version, the occasionally based, occasionally Neil deGrasse Tyson soy face. They love that Elon.
What I mean by radicalized, some people are saying that as if like her viewpoints now are normal. What I think happens a lot of times with people, and I could use her as an example. I could also use Elon Musk as an example. I could use J.K. Rowling as an example. I could use Nick Merckx as an example. And I think that I could probably come up with a few other names, is that a lot of times people display one form of a right-wing viewpoint, and then that immediately causes them to get alienated from left-wing communities, which causes them to go farther to the right than they would naturally would have gone, because those people were pushing them away so much that they found another group, and it shifted them more. Joe Rogan's another great example. It shifted them more to that other side than what would have naturally happened through their own personal inertia. You see kind of what I'm saying? Yeah, so that's what I mean by radicalized. And those are some examples of, I think, it happening.
It's this idea that Americans aren't good enough, this misunderstanding of what America is. You're just as bad as the people you bought the website from, if this continues to be the case.
True.
Are you able to listen to valid criticism? It's not from Russian bots. It's not a coordinated attack on you. It's tens of thousands of people pissed off because they think you betrayed them. I hope to God you're a leader. The rest of you can keep watching this right now. Check it out.
I think that I think most people are probably frustrated that Elon said some of the things that he said, but I think that the issue also is the way that it's communicated. And I feel like the issue, like, for example, like Vivek Ramaswamy saying like that American culture is lazy. I think that if somebody like Donald Trump said that, or I said that, I mean, not that we're equivalent, but like a person who is like a native born American who's a white person, let's just speak plain English here, said that, I think that it would have been received in a much more positive light. And I think that the main reason why it was received in a negative light because it was coming from a person who was perceived as an other. I don't think so. Really? You don't think so? I don't know. I feel like there's been a lot of criticisms and commentary on like American culture being aesthetics and like face value first and substance later. I feel like that's been incredibly common for years, and I think that a lot of people have expressed that. Yeah, fakery. Yeah, Vivek's native born. I'm not arguing about that. I think Vivek's an American too. I like Vivek. I think Vivek's great. I even agreed with his post. I think he's right. But what I'm saying is that when you're conveying a message, the messenger matters. And the way that you convey that message matters as well. And you might think that it shouldn't matter. And I actually, in fact, agree with you in a lot of cases. I think that people should be able to look through the bullshit and they should be able to just see the message and think about the idea. But the fundamental reality is that that's not what happens. What happens is that if you communicate something in a way that's extremely aggro, a really great example of this is, I think, Destiny. Destiny communicates a lot of ideas that in a lot of cases are factually accurate in a way that alienates people. And I think that's very evident in if you read comments about him or you read people that are discussing things about him, is that a lot of people don't like they don't like how he says things and the way that he says things, and that causes them to say what he said was wrong. Doesn't get so no, I'm saying like, yeah, he's aggro, exactly. And doing that ends up alienating more people. It's a dumb take. Well, yeah, kind of it is. That's my point. That's my point, is that it's what I said originally, is that the strongest argument isn't an argument. That's my whole point. That's the entire point of what I'm saying. Do you get like kind of where I'm? Do you guys see where I'm coming from with this? Like I'm not crazy, am I? You think people get shit here? Oh, I'm sure, right? Yeah. Let's see where you're coming from. Yeah, no, I think it's a huge factor. And I feel like I've made that same mistake myself in a lot of cases.
Out Asmongold.com / what's the guy's name? Moist Critical. That's the website. Asmongold.com / Moist Critical.
What?
You can now, if you're not Elon, you can jump over to the regular video and start watching. What I actually believe,
what's going on?
The U.S. economy is grinding to a halt, and that the tech bros and investors, it's like someone tweeted about this, the bubble in the Japanese economy, where Japan was faced with the decision to either start importing people or get ready for a long winter. I saw that tweet and that immediately rang true. I think that these investor bros are counting on AI to offset the loss in productivity of this dying empire.
I think that it will. I think AI will replace it. AI and automation will replace 70% of the jobs. And I think it will happen within our lifetime. That's why I've always been a big advocate for universal basic income. I think that's what's going to happen. Now, you could maybe try to make laws to prevent this from happening as quickly, but I think that inevitably this is what the outcome will be.
Being realized that AI is, for all intents and purposes, a glorified spell checker. I use AI all the time. I'm a pro subscriber to ChatGPT and Perplexity.ai. I have Perplexity AI as my default search engine, and it's about as good as searching forum posts was 20 years ago. It's not.
That's really good. I think that he's downplaying it way too much. I feel like if we really think about it, what form of technology 20 years ago isn't way better than today? I really think that AI is going to continue to get like infinitely better. And I think technology will as like a whole. Dying empire? Well, I mean, I think that like, no, I think he's talking about Japan, by the way, for that. So I'm getting my PhD in AI. Yeah, sure. But like, AI is still super inaccurate, and even then it lies. I think that you're right. But that does, I don't think that's a counter argument. Yeah, I don't think so.
Not some revolutionary thing. It's extra dimensional autocomplete. The words have weighting and tone and various other dimensions that are vectors, and what you get at the end of it is an article that can almost fool a computer into thinking it was written by a human. I think
that a lot of people get fooled by AI now. And I think that the best evidence of that is how we don't see as much AI art anymore. Because in fact, I think we see even more AI art than we've ever seen before. People are dumb.
Oh, AI art.
And I think it will become more and more common.
You just won't be able to tell.
There's a game of musical chairs going on with money, and people are desperate for a way to keep that game of musical chairs going, even if it means fucking us over. The idea that these tech guys want to bring in exceptional people is just not true. They're looking to hire basically slaves who can't leave their...
I think that they want to do both. I think that they do want to bring in exceptional people, and anybody who is driven to make their company exceptional wants to bring in exceptional people. But the reason why they want to bring in exceptional people is so the exceptional people make more money for the company. And so there are two ways that you can make more money. You can generate more sales, or you can save more money.
Company without leaving the country who will work for 50%. That's the other thing. They keep saying they'll work 80 hours a week, which is bullshit. Nobody works 80 hours a week. They work 20 hours a week of actual work, and the rest of the time is spent fucking around on the phone and showing the boss that they're working 80 hours a week sitting in the office. They're not actually working 80 hours a week. And furthermore, why should anybody have to work 80 hours a week? Why is this
So again, yeah, true, by the way. Should look up H-1B visa requirements? No, I'm saying that H-1B visas, so there's a separate visa, it's called like an O-1 visa. And that visa is mainly for like these super high performers. And I think, for example, and these are people inside of every field. Like, for example, I think XQC got one since he's like, you know, one of the top streamers. Yeah. So it's not extremely uncommon either. But the point is that I think that obviously anybody who wants to improve their company not only wants to hire the highest performers, but they also want to pay the lowest amount of money possible, because that's the highest form of optimization.
Race to create slaves. Why is that a good thing? Why is that a humane thing? Why is that good for humanity?
Yeah.
How is it possible, if you're a Democrat or a Republican, if you're left or right, why is it a good thing to want slaves? They'll work 100 hours a week. They'll work in their sleep. They'll work 200 hours a week.
Because stock market number go up.
They'll have no lives. That's not a good thing. If you want more hours out of somebody, you have...
I think that there's really a very, it's very hard for me to say, because like usually like I spend a lot of time invested in like doing content or doing things that are surrounding my content, right? And I would say that I probably spend way more than 40 hours a week doing that. And when I was involved with like Starforge and OTK stuff at a peak, I'd say I probably did more than 80 hours a week doing it, if you include streaming and everything involved. But that also, there's like a cost to that. There's a huge social cost to that. You know, I was very rarely social, etc., and I'm still not really. But you know, yeah, I hit it. Yeah, I did. It's not a good way to live in a lot of cases. It's a mental health cost. Yeah, exactly. Streaming is not a hard job though. I don't. Why I don't care. Your opinion of whether streaming is hard or not is not relevant to me. It's not. I don't care what you think about that. But it's not about whether it's hard or not. It's about whether it takes time. And so if you're investing this amount of time into something, well, then that amount of time is now gone. And so that's it. And so try working as a plumber 80 hours a week. I mean, that would be awful. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely. I mean, like, I don't know. Anytime that people start discussing jobs and working with a streamer, everybody always has to, like, it's like this weird form of, like, virtue signal where, like, oh, yeah, but, like, this job is harder, that job is harder, your job is easy. Nobody cares how hard or easy your job is except for you. Nobody else in the entire world cares. Nobody respects it. Nobody gives a shit. It doesn't matter. So the entire premise of this entire value system is totally self-serving. Nobody gives a shit. Let's move past that. It doesn't matter. The point is that if you're working and you're doing that stuff all the time, you don't really have as much time to, like, go out and do things for fun. It's harder for you to, like, build relationships. It's harder for you to maintain friendships. It's hard for you to pursue personal goals. And I think that in a lot of those cases, you have a lot of people who feel like, yeah, like, this is something that, like, a lot of people invest a huge amount of time into working, and what they have to show for it is a lot of money and nothing else. Now, this might sound great for a person who also spends a lot of time working and they don't even have money either. But, you know, it's like a hierarchy of needs. After you meet that benchmark, and this is also psychologically studied, after you meet a certain benchmark of money does literally stop making you happier. This is a proven statistic. And so I think trying to expect everybody to work 80 hours a week is really fucking brutal. But it's also true that if you want to be the most successful people, you have to be a person that works constantly and is putting in huge hours. And I think that if you look at streaming, that's the case. If you look at anything, that's the case. A lot of the people that are the best are obsessed. And they hyper-fixate and hyper-focus on it. And they do it every single day. And they will outperform you if you're not doing that. Those people work 8 hours a week, want those hours not for money, but because that's what they like to do. Both, right? I mean, sure.
Average 15, 12 hours a day.
Do you think a guy working in a different country for an American company shouldn't get an opportunity to live in America? H-1B gives that opportunity. If that opportunity comes at the expense of an American worker, then no, I don't think they should have the opportunity. It's that simple. So, yeah, I mean, because I would want to advocate for people in this country.
Yeah, because why would you want to pull someone out of another country just to fill a spot that a guy in our country needs to use and then would not have work otherwise? It doesn't make sense.
To be able to
work
be the
just
most
to get the
advantaged.
same result.
Yeah, for sure.
I can see if there's extra fit holes that we need to fill, that makes sense.
It's just money. They'll do it for $20,000. That's what they're saying.
Yeah.
They're pretending like
Yeah.
they're complimenting their diligence and their work ethic. What they're really
What saying is
we
that
can
they're
hire them
cheaper.
for cheaper.
They're
That's what
slaver.
Yeah, and I
Slave
think this
labor.
it's a huge issue, and I think that the issue fundamentally is, like, really kind of fucked up, because if you're relying on effectively a underclass of people that work for less money than the normal citizens do, it's kind of nasty, right? You're basically advocating for an underclass.
means 80 hours a week or
The same with
pay them
illegal immigrants.
100,000 more a year.
I used to work at an apple orchard picking apples, and you know what this fucker told me? He was like, "You don't pick as fast as the Mexicans. We're gonna start paying you like them." And I was like, "What?" And he had like fucking illegals at the fucking apple orchard. I'm like, "Yo, this is nuts." They were getting paid 90 cents a bushel. That's not even $1 for picking basically a whole tree to a half a tree. So one whole tree would be $1, and to pick a whole tree is ridiculous. So it's like, it's not even worth it. It's just so ridiculous. such hard work, and they work so good at, dude, they work so good. It's so hard to outperform them. It's just ridiculous. They're such good workers, and they work for less. It's just
instead
crazy.
of 400,000 or 80,000 instead of 250,000.
Can't even
It's
compete.
just money. Any system that gets set up is going to be gamed. This one is gamed by Indians
no one wants to
who are master
pick apples
gamers. Pull
for
up
that
the
much.
Cognizant article. This is a company that was
Probably
found
like $1 million
guilty of setting
for
a
them.
pattern and practice of
I'm gonna send it back home.
against non-South Asian and non-Indian workers.
I'd do the
That's not
same work for
intention
fucking $1 million
of the
too.
program. The intention of the program is to create a meritocracy. But like Thomas Sowell said, you have to judge things on their outcomes, not their intentions. You could make a law called the everybody good, free money, everything good law. But if the end result is that quality of life goes to shit, that's what you have to judge it on.
Yep.
And so this H-1B stuff, you can't judge it on the floral, high-minded, beautiful, humanistic language that's used to sell it. That's just
This is kind of what I was saying before, and this is why it's so popular. It's what I was saying about how, like, the optics surrounding a conversation are more important than the conversation itself. And it's more important that it sounds like you're doing the right thing than you're doing the right thing. And I think that, in fact, like, you guys know what I'm saying, right? Intention versus effect. Like, basically, the optics of an argument are more important than the truth of the argument. And I think that this is, like, another metaphor for, like, what Vivek was criticizing with American culture. It's just in a more, like philosophical way. But I think it's fundamentally the same thing. People care more about optics and visuals and aesthetics than the actual outcomes. Looking good versus doing good. Exactly. Yeah. Like, looking good. Like, how many people are, changing their flag constantly on their profile picture and making tweets about the current issue, and then they end up doing nothing? They're slacktivists. There's even a word for it.
You have to judge it on the end result. Here's another one. Hire workers at a fraction of the cost of American workers. Force them to work longer hours because they won't leave their job, because if they quit, they're gone from America. This is not.
Again, that's a huge power imbalance. If the company now has control over not only your employment, but also your existence
where you
in the
live,
country, that's really scary.
That's so bad.
Not helped by a government oversight committee or anything like that. It's just
it's not
slave labor.
It's not slavery, but it's exploitation.
No, it's slavery.
And also,
it's a form
this is
of
another component.
Indirect slavery.
In a lot of cases for exploitation, both parties consent to the exploitation. I think that a lot of the people that are working in those jobs know that, and they're willing to undertake that exploitation themselves. But the issue isn't necessarily between them. Like, there's like a ethical wrong that's being done here, but it's mainly
they want to
it
make
takes
money
jobs
though.
away from other people instead.
Can't
It
hurt
sounds like
someone
quid pro
for wanting
quo.
to make
Well, it
money.
basically is, right? I mean, that's the way
They're the
anything
one
is.
instigating
How does
bad labor.
80K control existence, though? So you're saying that because there's not a lot of H-1B visas that it's not important? I think that you make a good point, actually. And I think also, there are a lot of people that aren't affected by this at all that are acting like it's the end of the world. You're totally right. It's a small fraction of a percent. But at the same time, it is an indicator. It's kind of like what I was saying before about how I think that the trans women competing in women's sports, how many cases of that really happen? It's extremely fucking uncommon, right? But the problem is that it is an indicator for a mindset that a lot of people completely disagree with. And it's like, if somebody thinks like this and they have this value system, a lot of people are like, okay, that's enough. I've heard enough. I don't need to hear anymore. Do you see what I'm saying? Same thing as the trans topic. Yeah, right. And because how many trans people are there that are competing in sports that are, again, why is it that every single one of them that's doing very well is, male to female? I wonder, right? And so why is this tiny fraction of a fraction of a think about it, right? You have all of the people, how many of them are trans? How many of those people are playing sports? How many of those people playing sports are male to female? And how many of those want to compete against their chosen gender rather than their selected gender, right? We're talking about these, it's tiny infinitesimally small concentric circles. But it becomes a national issue because it is an indicator of an ideology and it's an indicator of a thinking process. And that's the reason why people have an issue with H-1B visas. Because if you want to talk about material effects, I think you make a good point that 80,000 people isn't the end of the world. Sure.
Set up a system that can be gamed, it gets gamed. That's how people
Saying
work.
men
They're looking
having
for
a
the path of
biological
least
advantage?
resistance.
Yeah.
They're looking to maximize their benefit from the system. That's just human nature. Massive payouts over claims they discriminated against American workers in favor of foreign workers. Apple paid $25 million to the deal, which is like $25 to a regular person.
Yeah.
Apple engaged in a pattern of citizenship status discrimination in recruitment positions. The claim that we can't find talented people.
This guy's the woke left equivalent on the right. I've seen that, the whole woke right messaging. I don't think that that really works. And the reason why I think that it doesn't work as messaging is because a lot of these people have already been called racist. They've already been called, homophobic, transphobic, anything like that. I feel like if labels worked, we wouldn't be in the position that we're in now. It's a, like, being woke, like wanting to benefit your citizens first and not bring in a group of people that are locked into a exploitive relationship with an employer that's negative for natural citizens. I don't think that makes you woke, and I don't think anybody else thinks that either. It's a completely astroturfed like thing that's being said that I don't think that even the people saying it believe it. I think they're only saying it because they hope that it will make the person feel stupid and not say what they think. I was putting your people first woke. Whoever said that is an idiot? Yeah. They just wanted to shut up? Yeah, exactly.
People here is nonsense.
Yeah, it's a 5-year-old insult reversal. You're gay. No, you're gay. Yeah.
The claim should be that we can't afford to pay talented people enough, or we don't want to. Sorry for getting overly serious here with you. At the end of the day, I think you should buy Bitcoin.
Oh.
There's this tendency to want powerful people or people in a leadership position. You get emotional when their every worldview doesn't line up with yours. You know, Trump's not based enough, or Joe Rogan's too whatever. But these are the men who define our times, and I think it's important you allow them to be flawed people to some extent, but also to push back when they go nuts. But in this case, I think
he's completely right. And this is like another issue that people have, is that you're either a hate watcher or a sycophant or a dick rider, right? A hate watcher or a dick rider. You can't be a normal person who follows a person for like their views on these things, but you don't agree with other things that they believe, right? Like, for example, I think Elizabeth Warren has a lot of really great opinions about like how, corporations should be run and how they should be regulated. And I think that she had great opinions on student loan forgiveness, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that I agree with everything else that she said. And so I think that, again, it's people can't itemize ideas, and they have to look at people as a whole. It's binary? Yeah, exactly. Elizabeth Warren is a hot take. Well, I don't know. I think if you go back 10 years, 15 years or so, and you look at like a lot of the things that she said, I think that almost everybody in here would probably agree with her. I do. I think if you took a speech of Elizabeth Warren from like the Occupy Wall Street days and you had Trump say that speech, people would be spamming based.
I think that, it's critically important. It's moist critically important. It's moist critical. This is the whole thing that Moist Critical says every time we talk to him. He put it all on the line to become the free speech guy and to turn Twitter into the global discussion space of the world. And you don't accidentally become adored by people. He can't just say, oh, I was just building a business and then I was saying stuff online and then I guess people looked up to me. No. There are plenty of quiet billionaires. There are plenty of quiet money makers, inventors. There are plenty of quiet engineers. There are plenty of people who aren't going to the Met Gala in the Satan costume. Okay? there are plenty of people like that.
The
You don't
Illuminati.
accidentally become the hope of a nation. You don't accidentally become the hope of a generation. You don't. So if he wants that, I think he can have it, and I think he deserves a shot at course correction. He's been under attack by everybody for his whole entire career. So I think he deserves that shot. If he fumbles this, then that's his legacy. I don't have any sort of committed opinion as to what's going to happen from here. I'm mostly concerned with Asmongold, as we said, Moist Critical. What games are they playing? Tall Guy, what was that game we played? Tall Man Run, that's what I'll be doing tonight. A little bit of Raid Shadow Legends.
God.
Is that the game?
Sponsor.
Last War Survivor.
Oh.
Big into that these days. I'm mostly
Big into
doing
that these
I'm
days.
Elon's #1
So is
ranked.
it like just basically internet opinion, guys? Is that it?
Diablo 4, huge achievement.
Oh.
I'm #1 ranked Raid Shadow Legends. Raid what? Last Survivor? I'm #1 on that Last Survivor. Check me out on the boards there, guys, all right? Boom. Peace.
There it is.
You heard it here first.
Well,
This is
I'd like to know which parts of this
crazy.
video you disagree with. I think that like the only, I mean, it's a 40-minute video, right? I mean, it's been a long fucking video. I'll link you guys the video. I think that the majority of it I did agree with. I do think it's important to let people come over and immigrate sometimes, like to a degree. I'm not a uncapped immigration kind of guy. I think that it's important that it's not just like, you know, a huge deluge of people. But I do think that, and I think if you look at a lot of like older immigrant communities that have integrated into American culture, I think that there are those people, and I think Elon Musk is an example of that, of a person who is, you know, really African American who's come to America and, you know, basically been an American. And so I think it's important to acknowledge that. But otherwise, I think that Sam brought up a lot of good points, and I think that really the issue is that, and this is a problem that I think a lot of
have even.
It's a problem that I think a lot of like smarter people have, is that they try to argue statistics in order to invalidate a person's lived experience, and this never works. And so what happens is that they say, well, you know, statistically this graph is going up, statistically these numbers are going up. But when this person is still having to pay $6 for eggs, or they can't afford health insurance or something like that, they don't care if the economy is recovering. They care if they're recovering. And I think the big problem is that, like, when Elon Musk or like Vivek or any of these guys try to make an argument to like why we need H-1B visas, I think that everybody basically agrees that having people that are like really high performers is a good thing. And like bringing people over, like, you know, Operation Paperclip, like I think most people agree, yeah, this is good, this is great. But when those people end up just being there to serve the purpose to undercut American wages, that sucks. And it's also a matter of degree. I think if you're bringing over 1,000 people, that's a totally different thing than if you're bringing in 1 million people. And that's a totally different thing than if you're bringing in 10 million people, right? So like everything, like it's like making, and obviously like the amount of something does matter. It's the same as like if you're cooking anything, you can say like, oh, well, it's just a little bad, then it'll just be bad in like a small level. Not really. In almost every cooking recipe, if you used more of any of the ingredients, it would make the food worse, unless it's sugar with Kool-Aid. It's just going to make it worse. So there is a medium for that happening that's beneficial. Are we comparing Operation Paperclip with random? We're not gonna, like, guys. I get that like people have these opinions. This is not a safe space for people to be racist. I'm sorry. You're a retard, number one, because the only person who's comparing that is you. I can't have this on my stream. Even if I think your racial joke is funny, I have to ban you for it because it will get me in trouble with Twitch. Okay? So if you type stuff like that, we're going to have to ban you. It's not my opinion. This isn't something that like I'm like, oh, I want to punish you. we can't have this. Is that Pajit is absolutely a racial term. It's a racial pejorative term used towards Indians. It absolutely is. It's unequivocally. Yeah. What are we talking about? I'm Indian. I didn't even know that. No, I know. And it's not like on the level of like the N-word, right? Because I can say that and I'm not calling it the P word. But at the same time, yeah, no, we can't have people saying that. Sorry, guys. And anyway, you know, is 4chan speak in public? What? Well, I mean, you don't use it on a platform that you're going to get banned for using it on, right? I mean, that's really what it comes down to. So yeah, anyway, it's advanced racism. I think it's just, it's intermediate. But anyway, I really think this video was pretty good. And I think that Sam did a really good job illustrating a lot of people's anxiety and fear. And I think that I think this video was a lot better than I had expected. I didn't
liked
really
it.
know
This
what
was
to think
really
about
good.
it because, like, I've watched Sam Hyde off and on over the years, right? I mean, yeah, sure. And so I didn't know what to think, but I think this is a very good video. And I think it was thoughtful, and there were a lot of points that he made that I know that there's going to be a lot of people who disagree with, but I think people need to look at the reality that other people don't see the world the way that you see the world. And based off of, I think, a lot of people, and I would say even the majority of people, and I think the H-1B visa argument kind of proves that, a lot of people do not care about an abstract idea of America when they can't get a job. That's what they're really going to care. So yeah, it's a reality check. Yeah. He's dramatic though. I don't know. I'd have to look, and we'll see a few more comments about this. And it's a great time we're living in. Sam Hyde's the voice of reason. I mean, I think that he's come up with, like, he said a number of things. Like, I remember he said that like the media now is like just a cascade of what's it called? A cascade of, it's not sirens calls or something like that. Of just like these like annoying sounds. I'm trying to remember what it was. And it just like keeps people on edge constantly, right? And over and over and over. Botnets? Yeah, I don't know. Siren songs, cacophony? No. Dog whistle? No, it wasn't the word. I'd have to go back and think about it. But yeah, it's a long time I've seen the video. Why are minimum wage workers in America concerned with H-1Bs? H-1B people are not taking the jobs of these people. It's only for tech people, and it's really hard to get, and they make you run like a dog for it anyway. Well, I'll address this. So basically, why are minimum wage workers concerned with this? Because there were a lot of people that posted images of jobs that were apparently filled or going to be filled by H-1B visas that seemed like they were not tech jobs and they were low-skill jobs. They're not taking jobs of those people. Well, I again, whether you want to argue that those images are fake or not, or they're misrepresented, that's fine. But that's the reason why they think that. It's only for tech people. Well, and there's also a lot of tech people too, and make you run like a dog for it anyway. And I think that's the problem. Because if you make these people run like dogs for it, what you do is you create an ecosystem where you have to run like a dog to compete with them. And a lot of people don't want to do that. And that's kind of what his point was. Yeah, no ban. The guy's just asking, why would he get banned? He's not going to get banned. Yeah, why would he get banned? All other countries have more strict rules, yet America is supposed to be an open door. I think the problem and the reason why America is perceived as more of an open door is because of the history of America. And like the Statue of Liberty, says give us your huddled masses for yearning for freedom or something like that. So I think that the American culture has been built off of that in a more consistent way than I think a lot of older countries, and I think that's the big reason. A French fucks to that, yeah, but exactly right. I mean, this is what the French said about America. So yeah, and I worked for a company that hired engineers. We did pay them lower salaries, but they worked remotely. What's the need for importing citizens now when remote working is so common? I mean, I don't know. I mean, you're making an argument for outsourcing, and I think tons of people do that now, right? Of course. It's the abuse of career replacements of entry-level positions? Yeah, I think so. That's what it is. The poem wasn't on the statue originally. I didn't know that. Thanks for telling me. Yeah, I had no idea. I thought H-1Bs were limited in quality. They are.
Trying to up the
I
fucking
mean, we already have a
ante.
case study of what happens when you constantly rely on foreign talent instead of cultivating local talent. Just look at Canada. It's an absolute shit show up there. I'm going to be honest. I'm not Canadian. I don't know what's going on in Canada. I have no idea. Yeah, I have no clue whatsoever. AI and robotics are actual fear for low-skill worker, not H-1B. Yeah, I think that you're right. And I think that robotics and AI will replace almost all jobs that don't require critical thinking. And I think that they will also replace trade jobs, but not inside of our lifetime. I think that what we're going to have happen in probably 200 or 300 years is you're going to have modular housing where everything becomes uniform in a way that, like, let's say a car is uniform now, where, like, you can just take your car and it'll give an error code to the machine that reads it, and then it will tell you what's wrong with your car. But we're too far away from that right now for it to be an actual idea. Service workers will be only jobs. Well, it depends on what the service is. Do you think AI will replace healthcare workers? I think...
yeah, to an extent.
I don't know. Yeah, I think in some cases, like, this is what I think that AI and automation and technology will do.
Surgeon.
It will allow basically 2 people to do the job of 5 people. That's basically it. And maybe for diagnostic purposes, yeah, exactly. Because there have been a lot of breakthroughs in, like, AI and being able to, like figure this stuff out and figure different types of diagnostics out. It's something that's, like, not discussed as much as, like, you know, anime girls with big boobs, but I do think it's a huge factor. Right now, humans are misdiagnosed constantly. Remove that element. Well, yeah, of course, right? Elon, don't get Americans in a self-defense situation. This is Elon from underwater. Please don't watch this if you're not Elon. Man, please import 100 million. Elon, do not read. This is like 3 levels of memes. Oh my god. Okay. This video already set the tone for 2025. Yeah. I think that a lot of people are going to appreciate this video, and you're going to have a huge amount of people that are going to be supportive of this. And, like, whenever I looked at the original post about this, there were tons of people that were positive. Like, if I look at the post, this is originally posted on Twitter. It now has 7 million views. Crazy amount. And he just dropped this. It's been reposted so many times. Yeah, I think that a lot of people will talk about this. It was a W video. I think that it was an overall good video. Yeah, for sure. What are the chances that Elon will watch it?
Pretty good. 7 million views.
He might have just, I don't know, like, maybe he watched the stream and he watched it just now.
Yeah. You just watched my stream.
Oh, yeah. You know what it is. Ooh, nice drip.
Yeah,
the 90s.
Get into
Yo,
the
Blockbuster
90s.
glasses? Dude.
Do you guys remember fucking Blockbuster?
They had a banger. Who's this guy? Dr. Evil. Yes, they're renting the movies. You're flying all the way to Blockbuster now! It's an American card you can trust.
I love you, Blockbuster. You saved my country and my marriage.
Wow, what a difference. Wow, I rented that movie Joe Dirt, and it saved my marriage, brother.
Hi, I'm Bob Hope, and I love my wife. Yeah, we love going to Blockbuster, showing our cards.
Show us your cards, chat. Who's still got their card? Who
Whip
still
it out
keeps
now.
Who keeps it in the wallet for safekeeping?
Right next to your draft card.
What a difference.
See, now back when memberships meant something.
Show us your cards.
We need, you know what we need to do? We need to print out Djibouti Show member cards for the people on YouTube.
Yes.
And then they can be like, show us your card now.
Show me what you got, America. Fuck yeah, dude. Diet right.
Oh my God.
The Diet Coke is alive.
Everyone likes to have more than one flavor of diet soft drink.
The vending machines are swapping spit.
Diet Right. The only brand of diet soft drink with no sodium,
the
no
vending
caffeine.
machines suck the coal out of another vending machine.
Looks like we got diet.
That's what they do. What happens when a vending machine's all alone and they're exchanging money and no one's there to witness it? What happens?
Whoa.
Things get weird, dude. They're mating. I know we should have never put AI in those goddamn vending machines.
If I were to think, like, what is the soda, you know, like, is that their babies? Is that their cummies? Is that their...
generating their own blood and bottling it up. But what the fuck is Diet Right? Has anyone had a Diet Right? I've never even seen that.
I feel like you die if you drink that stuff.
Diet Right. Totally forgot about it. It was disgusting.
No, it was delicious. It was delicious Diet Right. You can get the raspberry Diet Right. You can get lemon.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right, Pops.
In a small town in Kentucky, he was perfecting his original recipe chicken at an age when others were retiring. And what began on a small town stovetop soon appeared on tables nationwide. In the year of his centennial, we honor Colonel Sanders, the founder of KFC, with a special offer. Get a 10-piece bucket of original...
Look at that centennial breakfast.
200-year-old chicken.
Wake up, breakfast is here. The Colonel done dropped a bucket.
Do I smell 21 secret spices?
Recipe chicken at yesterday's price, just $5.99. The Colonel's original recipe chicken.
Look at the heat coming
it's
off
a taste that even today.
Look at him. You see him? He's fishing for chickens.
See, that's the secret to my sauces and spices.
Original recipe
is that the chickens come from the water.
Yeah. Did you know you can fish for chickens?
What you do is you get a man-made lake and you fill it with gravy. And you throw a bunch of chickens in it, and they swim around and makes the meat nice and juicy.
I mean, they don't really know how to swim. It's more of a duck thing, but it all works the same.
And I poke them with this here stick until they drown.
Why aren't you eating your chicken?
Why aren't you? Hey, don't just put the bones in the water. That's just goes where the food goes.
You don't just throw your chicken bones in the man-made lake.
Giving them
taste
more
that
chicken.
Even today, nobody can duplicate.
Nobody can duplicate.
WCW.
Oh. I think we're looking at crotch right now.
I don't think.
Can I show this?
We got to be careful with the WW stuff.
So with WW, their copyright's so heavy, we have to go frame by frame.
So VOD gang, if this jumps, you understand that the Stinger Splash got the copyright on that.
I'll just skip it. They make it such an issue.
I love like early '90s WCW aesthetic though, man. It's just so corny.
It's so raw 90s.
Can you dig it?
The graphics.
Sucker!
Yeah, I can't.
Yo, Harlem Heat was the fucking shit, man.
Watch it live.
You fucking doing the kicks and stuff.
WCW.
When are we gonna do a movie commentary of like WrestleMania 9?
Let's do it. I'm down. Isn't it like a 3-hour show?
Yeah, it's a bit of an event. But like, imagine if we're doing like the cream of the crop, brother. And then, like, the dead man comes out.
Yeah, I'm down.
Listen here, Paul Bearer.
Dude,
I'm going to take the Intercontinental
Let's do that. Let's do it. I've been saying I've been wanting to do that because I never watched it as a kid, but as an adult, I look at it now, I'm like, damn, I missed out on something special.
I have a great Yokozuna impersonation.
I don't know who that is. Fool me. You want to unleash it?
That was it?
That was it?
Doesn't say anything.
Powerful. Just some wrestling.
It's Mr. Fuji that does all the talking.
Making it to the top is
Here
making
comes
it
the
to
Coors guy.
It's the right beer now. Because you know looking good isn't just for summer. It's the right beer now. Because you know winter's the time to turn up the heat. So call for the silver bullet, the one that won't slow you down. It's the right beer.
Two chicks the same time.
Dude, God, jingles are so much better, man.
Bro, there's no commercials that go harder than fucking two chicks.
Coors
Light.
It's the right beer now.
Right beer now. Coors Light.
It's the right beer. Oh no, he's gonna go home and masturbate. Almost.
No net. I think we've seen this one. Yeah, we may have seen this one from way back when.
He always got powers.
Still a banger, though.
Peanut butter?
Yo, what kind of X-Man is this?
It's Graffiti Man.
Peanut butter Snickers.
New peanut butter
Peany
Snickers.
butter.
A whole new way to get satisfaction.
These were so fucking good, man.
Just what is the PB and new PB Max? PB don't mean pine.
PB Max, man.
PB?
I
fashioned myself a helmet for today's casual Friday.
Now for Beanie, pet barracuda, or parachuting buffalo. PB don't mean prehistoric barber or pig basketball. PB means peanut butter. Lots of real peanut butter.
PB Max was so good. Never had it. Looks good though.
Maximum satisfaction.
It looks a little heavy on the peanut.
Bro, it's a thick layer of nut butter right there. Do you see how much nut
Yeah, it's
butter?
a dollop for sure.
Crunch of a whole grain cookie.
Dude.
Now that's maximum.
Look at the thickness.
What is the relief of the thick?
Get a glass of something.
Satisfaction. Even if you're as mean as a Town barbarian, you'll be pleased in one powerful life. PB Max, we mean peanut butter.
It's tough fighting a guy with peanut butter on his breath too. It's like, fuck, you just ate it. It's all over your fingers too, and you're putting your hands in my face.
Also, did you see how hairy his shoulders were?
Announcing 5 for 5 time at Arby's. The deal's sure to start a stampede.
Yo, that's hunting. That's how we hunt meat.
Cool. That's how they get their meats?
Yeah, they run them down. They run down horses with helicopters.
The deal's sure to start a
boys.
People love them roast beef burgers.
We're going to be eating good at Arby's today. 5 for 5 deal. Did you know Arby's is wild stallion meat?
Talking 5 Arby's regular roast beef sandwiches for $5. Hold your horses. It gets better. You get
Shooting
Arby's
horses on motorcycle.
That is the most American thing. That is apple pie, brother.
Crazy.
That is apple pie, brother.
You knew a girl in university, his nickname was Arby's?
Why? Did she like Arby's?
Why? What about this would describe a woman? What about these fine meats would describe a lady?
Oh, she was 5 guys when she was.
Let me guess why she got that name. Beef flappy curtain.
Jesus Christ! Don't talk about your mom that way.
How many layers are down there? I've seen an anatomy book, but 1, 2, 3, 5 layers of lips?
I didn't know a woman could have 5 vulvas.
Good God Almighty!
That's interesting. She's stacked
up.
Toasted bun. You like that, huh?
Swinging the flaps, bro.
She walking down the street like this, Malcolm? Was she walking out? Here she comes.
Slow roasted
Yo.
beef.
Here she comes. Here she comes,
Toasted
boys.
bun.
Here comes Arby's. Here she comes. Look, she's walking like this.
What's slapping the thigh?
It's the right meat now. She's walking like this. Yeah, when she walks by, you hear an applause. Oh, yeah, she's got the meats.
Ew!
She's got the meats. She'll take all the money out your boots. I should call her.
Jesus Christ. What's she doing?
So when we say it's better out here, this is what we mean. 5 regular roast
Damn, that's a lot of meat, a lot of bread. Oof, a big bucket of sauce.
beef sandwiches.
I think like Arby's is kind of like having their renaissance these days. I think they've kind of transitioned from just whatever the fuck is going on in this screenshot.
Yeah.
But still low tier, right?
Yeah. I mean,
you don't want to go to Arby's, right?
yeah. It's a known joke. Yeah, I'm so hungry I could eat at Arby's.
$5. Introducing Wendy's Chicken Cordon Bleu, a boneless breast of chicken.
Oh,
ham,
fancy.
Swiss cheese,
Oh,
grapefruit
we're
roll,
getting
and mayonnaise
fancy.
on a
Oh,
toasted
lordy,
Kaiser
dog.
bun.
That looks delicious.
Try the
Look, delicious. With no emotion. Wow, that looks delicious.
I can make love to this cordon bleu sandwich.
Oh my God, that was fucking delicious.
Old-fashioned cordon bleu.
I'm in business.
new Chicken Cordon Bleu sandwich at Wendy's for a limited time.
That means you have to hurry.
Are those his hands?
Stunt hands?
That looks delicious.
Yo, who's the stunt hand?
Try the new Chicken Cordon
That's
Bleu
amazing.
sandwich at Wendy's
They
for a
look
limited
like
time.
that. See, they look keyed out. Don't they look like they have different lighting on them?
Also, the sandwich relative to his head looks small.
I like that the plate is glowing. It's like he just pulled it out of a treasure
It's been
box.
blessed by an archangel.
Yeah, and all of our meats are, all of our cordon bleus are blessed by a priest.
Means
Jesus
you have to
Christ
hurry.
himself.
Boy, are they noisy. It should be illegal for my brother to eat corn checks.
Deliciously crunchy corn checks, now with a crunchy new shape.
Corn checks are very crunchy.
The shape would
Great
increase
tasting
the
corn
flavor.
check cereal. The crunch.
That same delicious plain corn taste.
Corn flavor. Corn crunch.
Kids rocking the Dexter's Lab look so on brand.
Behind it.
Behind the crunch.
Chevy Chase.
Chevy Shays.
Dan
Chevy
Aykroyd,
Shave.
John Candy. To me,
Nice.
all they wanted was a little getaway.
Oh, you saw our Arby's.
What is this place?
Okay, let's eat.
All right, I know what you're all about. Big wet meat flopping around your face, huh?
90s are different, huh?
Yeah.
Swinging kielbasa's in ladies' faces.
Nothing But Trouble, good movie. I have never seen this one.
Never seen this.
I've not seen like any of the John Candy guy, but my whole life I've seen him referenced, talked about.
Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, like the only one. And then Cool Runnings.
Yeah.
Ants on a log.
Never seen it.
How about a nice Hawaiian punch?
All they got was nothing but trouble.
Well, he drinks oil, right?
Yeah.
Rated PG-13. Starts Friday, February 15th at a theater near you.
Big boomer cast.
That's a boomer movie.
Well, have to, everybody.
Dolly Parton.
Dolly Parton.
This babe's new friend is a country legend.
What could you possibly have in common with a big star like that?
Is this that Adam Sandler?
Yoing, 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 yoing.
Like,
move it, bitch. I'm starving. Is it Jack and Jill or whatever? It kind of, yeah. It's an Adam Sandler character. I'm pretty sure.
Dolly Parton.
They're all boobing out.
Stars.
Dolly Partitties, more like it. Dolly Booba.
On an all-new Babes. Next.
Babes.
She was boobing before anyone else, huh?
She was big boobing back then.
Like, no one was boobing like that. Was she considered like a freak back then? Like, because no one was like that.
She was definitely like doing it. She must have like one of the earliest breast dogs. Like,
was it made of like wood? You know, like what they even put in there back then?
I think what they did was they took old KFC chicken bones and like put sawdust in there.
Just grinded up bones and shit. Cement. Yeah. Rubber cement.
Share an all-new adventure.
Dude.
Artax. Betray You, The Rock Biter, and many more friends.
This must be the sequel. Yeah.
Sequel. Dude, is it any good?
We're due to watch the sequel for the movie commentary for sure.
Mm-hmm.
The first movie commentary is amazing.
So good.
I've never seen Neverending Story before, and it blew my mind.
Amazing chat. The horse scenes. Tough,
yeah, really gripping.
Brutal.
Neverending Story 2.
It's a really bad one. Yeah.
This is not good.
Rated PG. Plus Bugs in Box Office Money. Rated G. Both start Friday, February 8th at a theater near you.
Oh, is that like those little pre-movies that they would show back in the day?
Short films.
Sunday.
Shorts, yeah.
A little short.
Lester needs advice on love.
Dude, don't just make ink.
Act natural, bro.
I make ink.
To an expert.
Dude, these 90s pants look so comfy, man.
A lot of room for ass.
So much room, dude.
Like legs just swinging.
I bet them pockets are deep, too. Just they always seem like, God, when are those coming back, dude?
Airflow.
Lester, if you listen to him, you'll become an insincere, egotistical jerk.
True, but you will
Everyone looks like a J.C. Penney ad.
get the girl. True colors.
True colors.
I'm gonna have to go with T on this one. Then, if Parker's new romance breaks out the best buds, coldness, it could have serious
Where the winds meet, brother.
repercussions. I'll be your bud.
Yeah.
I'll be your best
friend.
Yeah, the old school bullies.
Larry's lunch is a big lunch.
No.
You're in. Can't lose. Right after True Colors, all new episodes.
It's got Millhouse.
Sunday.
Come here, Millhouse.
Charlie Sheen, Kiefer Sutherland, Lou Diamond Phillips, and
What
Enrique
a
Estevez as
name.
Billy the Kid. Young Guns, Monday on Fox.
Doesn't
Cool.
Charlie Sheen have AIDS?
I always forget which Sheen it is.
Yeah, I think he has AIDS, right?
Number 1.
True.
False. Number 2.
False.
True. Number 3.
True.
False.
Need a little luck? Come to Little Caesars and get Lucky Sevens. 2 medium pizzas with 7.
Oh, it's
Little
a
Caesars.
it is a gamble when you go to Little Caesars. So you are gambling on your guts, brother.
Toppings for only
Probably a lot of health issues you're gambling.
Yeah.
$7.77.
Yeah.
Pizza.
Ew, look at the pubic hair on that fucking mascot.
So who's going to be our mascot? Hairy guy in a bath towel holding a piece of broccoli and a condom. A used condom. Yeah.
Lucky you.
Lucky you. Pizza, pizza.
Oh, man, the Titan curlies on that one. Nice.
Oh, dude, Old McDonald's. Let's go.
There's a new kind of cowboy out there, and that's why McDonald's is grilling up a whole new kind of steak. McDonald's new grilled
look at
steak
that
sandwich.
hair.
And right now, it's a great
It's not McRib?
value
Or it
you
is?
can't pass up.
A steak sandwich.
Steak?
I got flashbacks of the McRib. I wanted to throw up.
Yo, he had the rattiest mullet I've ever seen.
Ugh. He's got like today's style though. Like, that's what's in now. To dress like that, have a mullet.
It kind of looked like he was eating like a flip-flop or something.
It's just rubbing that sauce all over your fucking cool jacket.
Bong in that champagne powder. Start skid it.
Them old Doritos.
It's a beautiful
And the bags look better.
Why don't you kids do something different for a change?
Tried the steak bagel, wanted to die.
Okay, Mom.
Introducing the great taste of new Taco Supreme flavored Doritos tortilla chips.
Oh, yeah, the taco flavor.
That was a real good idea.
Wait, what if they did the Taco Supreme taco shell?
Mm-hmm. You just fucking doubled 4D chess with tacos.
Cheddar wedges from Nabisco. Little crispy crackers.
Crackers? No way, pal. This here's a wedge of cheddar.
Shaped like wedges of cheddar.
And a wedge of cheddar. Wedge of cheddar. These blind rats.
These cheese crackers.
Crackers? You nearsighted or something? Ain't you never seen a wedge of cheddar before?
Pipe down and taste it.
I really don't like the C word.
Light and crispy.
Yeah, who'd have guessed? The crackers shaped like a wedge of cheddar.
Crispy
New
word.
Nabisco cheddar wedges. Even the shape says cheese.
Cheddar wedge.
The cheddar. Told you it was a cracker.
Tuesday, Tony teaches sex education.
Those boys are girls.
I knew I picked the right man for this job. So, the penis here, how do I say this? Whoa.
That's like the boss of like LA Noir, like, get in there and teach those kids about sexual education. I don't know if I can do it, boss.
Oh,
Get in
boy.
there, damn it. You use a cucumber in your mouth and you fucking show them what's what.
When a man loves a woman, or sometimes.
Give me the cucumber, I'll fucking do it.
Who's the boss? And fight in school gets suspended.
Did you give any thought to maybe taking on my fishing class?
Davis Rules, Tuesday.
Okay, boomer.
David's Rules.
No. Keep going. That's not it.
Bobby. Dude, it's Bobby.
Cranberry, Ocean Spray, most refreshing is
Ocean Spray cranberry drinks. They're music to your mouth. Cranberry juice.
That was his whole thing.
From Walt Disney
They made a whole. It was when you could make a career out of. So what's your thing? I make noises.
Yeah.
Can't do that anymore.
Don't worry, be happy.
Pictures. He left home a boy, but now he's fighting against the odds to return a hero. Shipwrecked, rated PG. Starts Friday, March 1st.
Never heard that.
You have a cavity.
Wednesday.
Oh my God.
Drill it and fill it.
Open your fucking mouth, kid. I'm going in.
Can we make the lighting less ominous?
What's the matter, you chicken? Does it hurt much?
I'm ready for you now.
Just a regular checkup.
Oh my God. Good
The
God.
Wonder Years.
Show me that smile again.
And get happy with Mike and Kate
Creepy.
Hey, I got an idea.
on the feel-good show of the year.
What do you say you and me get married?
Growing Pains. Then
Some very good men working with me.
the generation gap pulls a family apart.
Just a stupid old man, never been to college, and you're the big doctor.
No, Grandpa.
Doogie Howser, MTU Wednesday.
Oh, you think you're smarter than me because you're a doctor? I think you're so
I'm
smart.
smarter than you.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. Classic
For years, you've
warfare.
been fed the same old line, that there are only two great tasting colas to choose from.
They weren't afraid to put each other's logos in their own commercials, too.
Going toe to toe.
Like the flailing people.
Hey, you don't have to swallow that. Drink
Ew.
RC and you'll look at colas in a whole
Fucking
new way.
RC Cola?
Is anyone
Well,
an RC main?
You guys lost by putting the two competitors' logos in the thing, because I just mostly remember their logos still.
Yeah, it made me go, what do I like, Pepsi or Coke more?
Yeah. Should have had their logo, like, crushing the other two in the beginning. Shake it up.
Welcome to Tostitos. You make the call.
Oh, it's the little hand guy.
Strong hand.
Yeah.
Go on, touch it.
Your dips his
Chris Elliott.
fingers
My germs.
directly into the Tostitos salsa.
These did the My Germs.
Is this
My
illegal
germs.
hands or
Nails him.
perfectly legal done? If you said illegal use of the hands, you
My
made the right call.
germs.
Please, party by the rules.
Welcome to Tostitos. You make the call. After getting the last chip, this partier breaks into a dance.
Yeah.
Dancing on him.
Is this taunting or delay of game? If you
This guy
said
from
taunting,
Seinfeld guy. The antsy Seinfeld guy.
you made the right call.
Seinfeld
Please
hates him.
party by the rules. Welcome to Tostitos.
Yeah, let's do
You
'em
make
all.
the call. A greedy partier refuses to pass the Tostitos chips. Is this holding or a 3-second violation?
Little sexual harassment.
Yeah,
Sexual harassment play. 5 yards.
Without
if you
consent.
said holding, you made the
Crossing
right
the
call.
neutral zone
Please
infraction.
I'm being assaulted.
party by the rules. Welcome to Tostitos. You
Got them all lined up.
Dude, Chris Elliott got paid, man. Tostitos was cashing out on him.
make the call. After getting the last chip, this partier
And the 90s pants
breaks
going.
into it.
Go, Jerry, go!
Go-between with Saddam Hussein.
Uh-oh.
Saddam!
It's time for the news of the 90s, chat. Let's see what's happening.
He's Gorbachev's go-between with Saddam Hussein. He was in Baghdad days ago, and with Gorbachev...
Oh, dude.
Gorby and Saddam.
These two guys are having a good time laughing at people, torturing people.
Gorby and Saddam.
Keeping my hands to myself. I don't trust this guy.
Gorbachev at today's Kremlin meeting. He joins us live on Nightline tonight.
Nice.
Wow. Let's do a little tone shift off of Saddam Hussein.
You know when it's right. You know
When it's Saddam Hussein.
You hold it, you hear it, you taste it, it's right.
Taste it.
You got the right one, baby. If it's irrepressibly lovable, unsurpassably quotable, and intimately soulful, you got the right.
It's filled with chemicals that the government made, and I don't really know what it does, but it tastes good.
Yellow number 5.
Aspartame was made in the government lab.
Used to control people's
Probably
brain.
causes cancer, but who knows for sure?
It's filled with carcinogen.
And it's the right one.
Right one, baby.
It was 100% NutraSweet.
Maybe NutraSweet. NutraSweet.
Ooh, I need to dress like this for my wedding.
Yeah.
The word on
You gonna go all khaki?
Yeah.
All the latest spring fashions from Stafford and from Palm Beach.
I'm gonna wear a plaid
will be
suit.
25% off during the JCPenney Spring Wardrobe Sale. If you want to save on finely tailored clothing as well as
I
shirts,
bet if you go to JCPenney, suits still look the same. It's fucking huge.
Oh,
Big pads of just
all
foam in there.
Yeah, big shoulder pads.
Huge.
accessories, you better get moving.
It's JCPenney, where fashion comes to life.
Ooh. I thought it was- but this is before this. We love your style.
Fashion comes to life.
Things do go bump in the night. There are boogeymen. Fortunately, Sealy's exclusive Posturepedic sleep system is designed to support everyone differently. More comfortably. To keep your night from becoming your worst nightmare. For
Why?
a better night's sleep, better
Didn't even
sleep
wake him
on
up.
the Sealy.
Cherry Lane.
Can't believe it. Finally here. Home sweet.
Oh my goodness.
Nowadays, that's like a $2 million home.
Oh, yeah.
$1 million at least.
SoCal for sure.
Well, come on.
Come on, baby. It's an
We can fix this
investment.
place up. After all, we're Winchesters.
Literally, it's at least 750,000. Literally, I saw one like this the other day.
Cozy fixer-upper.
All I wanted was a simple life. Some investments and a home of our own.
How are we gonna afford this $5,000 touch-up of a house?
You don't work, and my cigars don't work no more.
Now I wish I never heard of 1636 Cherry Lane.
Did you say 1636 Cherry Lane? This is 1639. That's 1636.
Oh! Let's go home.
In the movies, happy endings are easy.
Why is that door
but
open,
in the real world, they take solid planning.
Yeah, there might have been a family in that house. That just
Yeah, squatters
fell
doing meth.
apart.
So for peace of mind, investment advice, even buying or selling your home, come to the companies of the Prudential and build your future on the rock.
Prudential.
Miserable cold, huh? You could take Sudafed for that stuffy nose, plus chlortrimeton for sneezing, plus...
Ooh, that stuff will fuck you up.
I'll take some chlorpacarbitron.
Have you ever had chloroseptic? Dudes, man, that will fucking make your mind go...
I don't have time to read the label. Give it to me now.
You'll fucking see like through like Cyclops' eyes, bro.
Sudafed, chlorpacarbitron. Give it to me now.
Megatronosaur.
Regular Tylenol for aching, plus Benylin DM for your cough. But
Double
why take
dose.
all these when Comtrex all along?
Or you can take that fucking hitter, dude. That fucking cocaina, basically.
Oh, man.
Dude, it'll make you lose weight, kill your cough, clear your sinuses, get rid of those backaches.
You can still get this, but it's in like Tijuana, like, pharmacies now.
Oh, dude, if you snort this, you're...
Yeah, cold medicine. Oh, it'll make your cold go away.
Alone relieves all those symptoms.
Meth.
Dust. It's everywhere. But Endust works like a dust magnet.
Up for days, brother.
Even on floors where you can't use spray wax. Nothing dusts better than Endust. Nothing.
How much royalty can you buy for 49 cents?
49 cents? They don't make 49 cents anymore.
Yeah, I don't think you can breathe with 49 cents in your pocket.
Hence, one drop.
John Goodman.
Bubble bath. One tiny shard.
Good man.
A royal Ming vase. Or a sandwich fit for a king.
Oh.
King Ralph's Royal Deal at Burger King.
What do you
when
get?
You buy any size
King, dude, you go to fucking Burger King. I'll have the King Ralph. That's way cool that they would have actual
King Ralph meal
sets for like the fucking the Duchess fucking dessert. They don't play it up the King stuff that
Does it
much.
come with a claunch?
Fuck yeah.
and a soft drink, get a double cheeseburger for
I want like the people working there in like a suit, half suit of armor, at least like chainmail.
Yeah, why isn't Burger King more themed?
Yeah.
9 cents. A meal truly fit for the king.
Burger and
King
fries
Ralph
with a drink for 49 cents? Jesus.
Oh, they got...
Your order is ready.
Bro, I went to Baja Fresh and I got a burrito. No joke. $18.
Yeah, that's how it is these days.
For a burrito.
You're living in the future.
$18.
You get sushi, you're spending like $80 just for you nowadays, brother.
$18, and I'm not joking. It is $18.
Oh, yeah.
Was it 5 pounds? I mean, it was a hefty burrito. But it wasn't like a fucking...
No.
You can get a steak for that much.
Yeah.
Or at least I thought I could.
Meal at Burger King.
Sunrinse Downy Dryer Sheets. Smells like hanging your wash in the sunshine.
California as well, yeah.
Come on in, fresh. Come on into the sunshine.
With Sunrinse Downy Dryer Sheets.
Oh, yeah. It smells like the outdoors.
If every dog were the active type, the only dog food we'd make would be
dog
Hypro.
commercials.
But dogs are different. That's why Purina makes a complete line of nutritious dog foods. Vet-tested, veterinarian recommended.
They're not made of dog meat. Stop saying that about our product.
You have no proof of that.
Good luck proving it, bitch.
I might be pregnant.
Whoa! Oh.
In 3 minutes, I'll know.
Oh my God, 3 minutes.
3 minutes, you're going to pop that thing out?
In 3 minutes, the bomb will go off and I will know your fate.
So I'm going to take my chance and try to crap this thing out.
I don't know if I have to crap or if I'm pregnant, but in 3 minutes, this thing's going to tell me exactly when this thing goes off. Oh my God, we only have 3 minutes.
With this, Clear Blue Easy. It's the easiest pregnancy test ever. Just one step and no messy test tubes. Clear Blue Easy. It's the easiest.
They're not going to give us the results at the end by the end of the commercial?
Dude, I have to know if she's pregnant.
No, you can't cut away. We need to know.
We have to know.
Why don't they have her be like, not this time?
Oh, well.
Last year,
time to buy another one.
7 million people discovered Coadvil.
Coadvil just cleared everything up. My sinuses were clear.
The lead weights had just gone away.
I'm very happy that I discovered Coadvil.
They look like they're jacked on Coadvil.
Very happy I got me some Coadvil. Very happy indeed. Very happy.
Coadvil, advanced formula for cold and
cocaine Advil.
Sinus relief.
Advil.
Concentrate, Lisa.
That's it.
The hell?
What are you thinking? What are you thinking about?
Fuck is happening?
I don't think we can afford it. I don't know what else to say.
Or not to be.
I can't tell her.
That
Listen,
is the
look what you're doing.
question.
Is there something going on that I should know about? You gotta come home.
What?
Your days of being a ballerina are over. I don't know what's going on.
You're the best. You can do it.
You're the best. Why are you listening to those government lies?
Talent and hard work can take our Olympic hopefuls only so far. That's why Minute Maid will continue to make a contribution to the U.S. Olympic Hopeful Fund every time you buy a Minute Maid product.
Yes.
With your help,
doing it.
we can take these
Her
kids.
dad was like, I don't give a shit. You're the best in the country. Come home. You're bleeding me dry. The bank account. I can't work another goddamn overnight shift.
I went to lunch at Baja Fresh. I can't afford gymnastics anymore.
How am I supposed to get afford these 49-cent meals when you're out there flipping and dipping and doing God knows what? You ain't on the Wheaties box yet? Fucking come home.
You haven't gotten gold medals yet?
The fuck's taking so long?
It's all the way.
Yes.
Sometimes I don't want it all, but I've got it. So when I'm irregular, I take Correctol.
Oh, she been crapping.
Just when I come home, I feel like crapping up a storm. I just throw back one of these and a Coadvil and a Sudafed and a Hyperglobulin and a Diet Right.
I take a Gorbachev and I take it off,
A
baby.
woman's gentle laxative that works overnight.
Ooh, overnight?
Oh, risky.
It works overnight?
Risky, dude.
You trust me, you don't need an alarm clock when you're rocking with these.
Oh, you'll be regular.
You know, sometimes I
Shit the bed.
Did you
to be
wash your
taken
hands?
Oof.
care of too. Correctol, the gentle laxative more.
Correctal. Gentle laxative for ladies.
More women prefer.
Men like a strong laxative. We don't like a gentle one.
I want the maximum strength laxative, the one that wake you up in the middle of the night.
Yeah, I want to feel it cooking in my stomach. Like
Yeah,
the
I want to
bubbling.
know it's working.
I'm like, oh.
I don't want a soft and gentle. I want a power lifter's laxative.
Done. You have to hit flush the same time.
Yeah. It goes up the walls.
Yeah.
You're cooking healthy. Salt-free. I love Mrs. Dash. Shaking on the flavors. Zesty, healthy. I love Mrs. Dash.
Now Mrs. Dash introduces garlic and herb for healthier flavor instead of salt.
Your heart will thank you.
I love that dash.
A continuous commitment to improvement. One reason why the U.S. government
How
awarded
amazing this
Cadillac
car
the
is.
1990 Malcolm Baldrige National Quality
The Malcolm Baldrige Award.
Award, as demonstrated by the new 200 horsepower 4.9-liter V8
200 horsepower.
and electronically controlled transmission that not only generate more power, but deliver the highest highway mileage of any V8-powered luxury car.
Hell yeah.
Another reason why the only way to travel is Cadillac style.
Nice. That Cadillac style.
Did you know there are two types of bills? The
Two types of bills.
kind everybody loves to get and the kind everybody hates to get.
Oh, look at these.
Now, if your small business is using another long-distance company, send us your last bill, switch to AT&T Pro Watts, and you'll save up to 1,000 of these bills. What's more, with Pro Watts, you'll be getting AT&T quality at an extremely competitive price. So call now, because you can never have too many bills.
Extremely
I mean, these bills.
And I'm talking about these bills.
Cold hard cash, baby.
Want some of these bills?
Cash rules everything around me.
I've got $15 in my hand. I could feed a family of 12 right now.
Do you know how many King Ralph's meals I can get with these bad boys?
Damn, I could buy a house with this money right here.
I got a grip full of 12s. That's right.
Not these bills.
Want to go paperless? Trying to go paperless?
You auto pay?
To $1,000 savings. Another AT&T advantage.
Give me the good ones.
You know what it takes to get ahead these days? Neither do I. Times have changed. Excess is out. Value is more important today.
Value.
Careers are in, but family, These friends, that's what it's all about. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure it out.
Rocket science in a new cell.
Look at me, I'm saving money with my sound.
Walking around the grocery store with a basketball.
Wow, what do you think about that?
The all-new Toyota Tercel, now with more room, more power.
We may not have all the right answers, but we found the right car.
New Tercel, one
That's
new
the
value.
ugliest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life.
Ugh.
You can drive.
It's simple. New age, new values.
I got new values.
Wow.
What's wrong with that guy? What is that? Old New York accent?
Whoa.
Tuesday, a tax audit gets Tony and Angela hitched.
Let nature take its course.
Who's the boss?
Ooh, I like the double shirt. That's sick.
You be fucking in that?
Dude, fuck yeah.
Then, it's young love on the run.
Did you go to Debbie Kessler's yet?
When you approach Debbie, find out if she has a 50-year-old sister.
Davis rules, and Mom moves in on Darlene's first big date.
What's that, Lassie?
Roseanne. Then Luther loses at love.
I am not
Coach.
Luther's girl. I am not anybody's girl.
Well, from where I stand, you seem to be everybody's girl.
Coach, Tuesday.
Uh-oh. Ooh, so boomery. The fonts. Oh, dude, yeah, the graphic design of all this shit. Beautiful. The designs. Look at that font, dude. This guy's like wearing a dead animal on his head. What the fuck?
MacGyver will continue in a moment.
Just came around the corner. I got a snapshot of MacGyver. There's the bumper right there.
Oh, I want that to be my desktop wallpaper.
Oh, Richie Lou.
Richard.
Everyone wants to know, will they or won't they?
So tell me.
John Ritter wants to know.
How'd it go?
Wow,
Did they or didn't they?
Come on, I
Wow.
can keep a secret. So can I.
Big suits, dude. Huge suits.
Big shoulders.
Jimmy Lee Curtis, Richard Lewis, and John Ritter get together. It's Anything But Love Wednesday.
Wow. Power trailer.
I, for one, am delighted that I can now do my banking without even going to the bank.
Thank you for calling Wachovia Phone Access.
Day and night, I can perform miracles at the push of a button.
Your checking balance is $4.
Well,
Oh, boy.
You've transferred $1 to checking.
You're suffering from withdrawal fees.
At another bank. I can even check on all the interest I earned last year.
Interest last year was 39 cents.
If you can't talk to your money at your bank, talk to Wachovia about phone access.
You only had $4?
Wachovia. Saved
They're
up
gone.
$4.
Celebrity song sung to the troops, new on Nightcast.
Thanks, Bob.
These are two identical slotted spoons.
Which one do you want? I can tell the one on the left's thick, a little poopy, and the one on the right's soupy and watery.
Yeah.
And two very different spaghetti sauces.
Prego,
and
dude.
ragu. When
Got
you
that
see them side by
flavor.
side,
We going Prego or ragu at the store?
You gotta go
chat?
thick.
the difference
You want to feel pregnant? You get Prego.
Mm-hmm.
You want the runs? You go ragu.
really comes through. Prego spaghetti sauce. Homemade
Just
taste.
like a
It's
mama
in there.
used to make.
You go Prego. You want to feel Prego.
They didn't even incorporate the sauce of the noodles. They just dropped it on hot.
Thick.
Cadillac, as a world leader in safety technology, takes extraordinary care in designing your new Cadillac to make you feel extraordinarily secure when you drive one.
Ooh, I like that fucking boing.
Kind of made me want to eat a marshmallow.
You have any questions? Am I gonna live?
Jesus
Christ! Will you go to heaven?
Tuesday.
God.
A 30-something you will never forget.
Please make it okay.
Fuck! Yo, being 30's fucked!
The saddest movie you'll ever watch. Tonight at 8 p.m. on ABC Tuesdays.
Oh, being 30. Ooh. Oh, you turn 30 and just fuck.
Look at him. He tried to rape you.
A case only a woman should try.
What do you know that I don't?
Falls prey to the system.
I would respectfully ask this court, fine for my client and let him go free.
Equal justice.
God damn, they went hard. Yeah, TV went hard. Went real hard.
Wednesday.
Someone should talk to you about how much time you spend on the phone and who you talk to and when and where. A Sprint representative can easily help you select a savings plan for your personal calling needs. And Sprint has better overall savings than AT&T. So there's a plan that's perfect for
Dude, the music's clapping.
you. Unless, of course, you're a teenager.
Bongos?
Is that Hillary
No
Clinton?
one's invented the perfect plan for that.
Ooh, old Sprint.
Oh my
yeah, with the
God.
pin drop. Sprint had the cool
Yo,
logo.
what
yeah.
happened? Dude, their sound sounds like a fucking game console startup.
Perfect plan for that.
Like you just started your PlayStation 1.5.
Oh.
6 years ago, Dr. Charles Rayner was sent to prison for the attempted murder of his first wife. Now he's out. And he's going to finish what
Cool, dude.
he started.
My
bitch of a wife.
I have to kill my wife.
Harry Hamlin, Deadly Intentions again. Next.
Oh my God. Deadly.
Why would they let him out?
It's happening. Some people are climbing out of their imports.
Cool if I park my
and
car
getting
here?
into The 1991 Buick Regal sedan.
Regal sedan.
Oh, yeah. It looks like meat.
God, it's like I'm sitting in a hallway of meat. Big cushiony beef room.
Overwhelming consideration.
Oh, dude, it's so gross.
Glizzies. Everywhere I look is kielbasas.
Just sitting in a big meat. It's like I'm inside someone's guts.
Oh, I can smell the secondhand smoke.
Buick quality. It's something you might want to get into yourself.
And that is like the pinnacle of like fancy.
This was Lottie. Ah.
Regal from
Oh, you
Buick.
got a Regal sedan.
Regal.
The new symbol for quality in America.
Buick.
And beyond.
Let's get him!
Saturday. Few of our people have ever shot a gun.
Ready? Aim. Fire.
We got to protect this town, brother.
Timid town to fight an outlaw army.
Dude, that guy. Fuck yeah.
Riders. Evaders.
Yes!
Schwarzenegger
Oh, this movie was so sick. Was this Raw Deal?
takes on the mob.
It's nice to be one of the family.
And the feds.
And now, it's your turn.
Peak, dude. Just the best, man.
Arnold Schwarzenegger. Raw deals. Raw deal.
I think Commando's better than Raw Deal.
Commando is better.
But Raw Deal has just this weirdness to it.
And man, the soundtracks on those are amazing.
Anytime they have a montage of fucking putting an MP5 together with all the attachments.
Oh,
dude, that is just like peak, dude.
Ozzy was telling me, like, check out the Commando, like, the music.
Oh.
God damn, that's good. Let me skip ahead. I don't want to get hit too hard.
On the sax?
Ooh.
I need to listen to that on the drive back.
Yeah, driving to Commando soundtrack, you're going to feel like a badass.
We're going to flip a Porsche. Although MacGyver's pretty cool too, man.
That guy's got out.
Driver will continue in a moment.
Oscar nominee Kevin Costner.
I believe in long, slow, deep, soft, wet kisses.
Jesus. Believe in long, slow, wet kisses?
That last 3 days.
That last for days. Big sloppy ones for days.
I feel like I have his tongue in my mouth.
Susan Sarandon. Are coming out swinging and covering all the bases.
Covering all the bases.
Bold
Sunday.
What's the movie about?
Sexing.
Fucking for 3 days?
Romance.
CP&L will lend you money for energy-efficient storm windows, storm doors, insulation, electric water heaters at 6% interest with 5 years to repay. We even have a low-interest loan for a high-efficiency heat pump. The most
fake dog?
economical way
No.
to heat and cool your home.
I don't know what kind of dog, but it looks cool.
Could have been fake. No, it's real.
When you learn you have cancer, the problem isn't finding information. The problem is too much information. That's why Cancer Helplink was created. It's a free cancer information service, staffed by
The
registered
doctors back then, I don't know. You got to go to the library.
Fuck cancer, I'll tell you
broke,
that.
You broke your leg, you got cancer, you're going bald. Go to the library, dude. Can't help you here.
You had to go to the library yourself?
Gotta do the research. There was back then. There was no research.
Trained to answer almost any question, from treatment alternatives to the latest research. Even though cancer may be overwhelming, getting answers shouldn't be.
Cancer Help Link. May I help you?
Call us confidentially.
Go to the library. You're gonna have to go to the library.
Times are different, man.
Gorbachev's Peace Plan, tonight on Nightcast.
Gorbachev Peace Plan.
Fuck you, Bob.
These days, there are more pain relievers than ever. But last year, more people switched to Tylenol gel caps than any other. Extra strength Tylenol gel caps. Concentrated, powerful, easy to swallow. Join the switch to Tylenol gel caps.
Yummy.
It was Peter. He was coughing, sneezing, his nose was running. It was his worst cold ever. Then I remembered Pediacare has the formula my pediatrician prefers.
Pediatricians trust the care in Pediacare.
Now that he's better, I feel better.
It's like chloroform for children.
Yeah, it just puts them right out.
Finally, something I'm allowed to give my children that will knock them out instantly.
Finally, an adult dose of coding for children.
There too.
Yeah. Yeah. Yo, what game is this? I want to play this game.
Escape is on Sealy's new Posturepedic sleep system. Designed to conform to your
Catching
shape, distribute your weight evenly, comfortably.
Catching that zaw.
Only Sealy Posturepedic has it.
God.
So for a better night's sleep, better sleep on a Sealy.
Z caught him.
Yo, this music.
One of the quietest, tightest, smoothest operating luxury sedans we've ever driven.
The Buick Park Avenue Ultra. That Park Avenue.
The transmission works.
Its luxury is understated.
Transmission.
The reaction of the automotive press.
King of the hill.
Park Avenue from Buick. The new symbol for quality in America and beyond.
Fuck, dude. Oh, we're peeping Tommen right now.
Weird.
At the hotel.
This is never gonna work.
Dude.
Relax. Anybody can send them roses.
Relax, dude. It works every time.
Those guys up there with the binoculars have been spying on you. It's from them. Dee Dee's like, no. No.
Come on.
Did they really expect us to call him?
I'm telling you.
Hello. Dude, I told you being peeping Toms wasn't just a bad thing.
Dude, finally, if you get these ladies drunk, they don't care how creepy you are.
You can peep in Tom, you just had to give something up.
Oh, yeah, and then we're spying on them so we can see everything that they're doing, so they know the peer pressure. And we're up here looking down on them.
2 killer comedies and a thriller Columbo Wednesday, first at a special time.
Your own girlfriend gives you the green light and you got access to a bevy of beauties? This won't be a date.
That's Joe Pesci incarnate.
More like a carpool.
Dookie House are empty, and Carol gets a dose of the real world on growing pains. Then...
This case is now murder, right?
Right. George Hamilton stars with Peter Falk in a Columbo movie special. Caution, murder can be hazardous to your...
Oh, shit, it's Louie.
Oh, speaking about being perverted.
You're here. Louie's here. How you doing, Lou? Didn't know you'd be here. I thought you were going to be here, but you weren't here. Now you're here.
What up, Lou?
That's a long story.
Long story? Well, we're glad to have you. How the hell are you?
Good. Just lost her wallet.
Oh,
that's always the worst.
Dude.
Yeah.
Did you find it?
No.
Oh, that's a... Whoa.
I was searching in the house for like 50 minutes.
That sucks.
God, dude.
I got, like, I look through my wallet every once in a while, and I go, my entire life is in this fucking thing.
Yep.
You know, if I lose this, I am basically homeless.
That's it.
I have this thing called a tile.
Yeah.
And it's like an Apple AirTag that's the size of a credit card.
Yeah.
And like I can set it off, and it like sets off a little beeper, and I can find
nice.
it.
Does it like GPS if you like left it at somewhere else?
But only if it goes by a phone that has the Tile app, which isn't, you know.
Yeah, it's not foolproof.
Hopefully it turns up though, dude. Hopefully it's one of those like, oh shit, it's in my pocket.
Yeah.
Hoping.
Maybe it fell in the side of your car type of thing. That's usually where I lose mine. But either way.
Sending you that energy, Lou.
Positive vibes.
We're doing some 90s commercials right now. Chat voted. They wanted it.
Columbo, huh?
Yeah, we're watching Columbo, actually.
A lot of MacGyver.
When I walked in, I heard, so, peeping Toms isn't that bad of a thing, huh? I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, we're teaching our community how to pick up chicks.
Oh, God.
And earlier, there was a state of play for Sony.
Anything good?
Nothing.
Oh, dude.
Didn't even talk about Elden Ring?
Dude,
Zilch. Nothing. No.
Dynasty Warriors? It's back, bro.
Oh, wow.
Dude,
Nothing.
Lord Lubu's
Do not chase him.
Nothing, Lou. Nothing, I'm telling you. Nothing.
For hell, Doogie Howser at a special time, Growing Pains, and all-new Columbo.
Big Doogie and Big Columbo.
It's a killer thriller Wednesday.
Killer.
Ask me what counts most after 40 years in the car business, and I don't have to think twice. One, the minivans.
Minivans.
You hear that, Lord? The old-fashioned car business?
Welcome to the car business.
What's the point of having a minivan? Why not just a regular van?
Well, you know, different prices, different price ranges. You want to fit a family of 6 or a family of 4? What are we talking here?
I mean, you can fit a family of 4 in a regular car.
And they grow. You're going to need to size up, Lou.
Invented them. 2 driver's airbags in every car we build in this
Because it's the same thing, but it's mini. Sometimes people like mini.
country. What do we do for an encore? Put them together. Minivans with a driver's side airbag. Nobody else is doing it.
They expect the driver to just die. The children get to live. But whoever's driving,
Who's driving?
they are meant to die. Not anymore. We're changing that.
We're changing the rules.
I always love the guy who's like, dude, airbags kill more people than they save. Like, do they, though?
Well, back before, like, cars required airbags, there was, like, people like, I don't want to pay extra for airbags in my car.
Mm-hmm.
Some bitch, it's my right to not have airbags.
Trying to put a little bag of popcorn in there and charge me double.
You think I'm going to put a seatbelt on and choke me out when I'm driving?
Death machine.
Hell no.
Mm-hmm.
And people got used to it.
You still have to use your seatbelt with a minivan airbag.
When you think about it, if you don't have your seatbelt on and your car gets crushed, you fly out, your car's destroyed, but you're fine.
You fly to safety. You don't want to be inside that tumbler of death.
Dude, it's going to crush like a tin can. You want to be out of there, brother.
It's thermodynamics. Makes sense.
They're going to lock you in.
Save lives. A lot of lives.
A lot.
In most commercials for Choice Hotels International, someone famous pops out of a suitcase. But the star of this commercial is the Choice Yellow Ribbon Fund, created for the American Red Cross. To support our troops and their families, we're donating $5 for every reservation made and used through our special 800 number at a quality
Yo, Maddie, McHammer, and Nikisa, thank you guys.
Yo, McHammer, how you doing, man?
Hotel.
Make a
The
Mac?
Choice Yellow Ribbon
Jodo
Fund.
at the tier
Call
3?
1-800-4-CHOICE.
Thank you.
You'll be
Thank you,
doing
guys.
your part for those who are doing theirs.
Next.
You working late?
Yeah, I'm hoping to finish up in a couple of hours.
On May 4th,
Oh my God.
1988, the tallest building in L.A. caught fire.
We'll try to figure out if anybody's still upstairs.
Oh my God.
Fire trapped on the 37th floor. Next.
Fire on the 37th floor.
How do they keep a show of that?
A whole show about it. One time this thing happened, so we have a show now.
Why don't they just take the staircase?
Tuesday, bundle up.
This is the itchy blanket.
It's the cold and flu season.
I got bad things coming out of every part of my body.
Roseanne. Then a poor lost soul reaches out to the coach.
It's not your fault I don't have any friends.
Wow, very young Schneider.
Schneider.
Making copies.
I'm your friend.
You want to get a soda?
Tuesday.
Someday.
We went over this
Get
at the meeting.
coached.
Yeah, my
The Schneed.
No, that's not the same thing.
Dun, 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 dun,
I'm an
dun.
insensitive wow.
We can change
Is that
that.
Jennifer Connelly?
Well, I recognize that because of your,
I'm sorry, what?
whatever, your pH.
Someone's got a
Because you're a
secret.
woman, you know. You're a rare,
Wonderful.
wonderful woman.
Where's she
That-
sticking that stuff?
A woman.
Secret. Strong enough for a man, but pH balanced for a woman.
I'm actually wearing it right now.
A bar you can put in your butt.
I put it on right before I put this shirt on.
That's why you smell like a powerful woman right now.
Hey, dude, I'd rather smell like a woman than smell like B.O.
Women's deodorant is actually the GOAT.
It works better.
Why did it work better, though?
Because women really are not allowed to stink.
Oh.
That's my theory. It's like
Interesting
people get really upset if a woman stinks more than if a man stinks for some reason.
If a man stinks.
Not
it's
that
like,
I care. I don't give a shit. But I'm just saying, like, I think women are even more concerned about it than
There's
men.
more of a social faux pas for women to smell versus a guy. He's got the funk.
They're not allowed to fart.
And I feel like flowery scents are better at masking the smell than like oh, I smell like a cool breeze. You know what I mean?
I like that theory.
Yeah, it's always like, I smell like wood, pine.
Yeah, like the
ocean.
fucking flowers.
Laurel.
That's what, really gets rid of the stink.
Mm-hmm.
Like lilacs and gooseberries.
Yeah.
Don't know what y'all talking about. I love my woman. Nice and stinky.
My wife
All right,
smells
man.
like shit, though.
Yeah, that's true.
Sandalwood. They really want us to smell like sandalwood. Dove for Men. You know what? I was using that, and then they changed the fucking smell, and it made me want to fucking throw up. Those bastards.
Yeah, I put that on one time here, and it's like
I smelled it. I was like,
smell like a Dove new formula.
Pops came in. I was like, you bought Dove for Men, didn't you? You need to never use it again because the smell literally, I don't know what it is, but the new Dove for Men formula literally makes me want to throw up. It's so gross.
And it is like, it has a chemical smell.
It's so strong, too.
Yeah, it doesn't smell like deodorant. It smells like cleaner almost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like this far away. I was like, dude, I can tell you have it, and I'm not even close to you.
Men's deodorant, like if you think of like the gamut of smells, don't smell that good compared to like women's smells.
Right.
Yeah.
And also, I notice whenever I use Secret, it's the milky white bar and not the clear bar. And I feel like that makes a difference, too.
Milky
the
Way.
one that looks like white chocolate?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's what really gets the smell out. If you got one of them bars that are like, looks like gel.
Got the gloop.
That ain't getting rid of it. That Jolly Rancher shit, you just rub it on your armpits. It doesn't do nothing.
Yeah. I had to fuck around and take a risk on a new one. I had to use that Dr. Squatch one.
Squatch?
It actually turned out to be okay. It's the one that's like, we're natural. So I'm like, is this going to work for 5 minutes?
And the thing is, like, trying a new deodorant, it's like you're all in.
Dude,
There's no takesies, backsies.
It was scary.
I got a hot take on Dr. Squatch. I'm sure, I don't know about their deodorant because I didn't buy that.
It's doing okay for me.
But dude, their soap, their bars of soap were some bullshit.
Yeah.
Because I watched the commercials a million times on YouTube, right? Like we all have.
It's everywhere.
And I was like, yo, I saw it at Walmart. I'm like, I'm going to get one of these bars of soap. Dude, the bar of soap melted away within like a week.
Really?
You shower twice a day or once a day, whatever. Because sometimes I do 2 times, sometimes 1 time.
Yeah.
Not an ad, by the way.
I was worried about it because I got that fresh fall. It's been holding me down. But
dude, that fucking soap just fucking disappeared.
I'm always worried it's gonna stop working.
And it doesn't smell that good either.
It doesn't give you that as good coverage. Also,
like it smells in the shower. It smells really good.
They don't have that aluminum or whatever. They took out all the chemicals.
Well, that makes sense.
I need that aluminum. Makes it more effective.
The whole thing is they say the soap's going to make you smell better. But, dude, it smells really good in the shower when you're putting it on. You're like, oh fuck yeah, this smells great. Yeah. But then as soon as you get out of the shower, you don't smell like anything.
Yeah.
You don't hold the scent.
All natural.
Natural, buddy.
Armed and dangerous. The FBI says their crimes range from murder to terrorism. They're the most wanted fugitives in America. Friday, get an inside look at how the FBI is tracking them down. Watch a special, America's Most Wanted. No tricks.
Whoa,
no nets.
What the fuck?
No second chance. The world's greatest stunts.
Yo, sick. That show, dude. I miss these kinds of shows where they would be like, "Here, I'm Mark Thompson here, and this guy's gonna jump off the Golden Gate Bridge and do a double backflip gainer while eating a roast beef sandwich from Arby's." Into a pair of steaks. And I'm like, dude, they used to do those like, let's watch this freak show event live, but it's not
Most
live.
Wanted. Then, no tricks.
And like, he's gonna go for the world record flips in a car.
No nets.
Dude, there's no way that car survived that crash.
No, he landed it and drove away.
No fucking way, dude.
The world's greatest stunts 2, Friday.
Yeah, they don't do those kinds of shows.
After America's Most Wanted.
There's always Fox. Yep.
Yeah, Fox is the Extreme Channel.
We're here
I
live
liked,
in Vegas.
When Animals Attack, you remember that one?
Oh yeah, and it showed the lady getting bit by dogs.
Yeah. And then that one guy who just got like attacked by bees. Like there was like a whole wedding and they got attacked by killer bees.
Fuck, I'm gonna have a beekeeper at my wedding.
Dude, he's just smoking around it.
Cost to live like a king. Well, home sweet home, 140 million. Weekend castle, 30 million. Everyday crown, 6 million. Chambermaid, at least 500,000. A royal feast,
Chambermaid?
79 cents. King
Ralph's Royal Deal.
Down for the King Ralph meal, Lou?
Buy any
Bro,
size
79 cents, I would fucking, I would take one for the team.
bacon double
Look at
cheeseburger.
If I had to lay my life on the line to bring back double cheeseburgers with bacon and cheese,
You're the
79
real
everybody,
the real American hero.
I would do it. I would do it for you guys.
You would fix the economy, man.
You gotta
I would
stock
do
them.
it.
Thank you,
If
man.
I had to sacrifice myself, guys.
Thank you, dude.
We'd stock up on them, Lou.
What the fuck, man?
airtight.
79 cents?
It was different back then.
Bro, I paid $18 for a burrito at Baja Fresh.
People are buying.
Dog, it's not fair.
Yeah. Thank you, Lou, for your idea of sacrificing yourself.
But even if I did, it wouldn't do anything now. There's nothing we could do.
It's the thought that counts.
Yeah.
Expenses like these, that's about all one can afford.
Oh, and by sacrificing myself, I mean, spreading them cheeks.
Oh.
Taking in the
Yeah, I'm not gonna die.
Yeah.
Oh, I did not understand what you meant by sacrifice.
Oh, it's a gay sacrifice.
My sacrifice.
And everyone gets a shot at it?
Because, dude, what's the point of sacrificing yourself if you don't even get to live the glory afterward?
To this guy?
Sure. I mean,
King Ralph?
Is he packing?
King Ralph?
I don't think he's packing.
I don't know. What do you think? He's a bruv from across the pond of royalty.
What are you saying about British people, Justin?
He's probably got like a Prince Albert. So
as long as it's not going to get stuck in there.
You're taking more than flesh and blood. You're taking metal.
Raw and hard.
For 79 cents?
Double cheeseburgers with bacon.
A Prince Albert for 79 cents sacrifice.
The Twizzler.
Dude, as long as everybody on the planet knew I did it and I got all the credit, it'd be worth it.
Front page of Twitch.
That you King Ralph for our sins?
Dude, you'd build a career off that. You'd be like, this guy brought back the dollar menu.
Yeah.
Getting interviewed on the news.
Like, I did it for you guys.
He's looking at you, Lou. He's ready for your sacrifice.
I hope you're ready for this one.
Afford.
Hope you love the double cheeseburger meal.
Wonderful. Your ass looks like two double cheeseburgers side by side.
Jeez.
Don't mind if I do.
Oh, you smell like Lady's Dove
As
deodorant.
he like fucking knights your ass cheeks before he fucking
mushroom stamps.
I dug the fucked.
Oh my God, she's gonna die throwing that
Lucky
thing.
Sevens game every
She's
week.
gonna go
Here we
down
go.
the lane with it.
Time to let her rip.
Hey, I just won 2 pizzas. This must be my lucky day.
My lucky
Little
day.
Caesars Lucky Sevens Pizza. 2
Who has a bowling
pizzas
alley
with
on the
7
second
toppings
floor?
for only
True.
$7.77. Not 1, but 2 pizzas.
Pizza,
Two pizzas.
Two pizzas. Didn't Louis say he'd suck a D for a chicken sandwich one time? Yeah.
A Chicken Little from
Yeah.
KFC.
Yeah. A
I
dirty
take that back because I got a Chicken Little like a couple months after that, and it had mold on it.
Yeah, no,
Hey,
dude.
what are you sucking dick for these days?
And I was like, nope, never mind.
Louis
Taking it back.
laid. Louis
They had
laid
the
down.
chance.
He's laid down some sacrifices. You probably wish you could take back.
Mostly gay sex, but
But it always goes gay.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah. It's always,
$20 menu is a dollar menu. You know what I'm
always
saying?
gay stuff
Dollar
for
stays a
food.
dollar earned.
Wonder why.
Always sacrificing first.
Listen, I hate
why.
it.
Honey bunch.
Sugar pie, honey
You
bun.
got that DMCA. No, I can't help myself.
Myself.
What's that he's throwing out?
Are they gonna have sex?
Now we can get started. Now that I got rid of that dentine.
Oh, nice.
Sugar free.
Why the fuck is he littering though? That's pissed me off.
That was kind of weird.
I don't like that.
Finally, you
I don't like
can
that
get a
either.
soothing drop of syrup in a cough drop. Introducing new Halls Plus.
Pissing
It's
me
got
off.
penetrating vapors. Plus, it soothes your sore throat while it relieves your cough. New Halls Plus. We put the
Damn.
damn
Sore
cough
throat. Got that fucking goo in the middle.
Next Thursday, witness an extraordinary event when the entire entertainment industry joins together to honor the men and women serving their country a half a world
Hell yeah,
away.
brother.
To simply say thank you and please come home safe.
We miss you a lot.
This was Desert Storm?
We are
Yeah,
the world.
had to be.
Michelle Pfeiffer.
I don't remember this one.
This one
at
did
all.
not make the top 100.
This is not a We Are the World
No.
quality.
Is that Fred Savage?
It is. 100 years.
Voices
Michael
that
Bolton.
play
Whoopi.
next Thursday
Billy
on
Crystal.
Fox, and let freedom ring.
Here's bully
Bullish news from Mazda. It's the best time ever to invest in a 626.
Ugly ass cars.
Horrendous.
Ugly.
626LX now and get big savings on an options.
Rob Schneider is going to lend his vocal talents to sing to the troops. We are the world.
Thank you.
We are the children. There was a lot of hard carrying in there by some other people.
Michael Bolton was doing a lot of it.
Like just mic up Bolton.
Not
But
Billy Crystal.
Schneider and Crystal, they can just be there.
They can just.
Dude, Billy Crystal's a great singer, dude.
Yeah, what's his big hit?
Take That Thing Back Where It Came From, or So Help Me. You ever heard that one?
That's pretty good, though.
Things get tough. Remember, shake and bake.
Doesn't that look good?
Shake and bake.
Oh my God, babe! Giant Dino Chicky Nuggies.
Makes it easy to treat your family to plump, juicy pork chops without frying. Why fry?
He looked a little confused about it.
It's kind of sandy.
Frying.
Shake and bake's good. You gotta get the one that's like the Pecco flake one, though.
Yeah.
It just makes it easier than.
Doesn't look too happy that he ate this.
Yeah, dude.
What did
this
I
guy
do?
do?
Is that what that says?
He looks so depressed.
Is that the kombucha girl? I'll look back up at you. Yeah, thank you for making that for me.
That's chicken.
Do you have a napkin?
Fry, shake and bake.
Actually, I'm mistaken. I was thinking of just breadcrumbs and doing it myself.
Oh no,
Shake and bake's gross.
Actual shit.
Don't you wish you'd bought the
Yeah,
you had the chance?
those big cushiony VHS
Yeah,
covers,
the
man.
big VHS.
You gotta protect them.
You could wear those like boxing gloves, fuck somebody up.
Time is running out.
They're fucking huge, dude. All right, the mouse is gonna get us if I show too much.
Still available, but only
Dearly beloved.
I'll get you for this bad.
and the Little Mermaid get away.
Hold it, ho, ho, ho. So you're gonna finally meet Cindy, huh? Tonight. Good. So first impressions are very important. I think. Okay.
Smell.
Now imagine. Lights
Why
are
is it
low,
always so
the music's
smoky?
on.
You can already tell this is New York.
Out there doing
Sewers.
Poop vapor.
Fog and shit vapor going
Stinky,
over.
smelly Broadway.
Yes, you
I don't understand.
You could shampoo your brains out with regular shampoo. Wouldn't matter. Brains out? Yeah, well, so use that. Head and Shoulders? Works for me, my friend. But you don't have to end it. Exactamundo!
Head and Shoulders.
Oh, it's
because
that
you
one
never get a
dude,
second chance to make a first
Is it
impression.
Brody?
Adrian Brody, yeah.
If you've developed a fear of frying, remember, shake and
It looks so bad, man.
Looks like it's covered
So
in cat litter.
fake.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
bake makes it
AI
easy to
food.
make crisp, juicy chicken for your whole family.
Let's see that. Let's
what
see
the
that
fuck?
reaction. How good is it?
Okay, hold on a second. So they cut into a drumstick and it was white meat. How did that work?
True.
I am very confused.
Fake
Yeah,
meat.
Lou.
Lab-grown meat.
It's fake meat.
Without frying.
He's getting paid. That's what that face says.
Why fry? Shake and bake.
What's more terrifying than a surprise visit from Mom? How about Mom's new boyfriend?
Mommies don't have boyfriends.
Your mommy does.
They're one
Trust me.
Yo!
Your mommy's got a daddy.
Oh, she's getting it good.
happy family.
What is this, the old and the restless?
Babes.
I think we're gonna move here next week.
Catching all
They really got to change the name of that show.
Ugh.
Yo, Babe sucks.
They should. Well, I mean, maybe it's named after the movie, Babe.
The pigs.
coming up next.
The pig.
It is a world of
A car from heaven.
It is Avalon.
Yo, why can't cars fly?
Warning, car does not actually fly.
I want one of them flying Toyotas.
And vibration.
I love the like smooth transition. It's a good roadhead car.
Establishing a higher level of
That's what they're selling this as, right? Takes you up to heaven.
That was my first thought.
Dude, trying to have sex in the front of your car?
You're fucked in an apple.
Oh my god, what are you gonna do with this giant middle console? Blocking all the action.
My console in my truck lifts up, but never had anybody sit in it. You know?
Sit on your console. Want to shit on my console?
Because then all the shit in your like center console gets all fucked
All
up.
your coins and shit.
Yeah, and it's like falling out in the back seat and shit.
Yeah. Going to the dealer? I said I want the car that flies, goddammit. I watched your commercial. Where is it?
Getting these things open shouldn't be like. Oh, what'll it take to pop this top? Can't someone pull it off?
Have you ever had trouble opening?
Made food storage easy.
Can't say it was a problem I've ever
Easy
had.
Tops
Not
containers
really.
Made with amazing tops that are a cinch to open and a snap to close. And like all our containers,
Yo,
they've got
off-brand
that
Cheeto
great
thing you do.
Rubbermaid seal. So keeping food fresh
Pop
is
that
as easy
thing,
as
lady.
Easy Tops from Rubbermaid. Nothing's better.
That top, girl.
Nice.
From Gillette comes a uniquely different form
This is
of
that
protection.
glue stuff you're
That's
talking
the worst.
about.
Okay,
Going
there's
clear.
the clear bar.
Yeah, do
and
not
then there's
use
the
this.
ooze.
Oh,
The oozers.
The ooze is the worst of all.
It just goes on wet.
Sticky,
Yeah,
sticky.
your armpits
Stays
all
wet.
Yeah.
That
Under your arms get wet.
Gillette Clear Gel Antiperspirant.
Get all itchy.
I mean, it'll fucking work. You'll be smelling like that stuff for sure.
Yeah, it's like kind of like cologne almost.
Unlike
Yeah.
a stick that can
Slimers.
stay in your
I feel like it runs
underarm
out
hair.
faster though too.
Yeah, he probably over applies.
He just said,
I mean, you
unlike,
gotta over apply.
he said, unlike the stick that gets stuck in your underarm hair. That's the best part. Gets stuck in the hair.
Yeah, you gotta scrub the hair.
It gets the hair sticks and keeps that
It
stank.
holds the stank.
Keeps this good smell.
I always thought like the stink and sweat collects at the base of the hairs. Like if you don't clean the hairs, then it's gonna funk up.
You use that shit, you're just gonna like style your armpit hair like you're, trying to spike it up.
Oh yeah, you have to let it dry. Yeah, you have
Yeah.
and then just be like, ugh, gotta let these bad boys dry off.
You trim your pits?
This is
deodorant pre-cum.
form of protection for men. Gillette Clear Gel Antiperspirant. Unlike a stick that can stay in your underarm hair, this is a soft gel. It goes cleanly through the hair right down to the skin surface to fight odor and wetness where it begins. And that means powerful all-day protection. The revolutionary Gillette Clear Gel Antiperspirant.
Ooh, Gillette.
The best a man can
Look what you can
get.
see for only $3.95 in September. Big stars, big hits,
Oh
one
boy,
small
the
price.
Brady Bunch.
Oh yeah, the Brady Bunch movie.
No, the Brady Bunch movie's good.
Oh, that's like making fun of the Brady Bunch,
Yes.
isn't it?
It's like if the Brady Bunch went to the 90s and had to deal with all the problems of a modern family. While they're still like super innocent, there's a bunch of crazy shit going on around them.
Just pick
I
the show
vaguely
you wanna
remember
see
it.
and follow
It's
the
actually pretty good.
Oh, Billy Madison, though.
Full pay-per-view ordering instructions. Before you know it.
Yeah. Sitting
I
on a
think they showed that
sprinkler.
part.
Yes.
You'll be watching the movie of your choice in the comfort of your home
Iron
for
burning.
only $3.95. Value,
Nobody's
convenience
fool.
plus great entertainment. What
Star
more could you
Trek.
want? Pay-per-view in
Crazy.
September. Check it out.
Stop looking at me,
Gives you a
Swan.
complete aerobic and muscle building workout just by
Yeah.
rocking back and forth while you
Get
read,
it, old
listen to
man, get
music,
it.
or watch TV. And anybody can do it. No matter how old or out of shape you are. Start off with little or no
This is
weight
the
for just
workout
a few
machine?
minutes a day.
Whoa.
Before you know it,
This
you'll have
isn't
more
convincing
energy,
me.
less fat, and more strength than you've had in years. Call now
I
for
feel
a
like
free
you need to
video
do
and
more than this.
I feel like you'd get a better workout just doing those like standing squats. You just go down and up. Just
Yes,
on your own
like
feet.
body weight squats is probably better than this.
I want to know who thought this was a good soundtrack to the commercial.
for sure. And get the one machine that comes
Song
with
that spits on you.
only song.
Bossa Nova fart music. Spitting
Do
fart
a music.
They don't have Bagwell, but Derek Bell, Craig Biggio, and the Stros are looking to bring the pennant to the Dome. This week, they face the first-place Braves in
Baseball,
Houston.
brother.
Tim Wakefield and the Sox leave friendly Fenway to face Jim Edmonds, Chili Davis, and the West leading
Chili
Angels
Davis.
in what could be an early look at an October
Tim
matchup.
Salmon.
Atlanta versus Houston at
Wow.
7:30. Boston versus California at 10:30. The Wednesday night
California
doubleheader
Angels.
tomorrow
A
on
double
ESPN.
header.
I wish they would go back to like either Anaheim Angels or California Angels. The Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim sounds so stupid.
That sucks.
The thing with the California Angels are there's like 12 California baseball teams. You know what I'm saying?
Oy. Dodgers.
Yeah.
Bleeding blue, bro. Angels now. Yo, Jodo Show. Thank you for becoming a member. And Cubed. It says, hell yeah, retro commercials. Let's go.
Love to see it, man. Thank you.
Thanks, dude.
On your mark, get set.
Someone getting paid. MetLife, huh?
Boomer cartoon.
Good grief.
Have you guys seen the new Charlie Brown movie?
Didn't they do 3D?
Yeah, it's pretty cool, actually.
Is it?
3D? Yeah, it's pretty good.
They updated the old Good Grief kid, brought him into the new.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Even if you think you're ahead
Top tier Christmas music. It's the only thing I really cherish of Charlie Brown is
true.
It's the album to put on when it's Christmas time.
of the game, talk about your financial plans with a MetLife representative. Or you just might run off in the wrong direction.
It's like jazz Christmas music.
An important study was presented at a national sports medicine conference. It shows that for the sore muscles occurring the day after a strenuous workout, Advil provides superior relief to extra strength
And they taste delicious.
I feel like it doesn't help.
Tylenol. It's strong and fast. If you exercise regularly, you should know that more doctors recommend Advil than any other pain
Not about taking it just because you're sore from a workout, though.
reliever for all types of muscle
Yeah,
aches.
probably not
For
work.
next day soreness, Advil just works better than Tylenol. Advil, advanced medicine for pain.
In business, you can't always count on an easy road.
Yeah, like that's not great to do every time you're sore. Be like, oh, just pop an Advil.
Dude, the sorest my muscles have ever been. My sister bought one of those electric exercise belts.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And I put that shit on for like an hour. Like, dude, I'm going to be skinny by tomorrow.
That's not how that works.
You're just
Put
playing
it all
Halo?
the way up, dude.
You're just playing Halo with that thing
Dude,
on back in the day?
I don't know what I was playing. But I remember like for like a month afterwards, my fucking abs just hurt so bad.
Ouch, 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 dude.
I
That's
probably like fried them or something.
That's fucked up, dude. Luxor dropping a super chat says, Lou, you should try Club de Nuit Intense, man. I tried 100 different products until I found it. Last 4 days, one spray. It works every time. I get compliments. It smells amazing.
Club the Nut Intense Man.
Clubbing, nutting, and
I will try to remember that at the best I can.
Right.
They knew it.
Club the Nut Intense Man spray.
I'll be able to club the nut. That I can remember. I just remember to put I in there.
Is success. But you can count on AT&T, because only AT&T guarantees you a competitive price. Our 1-800-COMPARE Center will give you an immediate side-by-side price comparison, and we're so sure that our prices are competitive that if you don't agree, we'll give you 1 month's worth of long distance, up to $200. These days, you can't count on much.
Cute.
But you can count on AT&T for the life of your business.
Just off the Pacific Coast Highway, there's a place where America ends and the Pacific begins, all right outside your window. It's the Seven Gables Inn overlooking
Seven
Monterey
Gables.
Bay. Seven Gables.
It's getting
40
real gably.
One spectacular view. So if you go, bring your wide angle lens and your Visa card, because the
Bring
Seven
your
Gables
credit
Inn will
card.
take
You're
your
gonna
breath
need it.
away. But they won't take American Express. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
Two big values, Bravo Boss 9
they
amps, Bravo
suck.
Hardbox Powerline Plus 12 amps. Same big amps as before.
Big
now
suck.
dramatically
God,
reduced
they
in price.
suck.
The Power Vax and the Value Vax only from Eureka.
Eureka.
Toss out that old furniture and get yourself down to Curtis Mathis. Curtis Mathis has
Beautiful.
That is the ugliest couch I've ever seen.
Beautiful.
What is with the pillow?
Can't even open my eyes.
I love the fruit cocktail pattern.
Oh, that couch is also very ugly.
Oh,
A couple of hefty bags sewn together.
Oh,
I hated those paintings.
Ew.
You really loved if you did coke.
Big box TV.
And Curtis Mathis
Dude, every
has
time you
one
went into
other
that shitty salon that your mom would take you to get your hair cut, they'd always have those fucking
Oh,
paintings.
yeah.
important thing.
Black and
$5
white
million. $5 million to give to you so you can get what you
Look like it's covered in a trash bag.
The loose-fitting leather is so weird looking.
Oh my God, I love your trash bag.
And I
of
think
clothing.
they left the zipper on the outside of the couch.
Yep, they did actually.
Why the fuck would you take a picture like that?
You didn't want to see the other side.
want right now, today. Living sets from $12.99 a week. Bedrooms from $51
Oh my God,
a
you can
month.
rent a sofa for a week.
Ugh.
100% approval.
Ay.
You can pay by the week, by the month. No hassles and no problems.
What
you
were
can own
they
in as little as 12
thinking?
months.
Bruh.
And Curtis Mathis guarantees the lowest
What an
payment in the
ugly
business.
commercial.
Nobody walks. Get what you want at Curtis Mathis today.
The bar has been raised again. Introducing the Toyota Tacoma Extra Cab.
Does it
Only
fly?
Tacoma combines Toyota toughness with room, refinement, and a driver's side
Yeah, a lot of roadhead cars back then.
airbag.
It is wide open.
I'm looking for a mid-sized truck that's
suckable.
That's can tow, a reasonable amount, but it's just good for just taking it to the head.
No middle console. No middle console.
Standard, and only Tacoma provides you the option of a 190 horsepower V6.
Still out there on the road today.
Oh yeah. Accelerates the leading competition's best.
Still going.
Toyota Tacoma, the arrival of the fittest.
Got there before the balloon.
On Top Gear, they like fucking blew up a Toyota Tacoma off like the top of a building.
Cool.
Like they put it on top of a building and blew up the building, and it came down, and they were still able to start it up with like very minor like.
No way.
Yeah.
Still ran.
Built bomb truck.
Holy shit.
Crazy,
That's
dude.
fucking cool.
They did a bunch of other crazy shit to it too. I just can't remember.
That's a better commercial.
Yeah.
To be honest.
It was a Hilux. Excuse me. My bad. But it was a Toyota though.
Yeah, that'd be sick if that was a commercial. Like we just dropped this off of a fucking skyscraper and
We
still
sent
drive.
it down the Grand Canyon. Humming still. I love what you do for me.
1970, Elton's very first song went gold.
A song.
Rocket Man went gold.
I'm a rocket man.
Rocket Man.
Hey. Elton's gone gold.
Money? These are gold. Oh, we'll need 371 wake-up calls.
After all, nothing's got the power of gold.
With all its power.
Put it in the ocean, left it overnight, still drove.
Dude, the ForEver, brother.
With all its refinements.
Wow.
Wow, you can drive the dunes.
It can go anywhere.
Imagine the
Good
places
sacks.
it can
Yeah.
take. The Toyota 4Runner.
Dude, David has a ForEver. It's got a lift kit on it. He just bought some brand new like brass fucking rims and all this crazy shit. It's fucking dope, dude.
Fuck yeah, dude.
It's fucking sick. Some ForErunners
Steel
are
runner.
really cool.
Yeah.
Because they're 4-wheel drive too. You can take them off road and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They're built like tanks.
Mm-hmm. These and the Land Cruisers people always talk about.
Yeah.
Land Cruisers are the big bad boys, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's like Safari, Jurassic Park kind of
I
thing.
don't know. Are
Land
those
Cruiser?
Range Rover types? But there's a Toyota that's like the international Toyota that's everywhere. That's the one you're talking about.
Wow, the smoking gun.
Yeah, the Land Cruiser.
Wow, it's like a nuclear bomb went off. Is it Fallout? Hey, brother, the world's ending. We thought we'd come on over.
Hey, I'm the ghoul. Oh, WWF.
Oh shit, turn it off.
Oh,
DMCA.
shit.
DMCA.
The
Yo,
world's
this-
ending.
Look at this watch party.
The world's ending. Let's hang out, fellas.
What is going on in here?
Just watching TV, Mom.
Why are your pants off?
WF in your house.
Dude, only $15 for a pay-per-view?
Mm-hmm.
September 24th.
Yeah, this was not a bigger. This is like the house show version of a pay-per-view.
Mm-hmm. Yo, Jack, what up, dude? Shout out to Dave's Archives people finding us. Hell yeah, Dave's
Yeah,
the
I've
best.
seen Dave being going live on YouTube. It's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Presenting Super Mom. On her way home from work, she flies through the Bojangles drive-thru where she orders.
Bojangles.
Yo, if
I
I
never
can
had
take
Bojangles.
Super Mom through the Bojangles,
Bojangling those nuts. Any Bojangle love in the chat? Yay or nay?
First supper.
I'm a Popeyes
12 pieces
guy,
of
but I
fresh
never
Cajun
had
spiced chicken,
Bojangles.
6 made from scratch buttermilk biscuits, 4 large fixins, a full
Just a plate of beans.
gallon of fresh brewed iced tea, and 6 cinnamon biscuits for dessert.
Oh!
For only
Fuck, dude. Look at that spread.
Bro, I paid $16 for burrito.
Oof.
Oh, yeah, that's like one meal, dude.
$99. Be a super mom or super dad with Bojangles Super Supper. Come taste the difference.
Taste that jangle in your mouth.
It was $18. I forgot.
Jangles.
Okay, how
Ice
about the
cold
women?
tea?
Well, you know who's back in town? Monica. Yeah, how amazing is that? Out for like 2 years and coming back, she's smoking.
And Miss Grand Slam Steffi, she's number one.
And don't forget about Arancha.
Tell me about it. That tiebreaker.
Don't forget about
Wimbledon, that was
Arancho.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's the world's toughest tennis.
The U.S. Open. It's on CBS.
Dude, these guys talking about the women's tennis, dude.
You ever had a conversation about tennis with your bros?
Bet they're about to make out. Dude, she's cool, man. Yeah, man.
You
She
like that
is.
too?
Yeah, dude, she's really cool, man.
Yeah, I
You're
like
pretty
that a
cool
lot.
too, man.
Oh yeah, thanks.
They've got
You got a good serve too, bro.
That's some sexy lips too, man.
What was that?
What was that? Nothing.
But that's okay. You've got 60 minutes. Sundays.
What is the government?
Oh, hell yeah.
CBS.
On CBS.
The I've all
For a minute
seen.
of long distance to someone who's, say, 3,000 miles away.
Ooh, over $1 a minute.
Guess again.
Maybe 50, 60 cents a minute.
Keep guessing.
60-some cents.
No matter how far away, it's just 10 cents a minute with Sprint Cents. It's as simple as that.
You mean across the whole country?
I can call somebody in Phoenix, New York, Alabama, 10 cents to Hawaii. Amazing how
Just
far
could
a dial
not
will go.
talk to people back in the day.
No.
Communication was so low.
They hated that.
They don't know what Twitter is.
You
They
want
don't
to talk
know.
to somebody in the same country as you? Ooh, 10 cents a minute.
Now we hear too much of what everyone wants to say. They had to
How
pay.
it all went
it was
around.
so. It was such a price to pay just to have a conversation, dude.
It's free.
Using a pigeon. I was writing letters. God damn, dude.
Big business.
Great Dave, what up, dude? That tennis event on CBS.
The first laptop.
What the fuck?
Yo! Those were so tight, dude.
But why? Why does it have to transform?
To make it smaller.
Because the actual frame of the laptop's small and compact.
What the fuck?
And so it goes into a full-size keyboard. Well, not full-size, but, you know.
Oh, it pops out.
Hey, yo.
Cool, dude.
Dude, IBM was the shit.
I mean, you have to use the little computer clitoris thing, but other than that.
Oh, yeah, that mouse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, for Gamer Girl checking in for the first time in a long time. Hello from Japan. What up, dude?
Oh.
What's going on?
You
All is well.
Look how it
Have
brings
fun out
people
there.
together.
Hope you're having a good time. Much love to you.
Enjoy.
Let me guess. One side of you
Enjoy
craves
Japan.
easy chair comfort, while the other side itches for performance, right?
Whoa. Volume
Well,
up.
meet Buick Regal. With its famous 3800 V6
This is all
engine and
Buick.
Grand
This
Touring
set is
suspension.
The ending on this.
so Buick.
Add to that an all-new interior with body-sensitive seats.
Wow, look
Body
at that.
sensitive.
Looks like a sleeping bag.
Yeah.
Or a cocoon.
Or
So-
Ninja Turtles.
It's so gross.
Abs. Yeah, it's Ninja Turtle abs.
Something about this like curvy grossness reminds me of like the aliens like ships, like the Prometheus like set
yeah.
design. If you got this all in matte black, you'd be like, ew, you're like one of those architect dudes from Prometheus in your car. Everything's so penisy and round.
Dude, speaking of Ninja Turtles, I finally watched that new animated movie.
Oh yeah, the Mutant Mayhem.
Dude, fucking dope.
It's the best. It was the best Ninja Turtle thing I've ever seen.
It's the best thing since the original, number 2.
Sure.
It's better than 3 for sure. But
For sure.
It's
really good.
Finally,
Got married, moved to Japan. Have fun. That sounds fun.
Hell yeah.
Good for you.
Thanks to Sprint Business, the Kelly family is getting bigger every day.
There are over 500,000 of us.
Because SprintNet is the data network that allows Kelly services
some kind of
instant access to all
networking
their people
product?
coast to coast. That's how
Connecting
Sprint
you
helps them place
all
more people
across the
in more
coast.
jobs in half the time.
Coast to coast.
Sprint helped us grow 30%.
Wow.
They'll help your business do
Look
more
at that.
business.
They're
Call
growing.
Sprint Business.
Is Sprint even around anymore?
I think they merged with T-Mobile.
This is a cool commercial. Getting big, getting drunk. Dude, when I get drunk, I feel big too. Yes.
Coors Light, the silver bullet. It's shipped cold to preserve the clean taste of the Rockies.
They ship it ice cold.
Fuck yeah! Ahead of you, a dramatic wraparound.
Oh, another one.
On your left,
The
a three-person
wraparound.
memory system. On your right, a 10-disc JBL audio system.
10 discs. Dude, 10? Holy
That's
fuck.
impressive.
Framed in burl walnut. Below you,
Real
leather treatment,
walnut.
World walnut, dude.
Walnut.
That's fucking.
Everything hollowed
I
out.
kind of like the wraparound, but it is a very selfish console, right?
It's just for
Yeah,
you.
it's kinda
man.
weird, dude.
Yeah, it's just for you.
seats. And all around you, a car so beautifully designed it can go 100,000 miles between scheduled tune-ups. Lincoln Mark 8.
Nice.
Give up.
You probably shouldn't tell people that.
You're surrounded. Lincoln Mark 8 with the V8 Intech system. Drive everything else
I think I was
That
watching a
Boomer mobile.
was watching like some like big like streamer event thing of like it was like 100,000 people in the chat room.
Yeah.
And I saw this one person, this one random guy thing. He's like, chat's moving so fast they won't know I haven't changed my oils in 100,000 miles. I'm like, that's pretty cool.
Fuck yeah, dude. Sometimes you got to get it out there.
Just grinding gears. I
Dude,
love it.
his
Throw it in the
oil
chat.
is either all dripped out at this point, or it's just like the thickest sludge.
Mm-hmm.
It's just.
I don't know why it sounds so dry in there.
I just love that. Please change your car.
Just out of laziness.
Yeah.
Yeah, every 3,000 miles, guys.
Oh yeah.
Television.
And there's
Good job, Dave.
Dave's Archives. Make sure you guys are liking the Dave's Archives and supporting that man and
Hey,
his
Joss.
archiving.
Can you show us how to demo how to like videos on the new format of YouTube?
I would. I'm not sure how.
You know why I love Dave's Archives? Because he included the Gracie's film thing.
There it is. They moved it.
Right there. Like the video, everybody.
What is
moved
this?
it.
You moved
Oh
it.
man,
Love
To
it.
move
love
it
the
back.
irony that I have YouTube Premium membership, and here I am watching this YouTube video.
True.
Agreed,
Good job.
dude.
That's a good YouTube viewer right there.
$5 at Arby's. We'll never see that again.
And
It's
if
true.
you do, you should be alarmed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because it's probably not meat. It's like
What is it now?
It's like shavings of sawdust or something.
Your YouTube looks weird. This is the update, guys. They want it so that you can like watch YouTube, but scroll the chat like it's TikTok.
Oh, they don't want you scrolling past the video.
I like that.
And then they give you more thumbnail options, which
I don't like that.
is better for content creators because there's now 4 times the likelihood I think your video might get like looks, like a little bit of eyeball action.
If you also think about like
Well,
a tablet, if you think about a tablet, there's another mistakable clickable thing with your thumb.
It's another thing to fuck up. Yo, Galactic Bryce. Thank you, dude. 20 gifted subs. Huge.
That's
massive,
fucking
man.
huge.
Much love, brother. Thank you, man, for all the years of support, Bryce. Thank you, man. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Much love, brother.
We're probably gonna head out here, chat, because
See on this is fuck.
I see you gather before me. Hungry, terrified, clutching your babes to your breast. Emperor Emir has marched his legions into our lands, laid siege to every fortress from...
Geralt had to face Eredin, but could only hope to beat him with the help of friends. The Wild Hunt could be defeated with exceptionally powerful magic, so Triss and Yen set out to reconvene the Lodge of Sorceresses. Avalach, too, began to lay plans of his own. The elven sage decided to erode the King of the Hunt's support in his own realm. With Geralt in tow, he ventured through other worlds to the city of Tir na Liar. There they found Eredin's viceroy, Gels. Gels had been a loyal subject of the Alder Folk's previous king. When he learned Eredin was a regicide, he agreed to help defeat the usurper.
Look at Malodin, sobbing over the vermin filth.
Let him be, you more. Blubbered a fair bit yourself when wolves nabbed your helmets.
What do you mean? You saying we's like them wolves?
No, muttonhead. Beasts were to the noble what helmet were to you.
Basilisk as a pet? A hunting dog? The notion were wrong to start with.
Jeez.
Not good.
Blood. Lots of it. Kikimores? Some stench.
Not good.
Kikimore eggs. Need to incinerate these to ash. So, missing workers. This is what became of them.
Blood! Blood! No! Kafoo him! Let's ride!
I'm in the thick of tits.
learn.
Let's ride!
Lads, charge! Take him for a ride!
Come to here!
Not too late to surrender.
Blender, please.
You can't pull one over
Witcher.
on me, Witcher.
Right?
I can see you're a killer.
All is in order! Out of my way.
Patrolling on an empty stomach. Oh, dreadful.
Slower. Whoa there, Roach. Giddy up. Go, go.
Stuff. So get stuck. So. Funky beat to wake you up. It's fucking hard. A fucking blender, mate. Them too.
My soul cannot handle this. It simply cannot. Oh, Lebioda's wounds.
Calm down. It's over.
I thank you, sir. and you must forgive me my momentary loss of composure. Are you in need of accoutrements, monsieur?
What do you have that you're willing to sell? Fellow looks abandoned. You its owner?
More its temporary steward. By order of the Treasury Minister, I am to serve as caretaker of Count Deloni's properties and estates. The Count is missing. Yet, no one at the palace warned me. Villafit that is the lair of bandits. That is to say it was, but is no more. Thanks to your heroism, Monsieur Witcher.
Jump the fucking wall. Let's go.
Thanks. So long. Move it!
Take him from the left!
terrifically complicated. Which find a craftsman in town skilled enough to decipher it, though. Broom. Strange name for a series of caverns. Should investigate. Wonder if the bandits got the treasure out of the cave.
Come on. The harlot's brute. A billion blighted barrels.
What? Lost your nerve?
Stick it.
You drooping dog. No! Kaflure him!
Witcher, a moment of your time.
Witcher,
May I?
behind my
Good luck
throne.
on the path.
It is the Witcher
Iron
who saved
longs
us
to
from
be
war.
red hot. Well, well. Starling Strakenhoff, House Pam Titelt Harlitsbrut has bit the dust. May he rest in pain and agony. You've earned yourself a steep price cut here, Witcher.
Stragan. Name's familiar. Ran into him a while back.
What's this? He must have been a horrible hound shaker. Decent folk don't bear that name.
Can't say if that's true for all the Stragons, but this one sure wasn't decent. Met a bad end, too. Justly so.
You carved up the knob copper. I knew it.
Druids did it for me, actually. Burned him alive.
Oh, lovely, lovely.
Mind taking a glance at these diagrams?
For you, Witcher, I will take two. I regret to say, only a Grandmaster could decipher these scribblings. And a Grandmaster I am not.
Show me what you have on offer, will you? Need something. See you later.
It is the Witcher who saved us from woe.
I do what they paid me to do. That's it.
Ah!
My joints are aching. Whoa!
Move it! That's it, Roach. Go, go.
No even a draft horse will talk without some cat.
Witcher or not, you've still to bust your bum.
They summoned a witcher. Well, why not? Who's to tell the rich how to spend their coin? They summoned a witcher. Well, why not? Who's to tell the rich how to spend their coin?
Hey-ya!
Witcher! There's an...
Oh!
Fetch this empty dead. Come evening, I'm off to the hells, quick as a flash.
Foes yesterday, partners today.
Damn, something's seriously wrong here. Damn, you're ugly. Damn.
Get you?
Damn.
Save me, please! That hurts.
Witcher or not, you've still to bust your...
Thank you, good sir. You would be the famous Witcher, would you not?
Exactly.
I shall hitch my wagon and set off for the monument works at once. They await me there.
Faster.
It's a witcher! Go on! No remorse! Axis! Right! Surround him! You slaughtered!
Friend, I thank you once more for saving my bound.
Blood! Blood! That's charge! Take him for a ride! Kill the corpse gobbler!
Come on now.
Make sure I get it in place. Can't believe there's 15 solutions.
Run, Roach.
Say, it's only fucking deep. Figures.
Right above Slick!
Didn't mean to do that. Make it on that bridge. Cut all that shit. speed. But if I hit that pillar in the middle, I'm good. Oh, thanks. You fucking do that.
Why the bum sweat did you come here? Now what? Eh? Fake face? You stand no chance against us.
He's gonna make me try, isn't he?
Come on! Come here!
She's lit. I'm not running through that cave. Get out of here. I'll do the very end. Take all the glory.
I know the Duchess's favorite. But that doesn't mean you can twirl and do cartwheels.
Deep breath, Witcher.
All is in order.
What the devil are you doing?
Well, will you stay long?
Sweat dripping down my bum furrow.
Up, shoop, dum, da, re, re, up, shoop.
So cool. You can't sense. Oh.
Don't dare to think you've got carte blanche here.
Come on.
Alright.
Hey-ya! Damn it. Slower. What now, you piece of filth?
Princess. Like a push and a stop. To Liam and Matilda.
All right already. You helped us. Thanks bunches. Happy?
See, you're the Duke of this, the Duke of that, you're the Duke of Dog Tittle.
Come on, Roach.
I'm going to save with my hands. Watch your stones.
Faster. Come on now.
Good job. There's a good chap.
And
Thanks
if
for the
I
help.
were to put up my wife's as surety.
Just take to work as they take to dance and drink.
Not so fast, Roach.
That bear. Up here. That bear out your way, mate.
Come on. Come on, Roach.
Oh,
Pay
done.
you peanuts as well?
The Witcher's not nearly as nasty as they make him out to be. Ah!
stream.
Oh my.
You check out the earlier of the stream. We got to the bottom of this news.
Where bellies are pinched so tight, folk don't drink wine. Distill it instead, hooch.
Yes, a face no ointment could help.
Behold the tawny's victor, hallow! The time of heroes is dead. We men are the monsters now.
Oh, witches. Greetings, knight. Much is said in Beauclair of your bravery and dedication. Thus you've secured a claim to compensation. Sign here, please.
Can't help but be curious, but where do the funds for those payments come from?
The ducal treasury, of course. Her illustrious Highness Anna Henrietta assigns great value to bravery and selfless patriotism. It is her standing order that any knight may receive a wage, pardon me, financial compensation for his dedication to defending the duchy's internal security and order.
Wouldn't mind a glance at your books. Ones you're willing to sell, that is. Well, see you later.
Go in peace for a night.
Crap ton of money.
Days at war, yet the last for whom he'd find and young had married. Did not spy him at the building.
Turn.
Bye, Maxwell.
We shall alone bear the scars of the witches.
So,
Round and round. A witcher chased the beast.
Tab. You bloody tab. Tab 2. Don't mind that. 'Tis a scratch. Don't mind that scratch. And home.
Something's not right. Someone placed an illusion here.
Evening.
that scene looks like it expired. Or did something kill her? Wonder what'll happen if I reenact the scene. Shut up and fight.
Yes!
Thank you. Just got him the way.
Safe in my enchained knightly bond. Welcome. Ooh. Yes, my lord. It is right and fitting, Witcher, that the Duchessa summoned and you came. Let's go. Whoa there, Roach.
Witcher. There's a good chap. Thanks for the help.
Drumming up work for yourself, Witcher?
Go, go.
Oh.
Together, frickin'!
Let's ride! I'm alive!
Me?
You killed him! You son of a Tartmanch! The whole of us! At once!
You dare to flaffle me? Me?
I was doing some of this.
What they
I'll
pay me
finally
to do.
be able
That's
to
it.
drink in peace. And I'll drink to your health. Drink! Give me a drink!
Come on. Hey there. Faster.
I am Maximus Nonius Macrinus. Our deeds in life ring out through all eternity.
Good job. Smoke.
He killed Lot half-breed! Faster! Faster!
Too much.
Giddy up.
Enjoy. We'll stay.
You don't look like a quarryman to...
That stand in the way of...
No?
Show me what you...
Yeah.
Gotta go.
Here and only here. Buy a full set of gear, get a bottle of Fiorano free.
From buds to bottles.
Oh,
The
or
most-
not. You've still to bust your bum.
What the golly blasting devils are you doing, men? What plague? An unfortunate turn of offense, that's all. Get back to chiseling. If we don't deliver that head on time, the infestor will twist my plums off.
Is that what you'll tell Emil's widow? That a cow crushed him and it was an accident? This, sir, is a grave matter. It requires a specialist, some mage or warlock.
What happened here?
Look! It's that witcher who's come to town. Maybe he can do something. An exorcism or the like. We should ask how much coin he'll want.
Did you see our notice? Is that why you've come?
Didn't see any notice, no. But since I'm here, be glad to hear you out. Know the problem. This some kind of plague you fear?
Yes, indeed, and a horrid one at that. Without the gods, something true we have. In Zeracania, they've sent a plague of locusts, then of frogs. With us, they skipped right to raining cows down on us.
Enough! Enough! No need to so panic. Come, Master Witcher, I shall divulge to you the matter at hand. Yes, an unfortunate matter indeed, to be crushed by a cow. A true shame, Emil. He was a good worker. I told him at once there had to be a simple explanation. But that lot, no. Right away they started in screaming, "Plague!" demanding higher wages for hardship, poor working conditions, you see?
You paid
They
less.
ruined me, the blotters.
My job is to figure out why a cow fell from the sky. That it?
That too. The thing is, since none bothered to clear the cow corpse, some filths overrun the other pit. We fear to venture there.
Not surprised. Cow, where'd it come from? What kind was it?
Why, the ordinary spotted kind. Nothing unusual. Its corpse rots in the other pit, sends out its stench, and Emil lies right beneath it. Will you tend to the matter and take on the contract?
Need to know more about this accident. Anyone actually see what happened?
No, but sounds there were. Osturv had just gone to see how Emil was getting along when suddenly we heard an ear-botching boom. Moments later, something smashed into one of the cranes.
Doubt it was the cow that hit the crane.
Probably true. At any rate, come morn, we ventured out to sea, but the vermin drove us off. With that, all work came to a halt. Has remained so since. Master, tarry no longer, please. Will you take on the matter?
Fine, I'll look into it. Might be a botched portal, but I doubt it.
Lapiota reward you with progeny aplenty. I shall keep an eye out for your return.
Witcher or not, you've still to bust your bum.
Run, Roach.
Or not, you've still to bust your bum.
What a bountiful season! We must order more barrels.
That Gwent will be the end of.
Come on. Come on.
Pack her up!
Slower.
Once!
Come get some, shout jumper!
Come on, Nazis! Stay together! At least try to!
I love my job!
Disgusting spells!
You dare to get flat me? Me?
You killed him!
Circle him! Circle him! White-haired but wingless. Ah. Wizard! Warlock! Come on, Nazis! Right one, left ones!
Shut up and fight.
Yeah.
shall drag on too long.
Come to Pappy!
Save me!
Damn, you're ugly.
You gave me the hiccups! Faster! Faster!
You saved my life. I thank you. Should you need something, find me at the cockatrice.
Giddy up. Slow now. Bad idea.
May the God who saved my life. I shall never forget it. Before long, you will have to look to fairy tales to find a witcher or knight.
Slow now. Whoa. Hey-ya! Whoa there, Roach. Move it.
Come get some, chode jumper!
Take him for a ride!
Shut up and fight. Now in his eye. Ought to use it. There's something here. Need to use the eye.
Come to Pappy! The whole of us! At once!
Great tufts!
Praised be the prophet Leviathan!
Undercats! Together! Let his story be!
Hey-ya!
Faster! Faster!
quick!
Any last words?
Tart liquor! Not much!
The whole of us! At once!
Praised be the prophet Leviathan! Curses! Take him alive! You're as good as become! Slamming truths and busting heads, that's what I like! Come now, Poacher. Take it. Circle him! Circle him! Blood! Blood! Recant! Recant your sins!
You gave me the hiccup!
What? Curses! Blood! Blood!
Someone placed an illusion here.
Pathetic.
You gave me the hiccups!
water's weeping! Wounds! Blood! Blood! Quick! Quicker! Flaming troops! At once! Stay together! At least try to! Back to Four Fingers! Today! Despise sauce. Get away! Pucker! Pucker up! Hands out, blood shall flow! The whole of us! At once! You reek like Lepiota centers! That's him! The murderer! He killed her! Look! Faster! Let his story! Leviota's weeping! Wounds! Grey-hacked louse!
Ugly bastard.
I'll miss you, witch. All together, frick it!
Stay not good.
This has got to be done.
My goodness! How I enjoy a good bug butching! You're not a complete bug.
Come on.
But move! But move!
Keep calm. Start no brawls.
That Philibert von Wittem. 4 fingers. How did he wind up with them?
Now keep. He had 4 fingers.
Well, that's a bum load of hell. I know he was missing.
I'm going to save him, man! What's your
stone?
stones? He didn't talk about it, nearly ever. He didn't like to. Once he claimed some wench had bit it off, but he was drunk, so it was probably wishful thinking. Nothing to see here. Move along!
The Dutch is packed with Nilfgaardian parvenus.
Not even a draft horse will talk without some carrot to move it.
Master Witcher, might I have a moment, please?
Begone from my sight!
Just in, jewel-encrusted galligaskins, the latest rage. Most honored Witcher, the slaughter of Filbert Fourfingers von Witten. Quite the feat. You've my respect and gratitude forever and always. He'd squatted in those ruins for months, him and that Hans of his. Whoever they captured alive lived to regret not having been cleaved in battle.
Managed to assemble a pretty good bunch of men.
Refuse from all the world. Bandits, degenerates, drawn like flies to doo-doo. It's good you fell them to a man. You've my gratitude, and good prices for all time here.
Your goods.
You up to
Mind if I
that?
have a glass?
Damn.
Thanks.
Good luck on your path.
Now there is
Killed Philibert Fourfingers without so much as breaking a sweat. Witcher! Good luck on your path. Master Witcher, might I have a moment, please?
eager to guess as a champion.
Will you stop bothering me?
I'm watching your flinty hide.
So, yeah.
Begone from my sight.
Yeah.
Witcher! Von.
You're good. Thanks. Farewell.
Good luck on your path. Just in, jewel-encrusted galligaskins, the latest rage.
The duchy's packed with...
Hey-ya!
Come on.
Hey-ya!
Stack.
Do monsters have mamas and papas? Ow!
Witcher, there's a good chap. Thanks for the help.
Mugs of fries.
How's it? A job is like a lady. You can always get a new one.
Oh, that's bad luck. Am I invisible?
Such are the times, my good fool.
Folk their mates are wooed with ease, yet every last one is free of disease.
Greetings, knight. My clerks have brought word of heroic deeds on your part. Please accept this compensation for your toil, good sir.
Well,
go in peace, fair knight.
And go hurt sheep.
Cottel sucks and Blunterpest. I paid too much out again.
Witcher act always with reason.
finish upgrading my house now that I have the money.
Slithering snake by the neck.
Nice tune.
Even a horse drops if you ride it at a constant gallop.
Renovations coming along all right?
I am delighted to inform you we have completed our labors. You can now devote yourself to enjoying the vineyard's delights to the fullest. You must forgive me my temerity, sir, but I thought with all the work on Corfo Bianco completed, and with the estate looking more beautiful than ever, it might be appropriate to commemorate the moment.
Sure, why not?
During the tidying that preceded the renovations, I came across a bottle of Sapramento, the 1250 vintage. I cannot say by what miracle it survived, but it is here, and we've cause to open it today.
To save it.
And then he ran straight into the crowd, burning bouquet in hand. All thought it a part of the performance, so they only laughed, even when the decor began to catch fire. It was not until the flames engulfed Baron Mahevkin's beard that folk began to realize something was amiss and went to put out the fires.
Sounds like Monsieur Bolius and Madame Nina threw some first-rate balls here.
It was so. In this regard, Baron Rossel was decidedly more reserved.
So tell me, Barnabas Basil, what's the wine situation like here? Am I going to produce any this year?
This year is out, I fear, sir. Last autumn, a fungus destroyed all the vines. Baron Rossel had new ones planted, but it will be some time before they start bearing fruit. Assuming that is, the fungus does not reappear.
That'd be bad. This Sapramento got me dreaming. It's amazing.
Isn't it, though? Allow me to top you off, sir. There.
Thanks.
Banquets and wine are rather suited.
Now drink us some pick.
Long live Duchess
Your reputation
Anna.
precedes you.
Snow White, you with the exquisite hair. Snow White,
Name's Geralt. What can I do for you?
that hair, the scar, the frown, it's all perfect.
Something you actually want from me? Or are you just gonna go on gushing about my attributes?
I admire, good sir, admire and desire. Such a threat in the eyes, oh, so manly.
If you're trying to get me to meet with you some evening, afraid you're just wasting your time.
An evening? Impossible. I shall require the soft light of mid-afternoon for this portrait.
Portrait?
Indeed, yours, en face, actual
You-
size, with the finest vista Toussaint affords behind you. Pose for me. You must. Naturally, I shall pay the compensation due to you for your modeling services.
Don't see why not. Long as it doesn't take long.
It shan't, never worry. With but a short distance to journey into the hills outside of town. A perfect landscape perfectly to frame your perfect physiognomy.
Let's go then.
I need only fetch my easel and palettes from my studio. We shall meet at noon at the western gate, near the palace. From where we'll venture forth together.
Long live to
ENDGAME production.
What a specimen. He scared the fright out of me. The North must be a terribly barbaric land. What a specimen. He scared the fright out of me.
A witcher I may not be, but I always find the bottle promptly.
The North must be a terribly barbaric land.
He's no hero. That's the butcher of Blaviken.
doth one ennoble, slaughter doth one gratify. The North must be a terribly barbaric land. What a specimen. Scared the fright out of me. The North must be a terribly barbaric land. What a specimen. He scared the fright out of me.
Alright, let's go get this guy's sketchbook.
The best armor around. That
Master
is what
Witcher?
I forge. So sorry.
What have you got there? Need something crafted. You willing? Seem an expert. Got...
Say,
Know anyone who might manage to decipher them?
I'd advise you.
So long.
Ew, stinky.
Clairvoix, her most...
Greetings.
A witcher from the School of the Wolf, here in Tucson. Greetings. I'm Lazar Lafargue.
Geralt of Rivia. Seem pretty enthused. Got a job for me?
Rather. Mind you, it's no monster hunt, but I'm sure you'll be interested all the same. I'm an armorer, see, and I've for years sought diagrams for witcher armor of exceptional quality, Grandmaster level.
Heard of them. Never seen any.
That's what I'm looking for.
Thought they were lost.
Not quite. For I've been lucky enough to learn that their holders came to Tucson. Alas, they then perished, but I know where. I just need a partner to help me retrieve them.
If you know where to look, why not get them yourself?
No offense, but do I look like a rough-hewn adventurer? Besides, who would serve my clients while I romped about seeking them? No, I'd rather leave it to someone familiar with such matters. Bring me the diagrams, and from them I'll forge for you whatever you fancy.
Nice.
All these diagrams somehow wound up in Toussaint? How is that even possible?
Toussaint was once home to Tiensai, a legendary and now deceased elfin master armorer. Witches from all corners of the world came to him to forge their plate, their mail.
Heard about him. Supposed to have been the best.
And thus he charged a king's ransom for his work. Witches would take difficult, dangerous work to earn the coin to pay him. Some, alas, met with misfortune, and the diagrams they carried were left to rot with their earthly remains.
Got it. Find them, find the diagrams. But how can I know where to look for their remains?
As it happens, I learnt my trade at Jensai's side. So I heard the stories of the missing witches firsthand. What he told me, well, that is what discouraged me from seeking the diagrams out myself. We must strike a deal. I shall tell you all I know. In return, once you found the diagrams, you will let me draft a copy.
Where do I look for these diagrams?
I know of 5 likely fallen witches, each from a different school of the wolf, griffin, cat, bear, and manticore. Which should I start with?
Tell me about my brother, the wolf.
His name was Aton. I remember him well. My master liked him, helped him find a safe yet well-paid contract. A few years ago, an archaeological expedition arrived in Tucson from Castel Gropian. They questioned my master about the elfin ruins at Termes. He warned them of the danger there and recommended they take Aton as an escort.
What kind of danger did he mean? Any idea?
Legend claims wraiths haunt the chambers beneath Termes. I cannot say if there is any truth to this, but both the scholars and the Witcher disappeared without a trace.
The Griffin. What can you tell me about him?
He came some 200 years ago, but my master remembered him well. This Witcher was not stripped of emotions, you see, as his colleagues were. He had taken on a contract at Fort Usa and required better gear. He showed my master his diagrams, paid a deposit, and was never seen again. Apparently he rode off one night from the fort, never to return.
Any idea where he went?
No. It said he left in a rush, so he may have left something behind. Only ruins remain of Fort Usar, but you may wish to search them.
Let's talk about the cat.
A year ago, Bartolome de Launay, the ducal armorer, asked me to confirm the authenticity of a Witcher diagram he had received by messenger. You see, at the time he was working on new armor for the Ducal Guard. A Witcher from the School of the Cat offered to sell him diagrams for a full set of gear. The diagrams would have been helpful indeed.
The diagram you saw, was it really a Witcher diagram?
Beyond any doubt. It's a shame Delaunay didn't let me draft a copy. He was quite shaken up, afraid the Witcher might simply kill him and take his coin. Possibly a well-founded fear. Soon after, Delaunay disappeared without a trace. I would have searched his former home for clues, but it has fallen into disrepair, and it is simply too dangerous there.
Tell me more about the bear, can you?
He appeared shortly after Master Tiensail took me on as his apprentice. I remember the bear-head medallion that hung from his neck. I remember a towering Witcher who haggled like a fishwife.
Witchers never have too much coin.
True. This one clearly was not wealthy. But he pledged to bring us coin after he completed a contract at the Tufo vineyard, where a building had just collapsed. Time passed. The bear never showed, and my master sent me to the Tufo estate. As it turned out, the Witcher had indeed accepted a job. Yet that was all they heard of him, and that is all I know.
School of the Manticore. Probably know the least about it, though once, long ago, wore some armor forged there.
My master said the Manticores have their fortress in the Far East. A century past, one of their number came to him, a Witcher named Merton. He made a poor impression on my master. He stank like a dwarfen still, and quarreled fiercely all the time. Tiensail slammed the door in his face and told him to return when he sobered up. He would conduct no business with a drunk. The Witcher, however, failed to return. Folk say he got into a booze-fueled brawl with the Ducal Guard. He was arrested and sentenced. Bastoy prison, where he was held, well, it's been a ruin for years. Still, you may want to start your search there.
This elven master, how'd he end up taking a human for an apprentice?
My father forged armor. As a youngster, I helped him, then began forging my own pieces. Master Tiensail saw my work and offered to take me on as his apprentice. Only now, years on, do I realize the honor that was. Alas, my master perished in a massacre later, slain by racists. Though he taught me everything he knew, I did not manage to complete the guild's requirements for Grand Master while he lived. I know I have no equal in the trade. Yet, until I complete Witcher armor of Grandmaster quality, I shall never be certain I've become my teacher's equal.
Farewell.
Good luck on the path.
Citizens, beware of
Your
history
reputation
and
precedes
elves
you,
alike, and stones, hewn or otherwise. I hearken to
Treasure hunts. Holy shit. Gotta get this on.
Sir Knights, Sir Geralt of Rivia, remove 3 cheers for the tourney's victor. Hip, hip, hooray, hooray.
Ow!
Sir Geralt of Rivia, 3 cheers for the
There's
tourney's
never
victor.
been a
Hip, hip,
fairer.
hooray, hooray, hooray.
I don't think I'm gonna take on any new side quests. I'm gonna do this, the one side quest I got, and start the main quest. Getting this armor is imperative. Got the sword, no.
Scholars pitched camp here. Should look around. They were scholars. Should have guessed the passages inside were blocked for a reason. Good thing they didn't try to go in there without a witcher. Faster. Magic. A place of power. magic barrier. Got a bad feeling, damn it. That's better. The bodies. Seems they were running for the exit. The bodies. Seems they were running for the exit.
Show me what you got.
Satchel looks like it belonged to a witcher. A witcher. Brought the ceiling down to bury his foes. Ended up burying himself, too.
It's super easy.
Come on. Giddy up.
Turn still.
Seems he left the prison, came here, then went on to the temple. Ugly bastard.
There.
Come on, Roach. Come on.
So
Run, Roach.
Hey, Tony Champion, the bells must give you one hefty reduction.
Temple Merton wrote about seems like. Should look around. Might find something interesting. Spectre in a place like this? Behind a wall? Someone must have waltzed this poor fellow up. Spirit can't rest in peace. Spirit won't rest in peace until I bury the remains. Some sarcophagi in the first chamber. One of them could work. Ready. Soul should rest in peace now.
You can't pull one over on me, Witcher. I can see you're a killer.
Not even a draft horse will talk without some carriage.
Trolling on an empty stomach. Oh, dreadful.
Just wonderful. Ought to look around. Smashed bones. Damn, it was strong. Smashed bones. Damn, it was strong. Deep prints. Blood. Just trying to get away. Damn it.
Easy kill.
Something behind these roots. Come out. I'm not gonna hurt you.
Take it.
Thank you, Sir Witcher. Let Biota keep you in his care.
Together. Easy. Come.
Faster.
Let's begin. Let's go.
Something's not right.
Of course, I can tell they...
Come on now.
Who am I to judge?
A tip of the...
To the tourneys, Victor.
Lamoth, my friend, it's common knowledge.
Watch where you step, fool.
Yields the best sweet bread.
My mama's too hot a belly.
Slower.
Over here, please.
Heard you calling. Wanted to talk?
I did, for we're neck deep in trouble. Of the spider kind.
Need a maid with a broom, not a witcher.
You fail to understand. These are huge. The size of pigs or dogs. Black and hairy, spewing webs.
Not talking about spiders then. Talking about arachnomorphs.
Call them what you will. You must smash the rogues, will you? Those caves would be not for now. I knew we would agree.
Mountains out of molehills, Vilma. I shall be better than
Show me what you got.
Big boy bled out. Good.
I do what they paid me to do. That's it.
Any tidings?
All taken care of. Went inside and cleaned up.
Thank the gods. And you too, of course.
Was looking to buy something. Maybe sell something too.
Some stuff.
Time I got back on the path.
Ah! Ooh. Oh, he's my butt.
Oh. Welcome.
Wonder if I'll find anything Merton left behind here.
My God. Fucking vampire. Just stronger than the first. back out. Scary as all hell.
Notes in the journal suggest that straight out of prison, Merton went to the legendary cave. Lebiota was supposed to have hunkered down there once.
Move it!
Done cave. Get the hell out of here. That's crazy.
Just like the great beggar described it. Chapel Merton visited must be in the cave. Damn it. What's going on here? Nude women in a might have been hallucinations. Sure as hell fought as if they were real. Beggars here. Must be a test.
Do not avert your eyes. Help.
Help a poor soul. Arms for the poor, sir.
Last one. Wonder what'll happen now. And he's surrounded by kicking wars. He's real or just an illusion?
Blue.
That looks a lot like Libiota. Impossible. Merton went to the lakeside to seek final atonement. Should look into it. Not seeing visions anymore. If it's a relic of some sort. End of that.
I think I just went in a circle.
Faster. Slow now. Not so fast, Roach.
Long live Duchessa Anna Henrietta.
Let's go!
The guard brings peace to our domains. Flout its writ and rot in chains.
We're to kiss the ground you walk on, is that it? But you just did your diddly witcherly duty. Hey there, Witcher!
That's it, Roach.
Damn.
Any last words?
Circle him! Circle him!
Why men throw their lives away attacking an armed witcher, I'll never know. Something wrong with my face? Like Merton wrote about. Gotta be. Nice place. Pretty as hell. Merton's last stop. Run, Roach. Come on, Roach. Run, Roach. spoons are beating out some kind of rhythm, a message, trying to tell me something. None shall sit and dine with you at your table. No spoon you have shall say to you, never again shall you wish to spy your reflection in the mirror. Sounds like a curse, all right. Somebody's clearly obsessed. Regis mentioned the place might be cursed. Can't be a coincidence. Need to look around. What a pigsty. Need to search it thoroughly. Find a way to collect some white saliva. No spoon you have shall say to you. Whatever lives here treated that literally. Still searching for the right spoon. White's obsessed. A real collector. Thoroughbred. Spoon. Pretty ordinary. Maybe a little old. Skeletons. Doubt they came here willingly. This have anything to do with the curse? None shall sit and dine with you at your table. It'd make sense. Woman's name scratched into this wooden spoon. Romantic. Another spoon. Yep, just as normal as the last one. Actually does seem like a White's lair. Bit atypical, but still. Cauldron should be somewhere around here. White's obsessed. Real collector. Thoroughbred. Cauldron I was looking for. White's not particularly tidy. Cauldron's empty, unfortunately. We just need some brew. Afraid he won't get that. No choice but to hide and wait for the saliva glands and their bearer. Need a spot that'll let me observe the cauldron. Spoon, pretty ordinary, maybe a little old.
People.
Damn it. Gotta catch it. Seems I'll have to kill the White in its own junk heap.
Howdy. What was I doing?
that Duchess of ours? Have you at least diddled her
Oh!
others?
A witch.
Greetings. I hope you...
What? Managed to find something already.
Wonderful. I shall draft a copy. This is good. This at last will earn me the title of Grandmaster. I thank you, Witcher.
This elven master, how'd he end up taking a human for an apprentice?
My father forged armor. As a youngster, I helped him, then began forging my own pieces. Master Tiensail saw my work and offered to take me on as his apprentice. Only now, years on, do I realize the honor that was. Alas, my master perished in a massacre later, slain by racists. Though he taught me everything he knew, I did not manage to complete the guild's requirements for Grandmaster while he lived. I know I have no equal in the trade.
Would you craft something for me?
Of course.
feeling it too. Sure.
Farewell.
Good luck on the... Greetings. I hope your search goes well. Would you... Of course.
Farewell.
Good luck on the path.
Stocks and the whip await those running riot. She values peace and quiet.
Disperse! The exhibition of the Reginald
Ah,
Country Monument will remain closed until further notice.
Quite the fragrant whip.
Meeting the painter.
Drumming
To
up
get
work
paid.
for yourself, would you?
To be honest, every
The
last
light
man Jacques in
is
these parts
inopportune
has
at the
but
moment.
wine and
Could you return around noon?
It.
I'm here.
Let us go. We should arrive in time to have the best light of the day. The chiaroscuro we shall capture. Just glorious.
Let's go. The things I do for art.
We had best ride there. We'll arrive faster and less fatigued. A work of mine, Turtle Dove o'er the Heath, hangs in the Ducal Palace.
So does a cockatrice I cut down once. It's stuffed, maybe even with heather.
Don't push.
Decent. Seems that I once had a cockatrice feather brush. Best thing for laying down tempera. I no longer have it, sadly. My blasted cat swiped it.
Why would a cat want a brush?
To paint with, of course. And it was no common brush. Fantastic, as I said, and fantastically expensive.
Hang on. Got a cat that paints?
Yeah, if you care to call it that. He merely copies the works of his betters, and poorly at that.
Your cat?
Yes, Pierre Auguste Moustachois. It's no surprise you've not heard of him. He's a second-rate hack and a thief.
Hey there. Go, go.
Ladies, gentlemen, my lieges, forgive me for being forward, but have you perchance seen a set of paints and brushes nearby?
Eugenie, I believe this peasant wants something from us.
My paints, my brushes, I had prepared them. They were here.
We've not seen any journeyman's tools, my good man. Of that I assure you.
There a problem?
Yes, an immense one. I cannot possibly paint without my paints. I'm done for. Unless you would be kind enough to locate them?
Damn it. Sure you left them here?
Yes, right there. I'd prepared everything. Set it out. Ordered and organized.
Might have toppled downhill or something. Fine. I'll take a look around.
I think it is life that imitates art, and not vice versa.
Spilled paint. Reeks to high heavens of turpentine.
Oh yes, that nose. He actually had a major
Footprints. Smudged.
garage play. And now he's begun courting his cousin.
Footprints. Clear, but curiously small. Another stain. Could very well be a lead. Knackers.
And knackers.
Jeez. Why? Paints. Don't look ruined. Painter should still be able to use them. Cave paintings. This here looks a bit like a necker. Big blobs, what? A troll? Neckers depicting their victory over some trolls? That even possible? Necker propaganda?
Damn necker propaganda. Doing damn graffiti.
Found your things.
Splendid. Where were they? And... is this all you found? I left so much more.
Should have kept it all with you, not left it lying around. Followed some paint tracks to a necker lair. Seems the beast's made off with your supplies. Used it to paint a fresco on one of the cave walls. Looked something like a battle scene to me.
Impossible. They splashed paint on the wall in a rage. Unimportant. In any case, it's a good thing you found the basic colors. Shall we? While waiting, I spied a superior spot.
Get it. Oh, man, go.
We have had fantastic luck with the weather. The light is perfect, absolutely perfect.
Painting this masterpiece gonna take long?
A mere 6 hours. The sun won't allow us to work any longer than that. Oh, but the time will fly by. We'll chat, swap tales.
Better yet, let me down a potion. Time will definitely fly by in a state of lethargy. No need to swap tales.
No, no, no. Your expression, your posture, they must be just so. You must look alive with fire in your gaze. Lethargy is out of the question.
Come on, give it some thought. You could title the painting, A Witcher Lying Senselessly on the Heath.
You jest. A jesting witcher.
This the place?
Yes. Just look at the view. Breathtaking. The perfect background for our masterpiece.
Pretty, I guess.
Now, you must carefully consider in what pose you wish to be immortalized.
All right. Considering.
All is ready. We may begin. Have you decided on the pose you'd like to adopt?
Maybe I could just stand, sword in hand.
Ah, splendid! A heroic pose, of course. The bold warrior, his sword held aloft, ready to run at well, that willow over there. I will paint in a griffin later. Shall I begin? Or would you prefer to adopt another pose?
Let me try something else.
Oh, yes. Oh. I shall paint in the carcass of a slain griffin later. Now, raise your head to exude pride. Thrust your breast forward. Go on, breast forward. I want to see those hocks extended. Ahem. Is the horse paying attention? May I begin? Or would you rather try a different pose?
Let me try something else. Maybe I could just...
Try the other one, fuck it.
Let me... think...
May I begin? Or would you prefer to strike a more dynamic pose?
Fucking chill, dude.
Let me try...
The bold, ready to run at the... Shall I begin?
Kinda cool. Dude, chill. Fucking chillin', dude.
Though, may I begin?
Go ahead.
Now, be so kind as to adopt that look you gave me when I first asked you to work with me. That intense scowl of an angry wild ram about to butt heads. Yes, excellent. Now, hold that. Do not budge.
This gonna take much longer?
Not much at all. We'll run out of daylight soon. Please, keep your head still, in the same position.
Fine, I'll try. I'll also try to remember to never trust a painter again.
Griffin!
Yeah, I know. You'll paint one in later.
Gods!
A griffin!
Run and hide.
Dearest mommy! Ah!
Fucking boss this bitch. I'm so drunk I did it, I think.
Is it safe?
Yeah, come on out. And no wonder no one ever came here. It was a griffin's hunting ground.
Oh, that thing scared me to death.
Not quite to death. You are alive. Not least because you chose a witcher to sit for you. How's the painting? It survived too?
It did. But I cannot show it to you now. I never display unfinished work. You can see it tomorrow, after midday, where we met. I shall display it in the market square. Oof, monstrous beast. Shall we immortalize it in the painting?
Yeah, let's add it. Carcass can serve as your prop.
Splendid! Interesting color palette. And the textures and the proportions. It will do. Yes, it will do. But I shall paint it in later, in my atelier. There's an excellent illustration in the Encyclopedia Maxima Mundi. I fear this specimen is, well, too far cut and chopped. Ah, very well. That will do for now. I shall polish the details later. No point struggling on in this fading light. I almost forgot. Payment for your troubles. And I thank you for saving my life. Though, in doing so, you did also save your likeness. For posterity.
Other head.
Come on, Roach.
Keep calm. Start, no
How is it
cross.
the Duchessa does not feed him as well?
Take it easy.
All work and no play, right, Witcher?
Sir, we received a shipment of wine. From the Belgard vineyard, I believe, with kind regards from Madame Matilda and Monsieur Liam. I had the barrels unloaded and stored in the cellar to the right of the entrance.
Thanks. Take a look when I have a moment.
Splendid. I was told to expect a subsequent delivery 5 days hence.
Get my finger.
Head to the pheasantry, then put some meat on your bones.
And what do you get for all that work?
Yes, a face no ointment could help. Arr!
Greetings.
Geralt, there you are. So,
Yes.
our painting. Are you pleased? Is it to your liking? Do tell.
It's nice. Shows a lot of, imagination. Don't recall undressing before posing, though. Some of the other details are a bit off, too.
Well, the imagination is an artist's chief tool.
Heard the same from a certain poet. He embellishes and invents, chiefly.
Perhaps you'd care to buy the painting. Given our rapport, I shall take a loss. For you, I'll part with it, I will, at a special price.
Huh. As special as it is, that's still quite a price. Afraid I don't have that much coin.
Not a problem. Come back when you do. Though I cannot guarantee someone won't have beaten you to it. Witcher, greetings.
What?
Indeed. Few have the sophistication to appreciate my technique. I sometimes go hungry as a consequence.
All right. At least this way I'll be able to control who sees it. Thanks.
He's not here. That's the Witcher.
Poor.
Oh! Hooray! He's not here. That's the Witcher of Black. Ah!
You shan't find anything better in all Toussaint.
Sure, save. I'm gonna take a little bit of a break. I'm just gonna call it. I'm getting tired. We're gonna start the DLC story. We're done with the side missions for now. We're gonna get in the nitty gritty. We'll save the rest of the side missions for later. But that's it. Catch y'all tomorrow after the gym. It's gonna be lit. Probably have some more breaking news. So just stay tuned, stay